Oh my god. Say hi, everybody. We're finally back with one of these. Say hi, everybody.
No.
She broke. She broke first.
You did.
Somebody stop that woman.
Yep.
Of course, the woman broke it.
The woman broke.
Man, White sounded mad different these days.
I know, right?
It just hasn't been the same since watching Superman versus the Elite.
I know.
Why it's never been the same since he transitioned.
Yeah.
But,
He went
but
from
you
being
know,
a pirate to a cowboy. I hear it's very tough.
but we respect her decisions, and I mean, y'all probably different from now on, but you know, there we are.
Yeah. But anyways, we're back, and we're back with Superman versus the Elite Critique 2012. Remember these style of video titles? I remember those style of video titles.
Yeah, when they try to sound all official and shit, like their opinions actually had weight.
I'm sorry, hang on. Shouldn't it be Superman versus the Elite 2012 critique?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because this makes it sound like this was.
It's like the movie title is the Superman versus the Elite critique.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say. Yeah, this is actually the movie of Superman versus the Elite critique. It's a weird title they went with, but you know.
Yeah.
Well,
But
you see, it's the critique that's elite, and that's why Superman needs to punch it.
Also,
Exactly.
2012.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So this is somebody who actually thinks this movie is bad. So before we get started, let's give our thoughts on it. I will start first. This is the best Superman movie ever made, and I will fight anyone who says otherwise.
You've obviously not seen the Justice League by Zack Snyder. I'm just saying this.
I mean, yeah, I'm too stupid to understand Snyder's visions.
Yeah, exactly. It's incredible.
He is the blueprint.
He is the blueprint.
T-Cat was in that movie, don't you know?
He is the blueprint for Sonic 3.
But Sonic 3 is actually good.
Yeah, Sonic 3 is unironically the perfect fucking Sonic movie.
I know,
I'm
perfect.
amazed they managed to actually make it happen and not fuck it up.
Yeah, it's really. I have like small issues with that movie, but that's not the movie we're talking about, unfortunately. Sad face.
Yeah,
Love that movie.
but all right, Slur, what's your opinion of Superman versus the Elite?
Too many British.
Too many. I mean,
0
that's
to
a
10.
fair criticism. Fair criticism. Asa, what's your opinion of Superman versus the Elite?
I can't think of a joke. I liked it. I just think it's really, not really rushed, but I kind of think it tries to tie everything together in like a neat bow. But I feel there's a lot more questions that you could answer. But it's more the sake of I think there's more to explore with it rather than what the movie does itself is like it's bad in any way. Like I really liked it. I just was like constantly like more or that's unfortunately oversimplified. But you could tell it's because of the runtime, not because they weren't trying to answer the question.
Yeah.
Because I know it's like a spoiler thing, but I know I'm going to get into a bit much. But just you know the whole thing about when the Elite go to that country and just kill those people, but then it's like Superman would have stopped them. But it's a bit like when you're like, but why didn't Superman already stop them? And then it's like I'm not even saying that there wasn't an answer, but I just needed more time for them to go through it more. But as far as the movie itself, at like bare minimum, it's a really fun movie with a lot of good points and just some minor issues and a couple of moderate ones. But it's definitely good.
Oh yeah. Yep. Lion, what's your opinion?
It's pretty good.
That's good. Tabs, what's your opinion?
Seen this.
You have seen this. Okay, what's your opinion?
I haven't.
Just like a woman, changing her mind every second, even though that was definitely her mic that did that.
Yeah, exactly.
Typical woman microphone.
Yeah.
Guys,
Never beaten the woman allegations.
yeah, here we cut out again.
Yeah.
God damn it. I have
Okay,
not
bro.
seen this movie, so I don't really know anything about it.
Well, all you need to
Is it
know,
good?
it's the best Superman
It's pretty
movie.
good.
Yeah, it's the best Superman movie. Like,
I
Says
mean, Asa
you.
basically summed up how I feel, which is that it is very high quality, but because of the kind of like heady conceptual shit it has going on, it actually would have benefited more from having a full series, so you could really fucking get into the meat of the questions.
I mean, I'm in that thing where at bare minimum, I kind of would be like, man, if they did it like a 2-part movie thing, like I don't mean like in quality because there's some cringe stuff in The Dark Knight Returns, even though there's some awesome stuff. But if they had like a part 1 and part 2, I think you could have explored it way better. But for what it is, it's really good.
Yeah. Why?
And I really like the Elite. They're really cool.
Yeah, they're actually I actually the Elite are portrayed a lot better here than in the comic, because the comic had even less time to tell its story. The Elite did kind of come off as not necessarily straw men, but like they were a bit less understandable.
One of the things I did like as well, like I think it did kind of put the foot down on the gas a bit too harsh right at the end, but for the most part, like 3/4 of the development, I really like the Elite and Superman's relationship being like awe to respect to like being just different. But then I feel like there was a bit more room to gradually go up. But like we said, it was more like the runtime that kind of made it go not 0 to 60, but you know what I mean. It kind of went from like 60 to like 300, unfortunately, where it was still like going well. But yeah, no, like I said, I mean, a lot of my criticisms are going to be like, I just want more time to explore the things because I really like how they develop. I also like how the Elite don't even really until right at the end really want to fight Superman. They're more just like that they think they're right, which is very understandable with how they view the world and stuff like that.
Yeah. Wyatt, what's your opinion on this movie? Fantastic. Unfortunately, Wyatt is away. Hopefully he will be back. He has watched about half of this movie. Sorry, not a movie, video. They have about half of this video with me. It was like last week. So he actually spoiled it for himself, and that's why he's not here, because otherwise it would be 2 people, and we can't have that. That's just too much. Yeah, that's true. But anyways, let's get started.
Let's not say we did.
You're living in a dream world.
All right, I'm pausing for copyright.
Living in a dream world.
Save us. Dreams lift us up and transform us into something better.
By the way, this speech is I love it so much.
A+ fucking Superman speech.
Yeah, like literally just encapsulates everything Superman is in like one speech.
Mm-hmm.
I swear that until my dream of a world where
Not like the Superman from Snyder.
Krypton had its chance.
Dignity had its chance. Okay.
I was gonna make a joke, like I was just gonna be like, hey, but the Snyder Superman is so cool, right?
He's like Jesus if he was evil.
Oh, I feel so bad because Henry Cavill is like really good in the role, but my God, he has nothing to work
really
with.
Good Superman, but he is given dog shit to work with.
It's incredible how he makes it. It's incredible how he makes it bearable.
Like the issue is like he was never really given a chance to play Superman until like the last 20 minutes of the Joss Whedon cut of Justice League. It's a bit.
I just find it funny that it's like.
Are we gonna be controversial, by the way, Jacob? Is this a thing that's on your channel already that like Justice League is like way better than Snyder Cut?
I said it in my Man of Steel video where I did say that Justice League was better. But
I mean, it's still a terrible movie, but compared to Snyder Cut.
Oh yeah, like because
Snyder
like
Cut, I think we
At least said that we tried
viewing of Snyder Cut.
I was not
12 hours.
I was not there when you. I mean, I watched it with like Tabs, Max. I think I was Asa and Lion were there too, as well as.
Oh yeah, I think Tabs was like, "Let's watch them back to back." I'm like, "Why?"
Why?
No, like I'm trying to remember it because it was so long ago. But I think it was.
So Dan wants to watch it back.
Dan.
And I remember I watched Justice League, and then after about like 20 minutes of Snyder Cut, I was like, guys, I can't. I've got to go. I can't, and I just left, and I couldn't. And then I eventually got a copy of it. And I did watch it, but it took me about like a fortnight to watch it and it took me like 5 viewings, to get it chipped through it because I was either bored or annoyed.
Yeah, that's because
it's really bad.
It's I remember Dan muted everybody so no one could talk, and then we ended up moving to a different server or something.
Yes,
and
we did. Yeah, we did. No, that was we just came back to mine, wasn't it?
I think so. And Dan was just like, I thought y'all wanted to be quiet. And I was like, well, we wanted to
Like-
talk. We didn't
like,
know
we
what you
never-
wanted.
Did until we had stuff to say, and then you tried to silence us. You fucking.
We never
tyrant.
want to be quiet. I love that whole thing. Like, guys, why don't you want to be quiet? I'm like, then I'd watch it by myself then.
Yeah.
I'm like, I want to know what everybody's gonna say. I was like, it was a joke, Dan. I didn't actually mean everybody had to shut the fuck up and mute themselves.
Is Wyatt here? We got a new user, or is that just a random person?
Wyatt, are you here?
Please let it be a random person.
Please, please.
Yeah, welcome.
Please.
You-
Jesus Christ. Okay, that's okay. So this actually might have to go into the editor because Jesus Christ, some fucking ad just started blaring in my fucking ear.
Oh no!
It just started blaring. I'm like, ah.
I love the idea that Jacob just goes, "What is that?" And it's like, "Do you suffer from erectile dysfunction?" He's like, "Ah."
Yeah.
Get away from
Okay.
me, spirits.
How did they know?
How
Okay.
could they have possibly? It's like the Akira meme. Leave me alone.
Actually,
Akira.
actually, as we were memeing, we could ask Wyatt what he thought of Superman and the Elite because we all went through that and then we just started memeing.
Yeah.
So it's probably my all-time favorite Superman movie. It's probably the closest to the perfect Superman movie when it comes to representing his ideals and what Clark Kent stands for, like as a person. The Elite aren't as fleshed out as they could be, but I'm kind of okay with that. Like, my priorities when it comes to storytelling is I'd rather know almost everything about the hero, and I'm pretty sure with only knowing like a quarter of a villain's backstory, only the most important stuff. That might be like the MCU is unfortunately kind of trained that into me because let's face it, their villains have not been the strongest. It's only like a handful that we can actually say when they're like top tier.
MODOK.
The thing is, though, you say that, but MODOK is actually the best.
I wasn't even going to say that. I was actually about to give Ronan a lot of shit, or Obadiah
Ronan.
Stane, because they served their purpose, but let's face it, we could
I'm into things.
Stane is rich, evil man who just wants to keep, throwing innocent civilians into the battlefield because he just wants to keep making more money. And Ronan just is angry man who now has
Name the fucking white guy from Thor 2.
I was gonna say like my thing would be like,
It's a dark
Malik-
elf. That's
Ma-
all I
Malik-
remember.
Malekith. He was a dark
Malekith,
elf,
yeah.
and he wanted the ether. Yeah, I can actually pay attention to that shit. So
no, I was gonna say like I don't even disagree with you basically, but I'm not against like a simple villain like it's Obadiah, wasn't it? Sorry, in Iron Man, was it?
that was
Yeah,
Iron
Obadiah
Man
Stane
1.
I thought was perfectly fine for the movie he was
Yeah,
in.
no, like he's
I
a
mean,
very
it was like the
sim-
first of like
So
the whole
my
MCU,
problem-
so I wasn't
My
mad
real
about
problem
how.
with Obadiah is just like he's like, I want to collect this technology. Like, I think it could be used to make some really great weapons. Fuck it, I'm evil. I'm gonna get in a big Iron Man suit and fucking fight Tony.
Whoa, no, well, that
Oh,
was like
hold on,
was
you're
that-
making that
no.
sound like it's some huge moral
Yeah.
shift, as if arms dealers are like upstanding businessmen by default.
I was gonna say it
He was
wasn't.
already selling weapons
I
to
meant-
destabilize regions.
No, I meant
It's
more
not
the
that
fact
big
that
of a
he.
fucking leap.
No, I'm talking more the fact that like he's just suddenly like he's like, yep, I'm gonna get in the suit. I'm gonna be the one that does all this dirty work now. It's like he's done
He was
nothing. but-
already perfectly
No.
willing to kill people in person.
Yeah, he's willing to kill people, but for the most part, only if he absolutely has to. Otherwise, he has made other people do it.
No, fucking bullshit. He was willing to kill people because it was strategically advantageous. That was his line. So, like I said, it's an escalation, but it's not that big.
I was
of a
gonna
leap.
say it feels very in character. It doesn't really feel out of nowhere. He's a very simple bad guy, but you're like he's driven by money, and you're like, are there better bad guys? Absolutely, and you're like, but is he a bad guy? I'm like, no, he's just simple.
No,
we know
I
his
don't-
motivation. He's
yeah,
no,
I
I'm not. No, my point is that I'm not disagreeing with you, but I don't think I think the Elite are way more interesting than Obadiah just by themselves because they actually have like morals that I think should have been explored more. But that's more of a thing about what I've already said before you joined. Well, before you came back, White, about how I just want more time with the movie than it's bad. But I think it's more like if you don't have the time, it's probably bad to have simplistic bad guys. But
Yeah.
Because like, what's his fucking face from Black Panther when it's meant to be really deep and it just ends up,
Killmonger.
Killmonger. It's meant to be really deep, but he ends up just coming across as a fucking psychopath, and that's
Well,
it. And it's
he
like
is.
that wasn't. No, but that wasn't what the movie was trying to say, even though that is what
That's
happens.
why my favorite MCU villain by this point is still Ego. Ego, like, his motivation's very simple. I want more of me.
Yeah, like simple is not bad. It's just when if somebody's like, oh, I want more complicated villain, which personally I do. I'm like, yeah. Hey.
Probably do the Simpsons one where it's the guy who's operating the camera looks like he's drunk out of his mind.
Probably. But yeah, we're back to recording. Okay, so Wyatt, continue about what you think about Superman versus Lee. I got most of it. Just
I think we're just on about the
The
bad guys.
point-
We're on about.
The point that I was making was because like I said, the original point was I like when our hero is honestly like when he's more detailed out of any of the
Yeah,
entire
you're more focused on the hero's motivations than the bad guys. Well, than their side, which is fine.
especially when I have a certain weak spot to certain heroes like Superman. Like I just want to hear him.
Yes,
Like
Superman
the speech that is playing right now, that is in front of us. That is probably like we've watched this speech how many times by this point, Jake? And we keep
a
coming
lot.
back because it fundamentally is Clark.
Yeah, Superman is very well characterized in this film. But guys, just in case you think this movie is good, remember Krypton did have its chance. So I'm just saying, you know.
I mean, we start, as we've been
Yeah,
watching
missed out on
more
an important detail of Superman's character. Yeah.
we've been watching more of Superman and Lois, and by this point, we've started making jokes of like, what if instead of renouncing his American citizenship, Clark renounced his Kryptonian heritage?
yeah, and every time it's like, anyway, Cal, my name is Clark.
Clark, he just doesn't, or he's just like, oh, okay, Cal, my name is Superman. He just refuses to, like, but I almost think Krypton had its chance, but it's more just like it had its chance. Now land the ship, Zod.
Sorry, very quick thing, but these animated movies do tend to get in way better because I mean, I know it's more of like an internal thing, just as him being who he is, but
DC in general.
But him and All Star Superman was really well characterized. He didn't have really he didn't have like an outward outlet for his stuff, but him like how he feels about himself and his place in order was really good in that film.
It even
Yeah.
has my favorite interpretation of Lex Luthor, who I was going to bring up like after I went on the whole spiel of Brainiac, but I have to stop because spoilers.
Well, I
But,
can go for a minute if you want to
no,
talk about it.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But
don't
Lex
worry
about
Luthor in the original Christopher Reeve movie, I don't like him. It's just I want to set 2 nukes off so that I could sell real estate with beachfront property. Are you fucking kidding me? Like,
yeah, it's
there's
retarded.
so many different ways that you could do this. He just like either I'm trying to remember if it's a flaw with either Clark or just suddenly Lex knows this. But he knows about kryptonite, and he's like, "Yep, if I just suddenly get my hands on this, how did he even get his hands on it? This is just what makes him weak." The Man of Tomorrow we watched. Minor spoilers for that one, Asa. Sorry. Lobo just just has kryptonite for no fucking reason.
Oh no, yeah. By the way, I just wanted to clarify. Like minor stuff, I'm fine, but just with like the climax of the movie, I was like, no, it's my next movie. That was all. I was like, no, it's the next one on my list. Literally the next
fair.
one.
How the villain is defeated versus just a minor plot.
Yeah, he just he just has it.
it.
Yeah, he just has it. Even though considering Clark is like one of the last Kryptonians, like Lobo.
As far as Lobo is concerned, he is the last.
Well, no. Remember at the end he says, "Yeah, probably a few Kryptonians out there too." Because remember, like Lobo, like throughout the entire movie, is just fucking with everybody because he's Lobo.
That's true.
He's because
The point being is, as he's fighting Clark, he's just like, he's like, "Oh, good thing I have this from your planet," and it's just like, what? Why do you? How would you know that it would have worked?
yeah, it's when there's so little Kryptonians left, specifically ones that are in the conditions of Earth with its yellow sun. That it's literally just him, like just going taking a guess or some shit.
I was gonna say it would be like the equivalent of like, you know, like if a human, like one of us, went to another planet and we got superpowers, and someone goes, "Hi, I have your weakness," and then they have like a 1 in a million chance of either picking up like a bit of random rock as opposed to uranium. One of them's very lethal, the other one's just a rock. And it's like, wow, what are the fucking odds you picked the right one? When you don't know shit about it.
Well, not
I promised Shammy to watch a movie with her, so I'll see you guys later.
All right.
Okay. Goodbye.
Good night.
It's not even that. Asa, he just said that he happened to have passed by Krypton after its destruction, and then just got like a hunk of kryptonite.
He just like the drive-by went, oh neat, oh shit.
Yeah.
Wow, souvenir.
Yeah, like that's why. Like honestly,
It's pretty funny.
like, Man of Tomorrow, I kind of appreciate. Like it's like doing the Superman origin story in a different way, but like man, it is probably the definition of a 5 or a 6.
Yeah. It kind of peaks in the beginning.
And then we just not the bit about Brainiac. Superman, All-Star Superman has one of my favorite interpretations of Lex Luthor. Man, there's so much about the character of Superman and the stories he's in. Like there's a reason why Jake and I are optimistically like cautious when it comes to Legacy.
Yes, I don't care what Shadiversity says. Crypto the Super Dog is based and dog pilled.
Well, I don't want to be too harsh, but Shadowversity is fucking stupid.
Yeah, my opinion of him has fallen a lot, especially
he's like
after
a petty. He's a petty piece of shit, and I wouldn't mind it, but he pretends he's not. So,
And also, like, I think when we were watching his breakdown of the trailer, he said like no one will be interested in crypto, and it's like he's a dog.
oh yeah, I was gonna say, I didn't even know.
That's how you get all the young people.
I was gonna say I didn't even know shit about crypto other than he exists, but I'm just like super dog. Fuck yeah, doggo.
Yeah, he's the goodest of boys.
Yeah, and I'm gonna take Magnus to a drive-in when the movie comes out and point at the screen anytime crypto is like, that's what you could be.
Anyways, that's fuck. All right,
We're going on a bit of a
Just like
tangent there.
reality we all share. I'll never stop fighting, ever.
yeah.
Oh,
You remember?
I'm gonna pause for a quick second. The only actual flaw I have with this movie is the when Superman's doing this whole like, oh, I'm kind of evil now, like I'm gonna put the animals down. That it's just the Superbots. Honestly, this is very much a nitpick. I think it should have been the League.
Yeah.
Because it's very much shown that this is a world where the Justice League exists, and they'd have no problem helping Clark with this.
I don't think. I mean, I don't even disagree. I feel that's one of those things where it wouldn't change anything, but I don't even disagree with that. That it like there's no reason it wouldn't be them either. But
yeah, it's an odd world building type deal. That's not even an actual issue. It's just like, why did you make it all Superbots?
Because I think it was not you can't even say that it was that way in the comic, because the fight took place on Io and remained on Io and didn't go to Metropolis. So he just left them there until the League would pick him up.
I have like two things I'd say about this. There's the out of universe context where you'd be like you'd have to get voice actors for all the League when you don't need to. That's obviously like a logistical thing. But secondly, I feel the same way as I do with like the interconnected Marvel universe or DC universe or whatever you're going through, where I guess it's like kind of weak with that explanation, but I'm totally fine with you just having to like headcanon like well, whenever the other heroes aren't around, it's because they're busy with their own shit. Which I'm like, yeah, it's just one of those things you kind of just have to deal with a lot of when you're like, why wouldn't for 99% of these issues, why wouldn't they team up all the time?
If that's the case, I think I'd prefer them just pulling an Ant-Man then, like, and just say it then.
Yeah, but then you'd have to say it all the time, and I find it just getting very tedious. I'm fine with it just being like, if they're not around, I'm just happy to assume that they're busy. But my only issue with that then is if it genuinely doesn't make any sense. Like, like in films where later on they go, we've been thinking, maybe it's time we called in Batman. You're like, if he wasn't busy, why the fuck didn't you call him in earlier or whatever? You know what I mean? That's the only times it bothers me, because
that's
you're actively fucking with stuff.
My favorite story, like, to briefly move back over to Marvel, is Web of Shadows, because like as the symbiotes are starting to break out and move throughout the city, like Spider-Man's quickly like, all right, I'll call the Avengers. Crap, they're off planet. The Fantastic Four, in a different dimension. Damn it.
Yeah, I
Like,
was gonna
he-
say, but that's like a different thing where as soon as he realizes it's an issue he can't deal with himself, he tries to get other people, but then you have plot reasons as to why that can't happen. That's a different. It's a similar thing, but it's basically that I think it's like you either have it's a big issue, and then you just assume you have to assume that they're all busy, so they can't help, which is fine if if it doesn't bring it up to a degree, depending on how big it is, or you have it so they always ring them in, but then you just kind of waste time with having like just the characters trying to call people, then nothing happening. Or you have it so you have a seemingly small issue where the hero thinks they can deal with it on their own, but then they can't. So then they try to call in help, and then obviously you can do whatever you want with that. I basically just think
Right.
it's only an issue when you actually get plot holes and not mentioning the other heroes. I guess depends how bad you feel about it, but I can just go with if the other heroes are kind of aware of each other and they know what they're dealing with, then if they're busy, they're busy. It's, it is what it is.
This is it. It also could just be, in the case of this movie, just like an adaptation-tism, because it is an adaptation of a pre-existing story that does mention the League, and it gives a reason. Like, Superman's not calling the League because they the Elite targeted him specifically, so he's going to take care of it. But in this movie, it's like, maybe Batman and Wonder Woman and them exist, but the League has not formed yet. We don't know.
Even if they have, we're recording something for Jacob Channel Mayor, just so you're aware. But even if the League already is around, which like White says they are, I'm totally fine with you just being. Why didn't you call them? Oh, Superman's aware that I don't know Wonder Woman's fucking cheater and Batman's trying to train Robin not to like drop a bat or something. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm totally fine with that because it doesn't actually like break anything. The only time is it really fucks is if it's like a world-ending event where you're like, I don't care if Cheetah's gonna like kidnap your dog, the world's gonna end. Wonder Woman, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's basically as long as there's no actual plot breaks, I'm fine with just basically just going assume they're busy. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, as opposed to, like, it's always when it's the world ending stuff where it's like, all right, I'm
Exactly.
sure
Yeah.
Like, because for example, like the Suicide Squad, Starro getting out, I would consider a world-ending threat, and it's like, nah, where's the League? We know they're around by this point, and if you're not gonna show all of the League, show the silhouette of Superman. Then
I didn't like the Suicide Squad, but I'm in the minority.
was it just like, what was your issue with it?
Do we want to go in that now? Because I can go on that for a while. We got this video. To go.
Yeah, we got.
That's fair. I know the
We
plot wasn't that good.
we can do it for another time. I'm more than happy, but I feel that it's going to go well off track if I do this.
Yes.
Yeah, let's move on.
The end of Under the Red Hood, where Batman and Jason have that moral debate about whether Batman should kill, even if the person in question is the most undeniably evil piece of human debris in existence. Well,
So first off, we have the first mistake. That conversation at the end of the Red Hood has nothing to do with the morality of killing the Joker or supervillains. It is Jason Todd fundamentally not understanding why Batman doesn't do those things, because if Bruce does, he will go down a very slippery slope and become what he hates, essentially.
Isn't there another thing with that where I can't remember if this is actually from like the original story or the movie, but isn't there a thing where he's like, we're not talking about, and he lists like the bad guys that are bad, but not. He's like, I'm talking about the Joker.
We're not
like,
talking
what the fuck?
about
in the
Dent or
movie. He
Penguin.
talks about Penguin. Yeah, he because he lists off. There are quite a few villains that in all reality could be rehabilitated. Dent is one of them.
Yeah, exactly.
If you were to get the proper help. Penguin doesn't even go in Arkham most of the time. He's one of the only criminals that goes right into Blackgate Prison. Same with Bane, for example. But
I like that because in the Red Hood thing, it's very clear that it's more like because it's him like having either having or already have had a mental breakdown, and is more like, why wouldn't you get revenge from me? Because obviously that's how he would feel about if it happened to Batman, which is obviously just like a complete difference in ideology as well.
Which would also appeal to the audience because let's face it, like the Joker needs to die.
Oh yeah, like I'm on his side, but for like different reasons. Because Red Hood obviously goes a bit too far, but he still has a reason to do it. But yeah, it's what this guy said anyway.
Yeah, and
Joker is unapologetically evil and needs to die.
Yeah, and of course Bruce says like, no, all I want to do is just murder him in the most brutal way possible. But if I do that, I will not stop. And I will become the very thing I despise. And I will become a danger to everyone. So I do not trust myself to do this.
I think I've said it before, where it does annoy me a bit that Batman never kills. However, that's like a personal issue because it totally makes sense for Batman's character. So it's not even like it's not a story issue. It's just me being like, God damn it, and you're like, oh, so you don't like how it makes no sense? I'm like, no, it annoys me because it makes sense, and I kind of just go, yeah, it's fine, but fuck you.
And when it creates genuinely good character work, like in
Oh yeah, they
Hush,
do it really well. Yeah.
where they're just like, no, you're crazy. Like he deserved to die. I could have saved him. It's like, yeah, you're insane, Bruce.
These earrings, that's 2 more hushes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is insane. This is something that I really appreciate, like the 1980s movies for, where I think anyone making a Batman movie or writing a Batman story in the modern era is so used to the idea of Batman, they kind of forget to write it into the movie that, oh yeah, this guy dresses like a bat and beats the shit out of people every single fucking day.
Yeah, he is not sane.
He's a psycho. He is not okay. He is
One
not
of-
normal.
One
I'm
of the
glad
things.
you just said people and not poor people, because that's like a really big caveat that like a lot of
Oh,
people
don't even
nowadays-
start
No.
with that Twitter
Yeah.
bullshit.
The Joker
Yeah,
is
that's-
not poor. The Joker has a lot of money to throw around.
One of the things.
Penguin and Bane are not poor.
One of the things I found funny as well when you get people being like, Batman hates guns, and I've like looked at this stuff. He's like, actually, no, he just hates killing. Like Batman's fine with using stuff to not. He just doesn't like people using them because they use them
He
to
will
kill
use
people. He
guns
will
as
use a
practical
gun.
Tool.
Yeah.
He just won't shoot you with them.
Well,
yeah, I was going-
well, even if he does, he'll shoot you in the foot. Like he won't headshot you. Like he'll do it like very
that's why,
tactically.
that's why there's that very famous panel from like a retcon of his origin story with Batman with 2 pistols.
Yeah. But like the thing, I think that's kind of funny that people misinterpret that. They're like, Batman doesn't kill. Oh, he doesn't like guns. Like those two don't necessarily go against each other. I understand why you might think that, and like it's a very easy like thing to make, but it's like a gun is a tool. Like whatever what people say, and it's like, yeah, Batman just wouldn't kill someone with it. Like if Batman could see an opportunity to use a gun to save someone, he would use it.
Yeah.
By the way,
Like,
I'm
end of.
cooking Hero Media. The one that does the no gun rule the best is the Iron Giant, and I will stand on that.
Well,
Yeah,
I
because
don't-
he is a gun. Like
I like it.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
the way they write that into like his story and the character reasons behind his not liking guns is you feel that shit. You're like, you know what? Fair enough. No questions. No guns. You got that, pal.
It's fine as well, like how you do it, like because you can do like a character that doesn't like guns for like it's just not Batman. Like I want to be like very clear. Like the older one, not the new shit. Old Doctor Who is very good at doing like the no gun thing, especially when you the 4th Doctor had this, where they've got guns, and the Doctor goes, yes, like, but you don't have a gun. He goes, yes. Well, if you're polite to you and you don't have a gun, they won't shoot you 9 times out of 10. He goes out.
Aren't there also at the same time? Aren't there plenty of clips of the Doctor like gunning like a Dalek down?
Depends on the incarnation. This is like why I like the Doctor reincarnation thing, but the Doctor will very rarely use a gun. I like the times when the Doctor does use a gun when it's written well, because it's a very a big thing for him. Like it's not like a small deal, and they show that the Doctor can be hypocritical, but that's obviously like pushing into a breaking point, which is usually when good writers, show character or whatever.
Right.
There's
Oh,
one.
the 9th Doctor was great for that shit.
Yeah,
The,
Matt Smith had a really good one as well, where he aims a gun at someone. He doesn't end up shooting him, but somebody says, you wouldn't shoot him, and then he just says, I genuinely don't know at this point, because it's a really big deal for him. He doesn't shoot him, but you can see
like,
that
are
point
you
where he
willing
wants
push
to.
me? Because I'm not willing to push me on that one.
Yeah,
myself,
yeah.
friend.
Or there's that time where he uses a gun to not shoot somebody. He uses it to shoot like a gravity thing to like basically help them. Basically, the
Yeah.
point is that you can write the shit really well, and people do that thing where they extrapolate poorly. I don't know how we got onto this subject, but again, I think we're just pointing to people being
We were
stupid.
talking almost specifically about the no-kill rule, and I have one last thing on that before we continue. Something that, like, because we constantly talk about the MCU. The MCU, for the most part, has not had a no-kill thing. Like, we got, like, Iron Man going into a war zone, smoking motherfuckers. Captain America killing aliens also was part of just war. Thor's been alive for thousands of years, so he's got no problem. The first time we really see, like, a hero that doesn't, like, really go along with that is Spider-Man, because remember, he saves Vulture.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like I said, you can write them really well. It just takes a talented writer, because like Spider-Man: Homecoming is a really well written movie.
Yeah, and the interesting part about all that is because it's not like verbally said. He just saves him because he sees that he's going to get himself killed because of what's happening with his jetpack.
Or we see it like I have issues with this movie, don't get me wrong, but like the No Way Home, them like going, even if this doesn't work, we'll try to save them because we'd rather take that like chance to save them than definitely shut them down. And you're like, there's issues with that mechanically, but that's not the point. The point is that Spider-Man will try even if it's kind of futile.
Yeah, the character.
Mhm.
That's why we always said the character work of No Way Home is pretty damn good.
I have
However,
I have a lot of
it's
mechanical
awful.
issues. Yeah, I have a load of mechanical issues with that movie, which drags it down. But the character work is phenomenal. So
Doctor Strange should have instantly won that mirror dimension fight.
So I really like that movie, but objectively, it's not that great. But it's got loads of good character stuff, so I really find it fun. But you know,
So the point being is that he didn't understand the conversation in Under the Red Hood. He's just like, no,
Yes.
you shouldn't kill.
So it's a
Like,
very good
no.
start to this video.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's not.
We're
It's not
41
right.
seconds in, he's
Kill.
doing a good job.
That's why Batman can't kill.
Yeah.
Like
This movie is
Superman. So I think it's said in multiple comics. Like I know it's adaptation, but Superman has no problem killing a motherfucker.
Something
he'd
like
ra-
he'd rather not.
He'd rather not, but like if it's like there's no choice, then like if
Yeah,
it's like if it's like kill bad guy or save Earth, he'll save Earth. Sorry, if it's save bad guy or save Earth, it's like, well, I'll save the innocents. But yeah, he'd still rather not kill, which is
Yeah,
fine.
like-
I think most heroes in like shows of like these virtuous people do tend to have that. They're not just going to kill people willy nilly, because then they'd like there are like the Punisher and that do that. But what I mean is characters like Superman, blah blah, like they won't actively seek to kill people, but they're willing to, and that's why I think that's why you get lots of cool characters where you're wondering what their line is.
I do prefer in stories where they, however, acknowledge like almost the necessity for characters like Punisher. Like I think it was around the New 52 where after Bruce and Jason kind of made their peace, and like Jason was officially like part of the family again, that Bruce has acknowledged that if he were to ever die, Jason is pretty much the last resort for Gotham City.
Well, what's the
start killing people?
Well, what's the really cool scene that everyone loves that's not stupid in the Daredevil show? When Daredevil and Punisher are talking on the roof,
Oh,
I
yeah,
love them chatting. It's just really fascinating because
such a great scene.
well, what I love is that they both respect each other, but they both just can't agree because of their morals, and it's like, oh, this is the shit that I love.
Yeah, and for a big part of her Daredevil is because he is Catholic.
Yeah, but it's just that interesting thing where like Daredevil doesn't think that Punisher's evil, but he's like, Punisher, please, you got to contemplate it. Then Punisher's like, no, if you don't kill people, they come back and they murk people, and they're like, oh, they're both right, isn't it interesting?
Yeah.
No, but now
Part no kill rule, part believing fundamentally in the justice system or not.
Yeah.
Mm.
Because Matt Murdock is also a lawyer.
Yep.
Yeah, he does believe that, like, because this is the system he upholds, that, like, people have the ability to change.
Oh, who else is
He believes the
terrified about
system
Born
needs
Again?
help, but he does believe in the system.
I want it to be good, but it probably won't,
Born
and I'm
Again's
very
not gonna be
upset.
good. It's not gonna. I'm just gonna.
There's a very
Well,
small
he has
chance.
he has a silver mask, so he has a lucky dip that gets that color.
There's a really
They
small
burned-
chance it might just be cool and not offensive, which I would take.
So that's understandable. This is where I will be a negative Nancy. They burned all the actual Born Again like plot points. So this is
Yeah.
just gonna be an entirely different fucking story.
Oh no, yeah, but what I mean is, it's like I'm like, at bare minimum, just be cool and don't fuck with the character. Then at least I can be like, that was fun.
I mean, to be fair,
Please.
this is why they did go back
Yes,
to the
just do a Hawkeye.
They did
Be
go
the
back to
bad
the
minimum.
drawing board, like, because remember, Born Again was already mostly filmed, and it was like Foggy, the lady, I can't remember her name was. They were all
Karen.
dead and stuff, and yeah, and then they were just like, no, like everybody will be mad at us. At least we'll fucking reshoot some shit. So like, so that way we're not immediately getting booed the second that we turn on the projector.
I don't want to say like Marvel has done it. Hawkeye was fun. It wasn't like spectacular, but it was fun.
I have some hope for the Fantastic Four movie. It's a little weird they're blowing their load with Galactus, but it's not inoffensive.
Because the cowards couldn't do the Mole Man.
I
Absolute
wouldn't
cowards.
have minded if they
True.
went so the Mole Man would have been nice. I also wouldn't have minded if they did like everything else, just went straight to Doom.
Nah,
Like, Doom
man.
is
Or
gonna make-
Super Scroll.
Doom-
Super Scroll.
Yeah, super like with Secret Invasion, all that stuff. Just don't go straight to Galactus. He's a fucking multiversal level threat. You need to like, this is their first movie. Ease into it.
Yeah.
Well, I know I'm really bad at this, but I need to see why this guy is wrong about the Elite.
Yes.
Where Batman and Jason have that moral debate about whether Batman should kill, even if the person in question is the most undeniably evil piece of human debris in existence. Well, this movie is that, only told through the lens of a 5-year-old.
Already.
Okay.
I mean, there's not much to say with
An
that statement.
interesting statement.
I'm gonna say, let's see how he backs this up.
Also, it's weird how he says debris when isn't the whole reason you would say Deb or like Debris or whatever the fuck is because you got an accent.
Wait, what did he
Yeah.
say? Hang on, no, hang on.
He
What
said debris. He said debris.
no, can you go back, actually? I need
As
to hear that
opposed
again.
as opposed to debris.
About whether Batman should kill, even if the person in question is the most undeniably evil piece of human debris in existence.
Yeah, that's a. I mean, he has an American accent, so obviously he sounds retarded. But
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
pronunciation.
It's weird that he's pronouncing a different way that's outside of his accent. It's
Wyatt
that's
thought.
odd.
He isn't though.
I mean, I don't pronounce it debris. I say debris.
It's debris.
But no,
It's
but
a very
I say
minor
Deborah.
difference in like the way you're doing the
say
E, but
Deborah.
he didn't say Debris,
I mean,
so I think we're okay.
I've heard.
Yeah.
No, I've heard. I have also heard people say Debris, and that's even worse.
But no,
So it's
that-
The
like-
Everest.
I know. I'm gonna say like debris and debris. I've heard both. It's just. I guess it just depends on who
I've
taught
only
you how
ever
to speak.
heard debris from fucking like British people. So it's like,
It-
why is an American saying it like that?
I mean, I would say debris, but I guess. But again, I get. But I'm from the Midlands. I guess if you're a southerner or a northerner, that would also change it. It's just one of those things where whatever.
Guys,
Yeah, he comes from a mythical
guys,
land.
this-
No,
No,
Jacob, no, be quiet.
non-fucking point.
This is your
too-
channel,
this
and
is-
you're in charge. But shut the fuck up and listen to Wyatt, okay?
this is too autistic even for us. Okay. This is way
No,
too
for you,
I
we
will
can go lower.
Why
Go
keep
even
a close
deeper.
eye on the way he pronounces every E he says for the rest of the video.
Say
Can
aluminium.
do.
Okay. All right. I'm reeling us back in. We're continuing.
I agree. That's because I don't get the point. I want to hear about why this guy thinks he's wrong about the elite.
Yeah, he
Well,
said
this movie is that, only told through the lens of a 5-year-old. The world is
Smart
getting tired
5-year-old.
of supervillains breaking out of prison and killing more people, and many see Superman as one of those chiefly responsible for perpetuating that paradigm. In comes the new team of superhumans known as the Elite, who, while inexperienced, have remarkable talent and power, and are willing to kill and torture to achieve their own ends. Through a series of encounters, they meet, interact with, and
This is basically a plot synopsis. This.
Well, I'm gonna say like, where's the 5-year-old thing? This happens in the real world where you get people that have like morals, but then other people that go, well, reality means I get pushed to the extreme, and I think I'm right. Like this happens in reality. Like
also, this is just a fucking. This is a technical issue he's having. Notice how the sound of the movie is still playing while he's talking, so like audio is overlapping. So
I guess it would depend on. I don't really. I guess it depends how quiet. I'm fine with it as long as it's so quiet it doesn't interrupt him speaking.
Well, it's more along the lines of like this is a deliberate thing that he chose to do instead of just going, all right, mute audio track or delete.
Oh
audio
yeah, no,
track."
yeah, I wouldn't do it either. But what I mean is, as long as it doesn't get in the way of what I'm hearing, which so far I can still hear him quite clearly, I don't really see the issue.
it can very easily get out of hand. Is more what I'm
Oh no, I don't even disagree. But like so far, I can hear him way more than the movie, so it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, that's fair.
My whole thing is like, what's it add to the video? Just
No,
having
yeah,
this, like
no,
audio
yeah,
in the background.
I agree.
It's
like
nothing.
Like,
so like, why even have it?
yeah,
It's
Lion, I
just- big
agree.
deal.
It's more of a confusing choice and something that's actually an issue for me. I'm just more like
Yeah.
that's weird, but all right.
Yeah, he made a choice, I guess.
Yeah.
ultimately come to blows with Superman, culminating in their assassination of the villain Atomic Skull, and resolving to end the conflict between two rival countries themselves through mass destruction of each of their forces. In the end, Superman confronts them, and through the conflict, manages to sway the populace back into his favor by showing what could happen if people with powers like theirs choose to disregard innocent life, only to bait and switch to reveal he didn't actually cross the line of killing, and everything is resolved with the elites being put into prison, having been robbed of their powers. This is the new worst movie.
When was this video made, by the way? Sorry.
This was made 4 years ago, so like 2020, 2019.
2021.
Batman versus Superman existed.
Yeah.
I want to be like slightly charitable. I agree because I had the same. Sorry, I didn't have the same issue. I was like, it's a bit rushed, and I want more on this. But like, it's not bad. It just could like again, you have a a very blunt and simple way of showing your message doesn't mean it's bad. Like
Yeah,
my criticism, and it's not even a criticism. Sorry, my thing was just I want more time with this. This
yeah, I was
isn't
going to say,
this isn't dumb. It's just simple.
It's not a flaw when you just want to simply go, I want more.
Mm-hmm.
But what I mean is, if his criticism is that it's simplistically told, I'm like, okay, that's not wrong. It's just it is.
And it's not as simple as just making it out to be either.
Oh no. He is dumbing it down even more. But what I mean is, it's actually one of my criticisms for the film for like a personal thing is that I think we could go more in depth in this, and it feels a bit simplified at the end, where it's just Superman is right because he is, and it's like, but it's not. Like, the character work totally makes sense. It's just, but I'm like, I want more nuance because I'm autistic and I just want more shit like that.
Yeah.
But like, that's not actually a criticism of the film. That's more just personally, I'm like, more time, please. But it doesn't mean it's written by a 5-year-old. Simple does not mean stupid.
Yeah.
I have not raged as hard as I have when I watched this film in a while, and the more I thought about it post-watch, the angrier I got. I could bitch about the aesthetic, which I hated, the terrible direction of most scenes,
The terrible
It looks
direction.
it looks good, and the action is very comprehensible. Be quiet, you. I want to be quiet. Like, everyone here heard me moan a lot when we watched this movie, but like in a way that I was just more like, I want more because I just want more depth. I think everyone can remember that.
Yeah.
And because I was absolutely like drunk as fuck, which is normal for me.
Yes.
Slur very much like concise my points, going, this is what
That's
Asa
a
actually
healthy thing.
means. Quite right.
Yeah.
When he was just like, Asa just wants more, and I'm like, yeah, more.
Yes, sir. May I ask some more?
The movie.
I don't like Superman. Superman happy.
Happy.
I like British man because I see self in faggot.
Hey, Billy, what was your favorite part of the video? Oh, when they all acted like retards, that was fun.
Acted? How dare you? This is my culture. Cancel
but-
that man.
Okay, no,
Everybody
but
knows you never go full Manchester Black.
I want you guys.
You never go full Manchester.
You don't go full soccer hooligan.
Sorry, I can't get over this. Like, why? Like, sorry, I know what we just said, but like him being like, "Oh, it looks bad." It doesn't. It looks very like. If you don't like the art style, that's a person. That's just
I think
fine.
I think Superman's a bit too like Mr. Incredible shaped, but that's about it.
But
Like,
what I mean is, it's not like a criticism. It's more like, oh, I don't like that. But there's nothing wrong with the art. Like, it's very.
yeah,
It's still very.
especially-
It's what it is.
Also, yeah, it also just depends on which like with how long you've been absorbing this media, which like type of art style. Like I've always enjoyed like Jim Lee's art style like the absolute most, because for the most part he's kept everything proportional. There's that famous picture of Batman standing on the gargoyle and Superman standing on the rooftop. Like he's very good with keeping like a realistic body shape, as opposed to, as I just said earlier, Mr. Incredible.
Yeah,
shapes.
but like, would you?
Nothing
like,
wrong with Mr.
No,
Incredible.
I'm gonna say like that. That's the thing. But I think we would say it's not our favorite art style. It doesn't matter if it is or not. Regardless, if we were saying we didn't like the art style for any reason, we'd be like, yeah, the art style isn't to our taste, rather than it's bad. Unless there was something actually wrong with it. But then he just said he thought it was bad. That was it. It's like great.
Well, yeah, the second animated Suicide Squad movie has like awful art style. When you finally get in, when you look at Mr. Incredible had Botox, Mr. Fucking Superman, it's fucking ugly as shit. I think
I will say though, I'd need to see if he qualifies any of this, and I'd be totally fine to be proven otherwise. But I remember the action in this movie being really comprehensible and very focused and very fucking like laser focused to the point. And I remember, I don't know how else to say it. I find it very comprehensive. And the problem I have with a lot of other stuff, not so much animated movies, but just action in general, is when you don't know what the fuck's happening. I knew what was happening all the time in this movie. It was great.
Yeah.
I'm probably the odd one out. The more I think about it, I do prefer just the art style of the New 52 movies. Like
I've not got there yet.
I'm
I'm getting there.
It's fine, but like I could take. I don't hate it. I think it's fine, but like I'm not gonna be like super.
I tis
for
them
it.
out on proportion when it comes to like how to draw the human body.
Well, I'm getting there. I've got Superman Unbound, then I'm on the New 52 movies, so I will get back to you.
No, you still have Flashpoint, then New 52 movies.
But doesn't Flashpoint, isn't it kind of part of it because it sets it up?
Kind of, kind of, sort of, but not really. It's weird.
Well, I know officially it is counted as the first one because it leads straight into it.
Mm-hmm.
So it technically, according to like the DC animated universe, it is the first New 52 movie because it basically makes that universe, which I think is fair.
Okay.
But I've not watched it yet, so.
But I paused right before I paused right before probably the biggest and most stupid thing you said in that little segment.
And the more I thought about it post-watch, the angrier I got. I could bitch about the aesthetic, which I hated, the terrible direction of most scenes, the subpar to standard acting job.
The subpar to standard acting jobs.
It was me, Barry. I made a retarded YouTube video for someone to react to.
Which, honestly, it's like, no, George Newborn and Robert Atkins Downs are fantastic.
The acting was great. I remember like what Max said, which was fine, where he said like there's like obviously a lot of voice actors that play multiple roles and you can tell it's them, but it's like they all do, but they're not bad. It's just if you're paying attention,
people who are doing that.
Yeah, it's just if you listen really hard, you can tell a lot of them that it is the same guy. But I remember a couple of times I was like, it is that guy. But if Max hadn't like paused and got me to re-listen to it, I would have just gone, it's another actor, because they're just doing it. They're voice acting. They're doing different voices. It's what they do. Voice acting's a fucking great art.
I've always forgotten the name of the voice actor who plays Pa Kent, because he also voices Roy Campbell in the Metal Gear Solid series. But he's a fantastic. He's
also Ben 10's grandpa.
Yes, that is true.
I'm not seeing Ben 10.
I'm not as attached to Ben 10 as everyone else in the internet is.
Same.
I've never seen a single episode. I've only watched Danny Phantom because I've done it for Will's YouTube channel.
He's no ordinary kid. He's Ben 10.
You got George Newborn bringing a fantastic performance to Superman once again. Robert Atkins Downs, who, so he's fine as Manchester Black. I've gotten so used to him, however, voicing Constantine. So, like, hearing those mannerisms coming out of a different person, rather odd. But,
I guess where you might be like notice stuff, but like him as someone, I mean, I've not seen much of Constantine.
Not an actual flaw with the movie.
No, I was gonna say him as Manchester Black in this film, just as an actor, he was fine in that film. In fact, I loved him. I think it was great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I again, don't get me wrong, I don't know actors' names. I apologize, but like the guy that voiced Superman, who Manchester Black, they were grand.
Yeah.
If I'm being as critical as possible, they voiced characters well enough so that they didn't sound like people reading off like a script. They sounded like people. They sounded like they were acting their dialogue as correctly. Like they were fine. Bare minimum, they were fine.
Yeah, I was going to say I wonder who would be considered to be the most probably the kid. No, not even the kid at the end of the movie. Maybe I was going to say Lois, but I'm not remembering her lines very well.
I don't remember any bad voice actors in this movie. I don't think any point I heard because here's the thing. I watch a shit ton of animated shit. Everyone knows it's not my favorite medium, just animation in general, especially 2D animation. And I've heard lots of bad voice acting, and usually I find it kind of charming. I'm like, oh, blast them, they're trying. But like this movie, I don't remember any point when I was just like, oh, that's someone that's acting. I just was like, oh yeah, that's a character.
I literally can't move my body.
Yeah, like I can't think of anyone like in this film. Like anyone being like they're bad voice actors. I'm like, I need you to show me the thing, and I would totally be fine with you proving it to me, but you need to show me because I don't remember shit about any voice actors being bad.
Yeah.
So in terms of talking about the animation of this movie is pretty damn good. I can't think of any parts where we can definitely see like shortcuts are taken, like with a lot of other shows, especially that come out these days.
No, it's comprehensive. That's like the best way I can describe it. You know what's happening at all time, which is like the point of making anything is to show the audience the scene.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what else to say. If you know what's going on as an animator, you've done it.
Especially with a lot of the facial expressions as well, like it does a good job with what it has.
Oh yeah, especially when Superman's like pretending that he'd snapped like the blood, the red eye,
Oh yeah, that was cool. Yeah, like for how Superman's character was showing in that scene.
He went under the atmosphere at Mach 7. If you had super hearing, you could hear the pop.
I have minor issues with that, but like the actual acting and how they showed his voice and how his mannerisms were like subtly different, fucking great.
And then also one of the best showings of super speed in just that movie alone, where Manchester Black's throwing those cars, and he's essentially moving so fast he's borderline teleporting from spot to spot.
The characters, of which only 2 had any amount of substance, but no. The moral debate is so shallow.
Sorry, hang on, Jacob. Sorry, only 2 had substance. Do you think he means Superman and Manchester Black?
Probably.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't even agree with that, but if he does, they are like the 2 characters, like they're the focus of the movie, so that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, but
I mean, I don't even agree. But even if that was the case, that wouldn't actually be a criticism.
Well, yeah, there's also like Cold Cast, who will not necessarily having a lot, like basically apologize for accidentally knocking out Superman because he didn't know he was there.
Yeah, but yeah, like I want to be like as charitable as possible. Like even if I agreed with him that there's only 2, that's not an issue because I mean, it's a very short movie,
guess,
relatively speaking, and it's like
might be the most shallow of them.
Who's she again?
The slug lady.
I mean, but like, is that again? We're getting to the point. Like, is a simple character a bad character?
No, she is consistent in what she is.
You can have like an entire movie filled with very simplistic characters that can be very well done. Like it happens. Like a lot of the old Disney movies that are classics. Like none of them. Like there are characters in those that heroes aren't very nuanced, we should say, like, but they're very well defined. Actually, no. Let's go to my favorite one. Fucking like One Piece. I'm not going to go to the whole thing, but like Luffy. Luffy is a very simple character that's very well defined, and people go, and I hear dipshits being like, he's a bad character because he doesn't change. It's like he doesn't need to. He's just a very well defined character, and he's challenged.
I don't even necessarily like so. I think he changes in minor aspects.
Oh no! What I mean is his outlook on life doesn't change. He doesn't have any drastic changes, but his competency and how he acts and stuff changes. But people act like the fact that he doesn't have any major shifts is bad. It's like, no, you can have a well-defined character that doesn't need to change, be a good character because they are very well characterized. And his thing, right? I'm not even saying it's good or bad. Like there are stories where it works and doesn't, but people have this shit where they have like. The predefined hero's journey bullshit, and it's like, right, that works out
in a book what is good rather than just being able to determine and analyze for themselves.
Even though that's not what the point of that book was, but whatever.
Exactly. But like
universally, the books that these people read that makes them feel so fucking smart are usually traditionally delivered alongside some kind of lecturer. Who will supplement the book by explaining things and elaborating and knocking this notion that they actually know things all the way out of their fucking heads so they might actually learn.
Yeah, you're not
even sometimes not even that. Sometimes the book just straight up says, "Don't take this as gospel," and they ignore that part.
Also, yeah.
By the way, I know a minor tangent, but has anyone actually read the Saves a Cat, the screenwriting book?
Yes, no. I have.
Right. Because well, here's the thing. I was just gonna say, my point is, I have read it. It's very interesting, but it basically is a guide on how to write the most insufferable movie from my point of view.
Yeah, that's also that was my interpretation. I was like, I understand what it's trying to do, but I hate almost every piece of advice it's trying to give me.
Yeah, I don't blame the guy. Like his point is like pure profitability, which is totally fine for like a kind of a pure pragmatic point. But as far as like somebody that loves media, I'm like, wow, you are basically showing like a categoric view of like a step-by-step how to make the most fucking dull as dirt movie that corporate fucking Hollywood says sells well. And I'm not even against the guy. Like he obviously knows his shit for like how to sell a movie that, you know, to get the money and blah blah blah, which is fine, but that doesn't mean you make a good product.
Also, and Ace, the reason I kind of even said like Luffy's gone through like even minor changes is because like I've had this argument with people so many times, like because there was recently an article that was it showed Jiraiya's death, Ace's death, Krillin's, and it was just like what had the most effect. And the guy said that character development and shonen shouldn't even be in the same. And it was just like
fundamentally just eliminated from the conversation because he's not willing to have the conversation.
Yeah.
I want to be fair, like, I don't know, because obviously everyone here knows that One Piece is my favorite story ever told. Luffy does have character development. What I mean is he doesn't have like these major shifts to how he
Yeah,
sees the
he
He
world.
doesn't have defined
it's very
character
subtle.
arcs that the narrative centers around.
Yeah,
Like,
uh,
the character or the story isn't about the way he changes. The story is about the journey, and the journey by its own function
and
changes it, but it's a side effect.
his very well defined character, how he interacts with this world. Like the main issue with the main point of One Piece is the fact that he goes to so many different places that have loads of different outlooks in life. It's kind of how he interacts with it rather than how he changes because of it. Even though he does change, but in small ways. But my point is more this whole simplicity equals bad is like, no, a good writer can make it. Yeah, it's just wrong. Yeah, you're right. It's just like a good writer can make a simple character very effective.
Like, especially
Yes.
when we're talking, like pre-time skip and like how specifically like Luffy's style is just as a captain, like fundamental, like especially when talking about like Sabaody and Thriller Bark, like how that is fundamentally changed as when they just got the Mary.
Well, getting back to like Superman, like I don't know don't get me wrong, I'm not a comic guy, but like going back to Superman, he has some nuances to him from what I can understand, but he's a very simple to understand character.
Yes.
He's very well defined, though.
Because he just wants to be a good person.
Yeah, he's very well defined. That doesn't mean he's a boring or even simple in the retarded sense character. He is just a very easy to understand character that has his own values and morals. He wears it on his sleeves. He's that kind of person. Again, that's why him and Batman come into conflict is interesting because of how they see the world differently, but also they respect each other. But that's a different thing. The point is, it's just why? Why would you say it's bad? Unless
Because
you're
there's
an
a
idiot.
very boring kind of person who believes that a character being unironically and unabashedly morally good is bad. They think the more gray and dull and just everything being varying shades of brown, everything is,
God.
the deeper it is.
It's
Yeah,
annoying because I love
so
those
I just-
characters as well, just for different reasons.
I just had this thought. How much do you want to bet that this guy's like favorite Superman analog is Homelander? Because that's what a lot of people
Oh, I
say
fucking-
is what,
God,
is what
man.
Superman would realistically
Right,
be.
I'm gonna say I've not watched the TV show, but I've read like the comic, and God, that's the most cringiest gay shit I've ever seen in my life.
The TV
Boys
show is
comic
better.
Is truly fucking awful.
It's
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
terrible.
yeah.
What I've heard from the
To
comic,
a
that's not
degree.
hard.
So the problem with the boys comic, that's not even dark or edgy. It's mean spirited because it just clearly hates comic.
Yeah,
book
no, you're right.
characters.
Yeah, you're totally right. I agree.
Hey.
It's actually like abysmal.
Hey, the
Yeah.
Professor Xavier analog in this with X-Men, he's actually a pedophile. Oh.
Oh
yeah,
my
It's
God!
the kind of Alan
We're
Moore
trying to say with this,
lord who
yeah?
thinks that realistic.
I'm getting another drink.
It's Garth Ennis, who Garth Ennis hates
Yeah.
superheroes.
It's realistic. It's realistic that everything in life sucks and you should not have any hope.
Meanwhile,
It's
like,
that's a great
the ul-
message.
It's like, oh
Meanwhile,
yeah, it's
and
realistic.
also
You
not
need to
correct.
take your fucking meds, my dude. What the fuck?
Yeah.
The only like cool like kind of like point I would ever give the TV show is like, yeah, Soldier Boy is probably more than likely what Captain America would be if he was real, because he
Yeah,
came
but
from a certain time period.
If he was
But-
manufactured in modern corporate America, maybe.
But Soldier Boy in the comics is this weak little guy.
Definitely talking more about the TV show. 'cause,
I
yeah,
know.
the
But
comic
people.
book is just stupid.
Well, it's
on
because
that.
Garth Ennis hates Captain America with a passion for some reason. He despises Captain America.
Because Captain America is unabashedly good, and he thinks.
But he loves. But he's fine with Superman and Wonder Woman though. That's the weird thing. He's
It
fine-
might just be America that makes his brain go.
Yeah, even though Captain America and Superman have basically the same morality.
Yeah, but
Yes,
like
what?
anything positive to do America might be, some people go like, I don't know, no, don't do it. How dare you be positive? How dare you like your country?
Because some people are just so cynical; they just genuinely can't believe that good
Yeah.
people would exist. Like,
Bro,
Yeah, they think goodness is unrealistic. Like,
yeah, that's
way to fucking telling yourself. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why like the biggest issue like that we would like the biggest nitpick of The Boys like season 1, which is probably the best of all the seasons.
Oh, dude, season 1 of The
Oh.
Boys was
That's-
actually good.
yeah,
Even though
so
it did have some of that DNA in it.
the only
I'm
problem
glad I stopped
with
at
that
season 1.
is
I'm not a
the
fan of season 1.
idea
I'm glad I
is-
stopped.
the only real
Good
flaw
for
is
you.
that the with the cynicalness is that apparently Starlight is the only hero that actually just does hero work, and then everybody gets pissed. It's like there'd be a lot if this was a quote unquote realistic world. There'd be a lot of people that would be doing that.
Yeah, or at least trying.
Yeah, she would not be alone in this issue. People are fundamentally we're not all
You'd think a
shitbags.
I think a superhero company that doesn't do superhero stuff, eventually people would like, see patterns and go like, hey, wait a minute,
Yeah.
you're actually not
Yeah,
doing
well,
anything.
Well, that's why, like, despite the violent means, that's why people looked up to Homelander. He immediately he saved 2 boys and then threw that fucking guy, and he's like, "Are you 2 all right?" Like, it's a farce, but that's what made it so interesting.
Yeah.
As I said, it's like we're watching through the lens of a 5-year-old.
Explain what you
The entire debate
mean.
revolves around whether it is within a superhuman vigilante's rights to kill the supervillains that they fight. Only it's done in the most black and white way that I've ever seen in comic book media.
Then you haven't watched. Then your view of comic book media is very, very, very little. Like,
Also, when it comes to Superman stories, there's not, like,
Also,
it is just okay to be sort of black and white.
I was gonna
because
say like that. I don't see that as a criticism. It's just
Superman possesses godlike power. Like, you really want someone like him in charge of everyone. No
Well-
one would ever have a say with their lives ever again.
I mean, the point of this movie, again, like, I agree that there's, like, a kind of, that more time would be nice, but, like, the point of this movie is, like, the 2 extremes, and, like, how the one having their, like, altruistic view affects the other one to thinking they need to have the kind of the polar opposite extreme view, which is, like, my issue was more, like, I want the middle ground, but we don't get that because there's not enough time to explore that, but it is just showing how extremism is bad. Like, that's the point of the movie. If you're like,
Yeah.
I don't like black and white, it's like, oh, well, the point of this movie is extremism. That's like, you're not going to get not that.
yeah.
Also, yeah, if
but-
you're only black and white, you shouldn't be watching a Superman story.
Well, but it doesn't matter. Like, the point is that regardless if it's Superman or not, this is a movie about how extremism is bad because it goes too far. Like, I don't know how else you could show that other than extremism, because that's literally the definition of extremism.
yeah.
Right.
If you don't like it, that's fine, but it's not bad.
Yeah, but if this is the most black and white superhero media you've ever consumed, then he hasn't watched a lot of it, because, like, The Flash has, like, something like this, but it's done in the most retarded and stupid way imaginable, because it
I
literally
need-
else. Yeah.
I want
'cause
I want
Barry Allen-
references as well, though. Like, why? Tell me what they are, because I don't even disagree. But I'm like, tell me what you think. Otherwise, if you're just saying it's black and white, it's like, all right, I can't even argue with you because you haven't told me why.
Yeah. And more or less he's trying to say it's black and white, therefore bad, and it's like,
No, I'm
But
gonna
that's-
say I need
yeah,
you.
but that's-
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Good point. I not only do I need to tell you like the black and white points, I also need you to tell me why these points don't work.
yeah.
If you kill in the logic of this movie, you are automatically evil.
No.
Nope.
That's
No,
not
no.
what the movie's telling us. I like
No.
even
The opposite of what the movie
I was
says.
gonna say even
the
how
problem-
criticism I have of this movie, that's not what the movie tells us at
The
all.
problem with Manchester Black isn't that he's killing people. He's fucking giving them super duper brain aneurysms and fucking torturing them. Because, like you said, with the whole, like, almost to bring it back to the Joker conversation, no one would ever have a problem if you just simply took Joker and shot him in the back of the head. Done. It's over. Torturing him, however, that's like a bigger fucking issue because now we're just inflicting pain instead of just.
Well, I was
simply
gonna say-
ending the problem.
One of the better scenes of the movie is when Manchester Black is using his brain power, his psychic powers to like fuck with that guy's mind, and Superman's like, "Bro, you're going too far. You're like torturing him." And then Manchester Black is like, "It's the only way we'll learn." And you're getting the 2 extremes. It's actually a good scene. My issue with the scene is I want more time with it, not that it's bad. Like,
Yeah.
it's not a 5-year-old. It's just somebody rushed.
Yeah, but more importantly, the thing about Manchester Black is that he's just very angry at the world because of how he grew up. Because we actually get his back, despite him kind of like altering things a bit to try and maybe make himself look a bit more appealing to Superman. He's not an inherently bad person. He's
not. He's not evil. He's been warped by how fucked up the world is, which is why like these morally grey characters are cool. Again, this is why I would love a whole like TV show or movie series, because I think Manchester Black could be really interesting if you explored his character really deep down. But obviously, that's not the time limit that we're given.
Yeah.
But it's not bad. It's just. Here's the thing: I would totally agree with a point saying Superman versus the Elite is rushed and a longer what would you call it, like a longer runtime or
I feel
series
like
or
it
whatever
would've
could have
been-
increased it. It's fine, but like that's a different argument than bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, the more I've just been kind of thinking about this. I think it wouldn't have been that bad if it was like more a 3-episode, 45-minute miniseries.
Yeah, or like I don't know if I said it after
Yeah.
before you joined White, but I was like, if they did it as like a part 1 and part 2 kind of movie, like a first movie and a second movie, that probably would have given you more time. The point is, I know we're gonna get. It's like I want to know why this is bad, not you telling me it's bad.
Yeah. Because like, and speaking of runtime, this movie, this video, not this movie, but this video is not even 12 minutes long.
Well, you actually did raise a point. What is the runtime of Superman vs. the Elite?
It's like
Now-
115
hang on,
minutes
I'll
or
check.
something. Or sorry, an hour 15, not 115. Hour 15, I think.
Elite runtime.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'm gonna play it.
An hour, and again, it's an hour and 50 minutes. It's really short.
Yeah, that's
I would
that's not
totally.
even a full 90 minutes. That,
With
yeah,
with
that's,
with with how serious the conversation is, I would totally be like, if you made this like two-hour movies, that would be like what I would want. But obviously, you only have as much time as you have money for, and it's like, and I would totally be down with the criticism of, man, if they had more time, they could flesh the story out to be way more compelling. Because I that's like my position. But I need to know why what they've said is bad, rather. I don't know. I don't know if you guys like. Would you say like? Don't get me wrong. Like, I think there is issues because it's rushed, but I think somebody giving me the argument that it's rushed as opposed to it's bad are the two different arguments.
it's two entirely different things.
Because like I think what they did with their runtime was good, but like I'm totally like, man, if they had more time, it could have been way better.
Yeah.
I am surprised by this because I just simply saw it. 60% liked this movie, Google users, and it's just like, oh, those 40% are wrong.
Well, in fairness, like if you look at like terrible movies that people existed, like freaking like Last Jedi and all that shit, they'll have like weird skew things, and we're like, why is that not like 0%? Because it's terrible. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Right.
Yeah.
We've
Take-
always we've always
take that for what it
disagreed
is.
with
Yeah.
We've always disagreed with aggregates. They're only useful as like a minor temperature gauge.
They're more of like a kind of an interest of how like the like normie Google people see the movie. Like if you're telling me that 60% liked this movie, I'm like, that's fine, but it doesn't tell me why they disliked it. You know, the 40%.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
And
then there's just
this guy saying it's written by a 5-year-old, I'm like, oh, you're an idiot.
I mean,
because
then
that's
there's
not
just
the point.
outright. Then there's just outright bullshit like Rotten Tomatoes, which is like 80%. That only means like 83% of audiences rated it higher than a 6 out of 10.
I'll have you know that they are the most upstanding human beings that would never delete most of the reviews for bad movies
yeah.
that they do all the time.
Aside the scumminess, like that's its own fucking issue. But their way of measurement is just
They haven't done that for a while now because they've realized it's backfired. But it was funny how long they were doing that for.
It's funny how blatantly they were doing it.
Yeah.
because at least Metacritic, it is a genuine like percentage and
They did
like,
that for Black Panther
average.
2, didn't they?
Yes.
Black Panther 2, like almost all negative reviews, they go, oh, I fucking love Black Panther 2. Oh, when I come to America, we need to go to the cinema, guys, because it was so funny when I went with Tom and that.
Okay.
Hey, look, I can have fun.
You can.
We
have
can
fun.
we can watch next year whatever cringe comes out. I don't know what's coming out next year. I don't know.
All right. Let's.
Any half-hearted attempts that the movie tries to say otherwise are null because it contradicts itself and shoots itself in the foot every step of the way. In their first scene, the titular elite team kills a dog just for it barking at them. Already,
Well, no, it's only Pam does it. So already, but even then, it's like it's more or less painting them as like, all right, they're not exactly your typical like superhero, quote unquote.
No, they're extremists. That's the
Yes.
point. And again, it's not even all like Manchester Black. It's her does it, and we kind of see her as kind of a very, very simple. That thing is against me. End.
Yeah, Pam is very impulsive. She
And
does-
I don't want to be a thing. I don't like Pam as a person. She is awful. Like this is just definitely the Samantha. I fucking hate dog killers. But like, I feel that's kind of cementing the point of the movie. They're extremists, and then like when you like put that into like, oh well, here are the characters. Which one's the most? Oh, she is the most, like you said, impulsive, and she will react to threat. It's like, yeah, they're the bad guys.
Yeah,
well, they're the antagonists.
Kiss is the second example. Like, she very much, like, she does what is the first thought that comes to her brain every time.
This isn't simple. People like this exist in the world. Sorry. This is simple, not bad. She is a reactive character. She's not very nuanced. That's not bad. That's just, it is. If you don't like it, that's fine, but
more
it's not
specifically,
bad.
he's stating this as a contradiction.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It's just not.
And more specifically, it's not even. It's her specifically. Like Manchester could probably have Manchester could probably not like the fact that she just killed an innocent dog.
Well, I mean, like Manchester probably would have just ignored it.
Yeah, and like
because
all the others kind of ignore it as well. Like Coldcast and the Hat, they don't like. They're not the ones that kill it. They just kind of go.
It's a dog. Like, what are they gonna like? What's gonna happen? Like, just move on.
but like you're saying like this guy, his thing, right? I'm trying to. All right, I've got a good example as like a really bad version of this. Did anyone see The Crimes of Grindelwald, which is the second Fantastic Beasts movie?
I think I saw like the last 10 minutes of it.
Fucking terrible.
Wasn't it?
I had a lot of.
I believe you.
I had a lot of fun.
Correctly, Grindelwald's plan is we got to kill Muggle babies to prevent World War II.
Right. Yeah, but I'm gonna give like a very specific point about how like, a bad version to do with this. So, it's a beast movie for magic beasts. Whatever. It's a bad movie. I'm not. But in the start of the movie, he uses a beast that obviously he owns to escape from prison. Fine. And then this beast is obviously very loyal to him. He's the bad guy, so he nuzzles it and then throws it out the window.
Right, but he needs it though.
No. It's after he's free. He just does it because he's evil.
Right, but okay.
No, but that's the bad version of that.
Yeah.
You're like, this guy's evil. There's an ally. He'll kill it because he's evil. Whereas this
Therefore, he just chooses the renegade dialogue option in every single fucking shot.
Yes.
Yeah, but my point is like that's the extreme shit version because that's just he's evil, kill animal, blah, 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 and I'm like that's crap. Whereas this person sees a threat, she kills it. Very simple, not like nuance, not very deep, not deep at all. But it's not bad. It's who she is.
It's more that she just doesn't really think that it has value.
Yeah. She doesn't give a shit.
No reason.
This isn't like an ally that she goes lol. It's like no, this thing is barking and it's like a threat to her, and it's like a threat to her in that it's an the dog is antagonistic to her. It's not a threat because she doesn't. It's not. You know, she could. I mean, it's not an issue. But you know what I mean. Like this isn't bad. This is simple. I don't know how else to describe it. It doesn't mean it's bad just because it's simplistic.
Yeah. Have you considered that it was written by somebody who is 5 years old?
Exactly.
Oh shit! I forgot. Fuck.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
They are evil, and I don't mean that facetiously. It's common in media to use some mundane little evil act, like kicking a dog, to show us the extent of a character's villainy. They do it not as an end.
It's common, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's what you're saying.
Right. No. Here's the thing. Right. I very much am on this sympathetic to a degree because I've seen other shows that piss me off. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, kill the dog shit pisses me off because that is actually oversimplistic. But the dog is trying to hurt is a threat, and it's like it's not a reasonable threat, but she's just like what would you call it? Imagine in real life if you had like the powers of Superman, like any of us, and we were very self-centered and very. If you had a man with a gun that shot at you, it's not a threat to you, but you kill him because he's a threat to you. It's like that.
Yeah, it's inconvenient and annoying, and it takes me literally one look to get rid of that annoyance.
Yeah, not to mention he's also like you're like he's just gonna be a pain for others as well.
But you know what I mean? Like you're like that's evil because it's like yeah I know, but like it's something that has gone against you. So the fact that you want to take it out isn't ridiculous. Whereas there are other shows. I don't want to sing because I know people love it, and I love it as well for other reasons. But one of the things I fucking hate in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is kill the dog is a very shorthand thing for like just, and it's always cringe.
Dia literally puts Jonathan's dog in a fucking incinerator.
So
okay, killing the dog on its own.
That was one of the better ones.
Dio does it with such fucking flamboyance.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
and then the fact that he keeps fucking doing it.
I was about to say.
I was gonna say that's
repetition
actually
is
one of
what
the.
gets
He,
me.
he,
I'm
he
gonna-
found an evil bird that
I'm gonna
specifically
say
kills dogs.
that although
That's an
although
evil bird.
although I'm a dog lover and
That's
it
so fucking evil.
although I'm a dog lover, it upsets me. But Dio's one of the better ones. What I remember though, I can't remember the guy's name, but I remember the first bad guy from Diamond is Unbreakable. That guy just fucking bites the snout off a dog that's just there, and like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah,
It's cringe
that's
as
why-
shit.
Yeah, that was
It's
pretty
the
bad.
repetition
That was
gets me every
awful.
time,
Yeah.
'cause it's
Yeah.
like, because it's like what, like I don't mind.
Like,
it
you
with
already
Dio,
told me
but
he was a serial killer. He didn't need this.
Dio the very first time.
and he's a
like,
stone at the end of the episode, so who cares?
Yeah, it's
Like-
it's absolutely cringe. Sorry, Wyatt.
No, you're fine. Dio at the fucking first time he meets Jonathan and fucking wait, is it Jonathan or Joseph? I do.
Just Jonathan, the first one.
Jonathan's the
Jonathan's
first one.
The second that he sees Jonathan's dog, immediately kicks it. Then, like a few episodes later, throws it in a fucking burn pit. All right, it's a bit psychopathic, but he really
No,
thinks one
it's
fucking person.
evil,
And then-
and I personally don't like it, but it's not a actual criticism against the show.
Mean-
That's a personal thing for me.
Meanwhile, throughout the rest of the show, how are we going to do this for the rest of the villains? We always gotta show a dog be brutally
Yeah,
murdered.
yeah,
It's like-
that's right. That's
wasn't-
the cheap thing.
Wasn't
That is
one of the first scenes of what's the one? What season is it where they introduce Stans? That's Diamond is Unbreakable.
Yeah,
right?
Diamond is
No,
Unbreakable.
no,
No, sorry,
no,
that's
no, no,
Stardust
No, Stan's
Crusaders.
just not the Crusaders.
Stardust
Yeah.
Crusaders, yeah. Stardust.
Stamps
Stars
with Joe Turo. Yeah,
Isn't that where isn't that the season where we just see a dog get like brutally shot and ripped in half and shit?
the first one in Stardust Crusaders is the dog that gets his head ripped off, but that's actually not actually that cringe. It's still upsetting, but it's not as cringe. It's the Diamond is Unbreakable one where he bites the snout of it is the awful one because it makes no sense.
I mean, Stardust Crusaders also gives you a dog that is himself also a stand user. So
yeah, Ziggy, yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, but that's a cool one. But my point,
Throw the dog at the blind man.
I think you will get what my point is that I don't disagree with this guy's. It's one of those weird ones where I don't agree with his endpoint, where it's a really cheap way of showing it, but this movie does not do that.
No.
This movie is reinforcing that this person will take the easiest option. Again, the extremist. Oh, I could help this person, or I could arrest them, or I could stop them, but I could kill them. And it's like, a doggo is an easy way to show that. Simple, yes. Bad, no.
Yeah.
Defy the means or for any material gain. They just do it because it's writing shorthand for "I'm evil, don't have sympathy for."
It's not an innocent dog. It's trying to get her.
Yeah, it's barking at her aggressively.
It's not like his thing. It's not a threat to her, but it isn't. It is something that it is absolutely against her. It's not like a random puppy that's in the street that she kicks for no reason, which would be the bad example of it, which happens and it's cringe in
Yeah.
other media.
Yeah, but yeah.
Has its own TV tropes entry if you want to read about more examples. It's revealed toward the end of the movie that every member of the elites are criminals, and that their records
Yes.
were washed clean when they were recruited by the British government to try and make them into new Supermen for their own ends.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's not
but-
an issue. That's the plot point.
Yeah.
Mr. Black's backstory is a load of rubbish. Failing to mention that his sister is still alive is a good example. And that dear old dad suffered a massive stroke when Chester decided he was due for one.
Yeah, because
exactly.
his dad was abusive.
Yeah, but again, that reinforces the point. His dad was abusive, so he took the extreme option. Mm-hmm. That's his character.
And how Vera's rescue resulted in the deaths of a dozen people when he crushed the train that hit her.
He
Yeah.
was a child.
He was a
Yeah, but that's the point. It kind of just reinforces that that's how he started. He was encouraged, therefore he didn't stop.
Yeah, but with the people dying on the train, like it's also potentially like a memory he doesn't really like, the fact that innocent people died because
No,
of his
but
abilities
what
awakening.
But what I mean is, yeah, well, you're not wrong. But what I mean is, even if you like saw it differently, if he used that to save his sister or whatever, and they died, but then the British government took him in and said, "No, it's okay. You did it for the good reasons," and obviously they were grooming him to their side. I feel that's a way that reinforces his viewpoint, which is how he acts.
Yes.
Which would not be a bad thing. It would be a character motivation to add to what he already has.
Yeah.
Like, I want to know why this is bad. You're just telling me what happens.
Yeah.
Because he says so. That's pretty much been his whole fucking deal. It
Yes.
is bad because I say so and you will accept it. And it's like, No, I don't have to accept the goddamn thing you're saying.
I need a
Exactly.
reason.
Chester decided he was due for one, and how Vera's rescue resulted in the deaths of 12 people when he crushed the train that hit her.
But no, but specifically, he didn't mean to kill all of those people. That's actually quite important.
He
so.
was a child.
No,
Like,
but it's in the movie that obviously the point is that in the film that it's a record that's been scrubbed because they want to paint him as more of a hero because they're
Hell.
using him for their ends. Again, it's
Hell,
more of a
if-
it's a point of grooming by a government. If nothing else, it's a very background point, but it's like what governments do to paint themselves as the good guy. Oh, they use other people to, you know.
Yeah, and if this and if the movie had more time, I bet that we would have gotten a line from Superman of like, that wasn't more your fault as much as it was your government just covering that up because you couldn't have possibly known.
What I mean, yeah, I mean, but
Trial.
what else is the government going to do? Just admit that this person did this? They're gonna try and cover it up if they want to use them because
Yeah,
they
yeah.
want to paint them as a sympathetic person. What?
Well, yeah, that's also like Superman would be willing to sort of like he would be willing to brush that aside if it's explained, like if it was given the more time, because Superman has stood up to when somebody has been a victim to a point. That's why one of my favorite panels is it's fairly recent compared to the whole history of comics, is when Billy Batson Shazam like hurt like a hero. I think damn near killed him. Superman is just going like, what the hell? And Shazam's breaking down crying. It's like, he killed my best friend. And the kid was, of course, like, the Shazam has the body of a 30-year-old while he's friends with like a 7-year-old. It's like, what are you talking about? He turns back into Billy, and the first thing Superman does is like, who did this to you?
And he goes to the
Oh, I
wizard
remember
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Then he goes
But-
to the
but-
wizard Shazam and says, "He's a fucking child. How could you do this?" And then it's like,
Yeah.
well, it's happened. What he can use is someone to help him. And then Superman goes to Billy and just shows that, yeah, I'm Superman. I'm gonna help you.
But just keeping it to like this movie at this point, I'm just thinking like, Superman very much empathizes with how frustrated they are at the world. He is just desperate to bring them on the right path, and when he realizes that's not going to happen, that's when he starts being more confrontational with them. It's a good point. It's a
Actually,
good
best
bit of the
part
movie.
is that when Mr. Manchester and Superman are talking, Superman empathizes with everything he's saying. It's like they're on the same page. They want the world to be better and safer, and a vision for the future that means that people don't have to live in fear of war and fucking terrorism and all of the bad shit. It's just Manchester, apart from having like the rough upbringing he did, he's also human. So he doesn't have that kind of custodial detached feeling that Superman usually comes with, where he's like, hey, I grew up here. I am very much a part of this world. I care about it a whole lot, but I'm not human. And everything I do is kind of colored by that. Meanwhile, Mr. Manchester's like, I'm as human as it fucking gets. These bitches need to die.
Well, it's a nice gradual thing, isn't it? We start with Superman being like, oh, these guys are actually all right. And then, oh, wait, they're a bit extreme, but I can bring them on the right path. No, you need to understand this. All right, turn yourselves in, but I will really help you. And then we can get you back on the right path. All right, you need to stop. No, I'm stopping you. It's an actual really, the one, not the one thing, there's loads of things. But one of the many things I'll give this movie is Superman is desperate to bring these guys just in line with his altruist view of the world. You know, he wants them to help him.
I bet
Why
there
wouldn't
was
he?
like I bet
Yes.
there was like a path in his head that he didn't need to even go all out in that fight. It probably wasn't until like when he was getting like, having a seizure and a supernova went off in his face. He's just like, all right, no, I'm enacting the rest of my plan. There's probably...
there's like a point, like I want to be like, even after they fuck up, like as far as Superman's concerned, even he's like, turn yourselves in, I will help you, and then we can get you back on being like, as far as Superman's concerned, I want you to be the hero that people deserve. Other people have turned it around. I will let you, I want you in. But then when they just won't accept it, he's just like, that's when it goes too far. Yeah, I mean, he is desperate to have them on his side because he sees them as he sees why they're frustrated, and he just wants them to understand why he doesn't agree with them. And he's like, guys, you can be a real good force for good. Again, simple, but it's totally.
And it almost
fine.
breaks down to like, just stop doing this and like let me just talk to you for like a full week Like
Because
and just, like,
because even when he's saying for them to turn themselves in, he's not even saying that they need to go to jail forever. He's like, guys, just turn yourselves in, then we can get you back on the right track. He's very much for the rehabilitation style of it, and he's even like, I want you to be a hero. Like you can work with turn yourselves in. We'll get everyone on the same page, and then we'll get you being heroes, for good, and not going to the extreme.
Because he can see the potential.
Yeah, exactly, and it's a good point. And then before then, he's like, we can work together. No, calm down. But then it's just it gets to the point where he's just like he sees them just as not evil, but
They're set in their own ways. And
I'm going to be really really like simplistic here, but it's like he needs to stop them, unfortunately.
Yeah, because because while they have maybe necessarily built on quote unquote good intentions now. It's one of that slippery slope where if you just respond to like any kind of major conflict or really anything with just immediate lethal violence and lethal force, well, I mean,
yeah, it's a slippery slope.
Yeah, what precedent? Well, and it's also about setting an example. Like a hero does more than simply save people. You're also setting an example for the people that you save, and if your example is somebody wrongs you, respond with extreme force, that doesn't really make a better society, whereas showing people compassion and kindness will make a better society, even if it is the one
thing I am going to say, like, as a criticism of the movie is, I can't remember the names of the countries, I don't know if they're made up or not, but the conflict between the two nations. The one thing I will say is I genuinely think it would have been better for the movie if that was spontaneous and the elite reacted, because the fact that it's set up makes you wonder why Superman didn't step in earlier.
I mean,
I feel that's more of a framing issue, though, rather than I'm like, if this has been an issue that had happened at the time, because with the UN meeting we get earlier, you're like, this happened for a while, and then the fact that it goes earlier, oh well, Superman tried to get in touch with each other, like he waited a long time for people to start killing each other already, then waited a while for some reason. That's an unfortunate bit, but
I can see where you're coming from. The framing's a bit odd.
I think it would have been better. Sorry, Jacob, I'm just saying, I'll let you talk, but after. My point would be, I think it would have been better if you had it as like war broke out between these two nations, and then you're like, Superman's like, I gotta get there to like get them to talk to each other, but then before he does that, the elite already react and it's more like a shock to the world rather than a precedent, because you're more like, why has Superman just waited this long? It feels kind of arbitrary. That is an issue I have with the film.
From what I understand, like at least from what I remember, it's that they didn't start like killing each other until that.
No, they had, because in the UN meeting, one of them already accuses the other of like killing civilians.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about like right there, because like the implication I think is like tensions were high, but like nothing horrible had happened, at least not for a long time. And then and then he immediately goes to stop them.
Also, we don't know if the UN accusations are true. Like it could just be them, like it could be that saying that the opposite side did this, when in all reality it was just.
I'm fine with that. Again, that's just a more time thing, because as far as the movie is concerned, that had already happened, because that's what we're told as the audience.
Yeah.
Like that is probably my one major criticism of the film. Either we need confirmation that it's exaggeration, or we need it to be later so that it's a very sudden thing that Superman is like, I'm going to stop them to, in the least violent way as possible, with just the, stop and talk. And then the elite react quickly. Whereas the movie frames it as, this is already happening, and Superman is not doing anything. And then when the elite react, it acts like Superman could have stopped them, and then you've already stopped it. Like, but this has been happening for months, according to the movie. I don't know. That is my issue with the movie.
Could be worse. You could have a army general man who's just angry that Superman stopped an avalanche.
What?
Oh my god!
Is that a different movie?
Superman and Lois.
Superman and Lois is one of those shows where like everything that doesn't involve the superhero plot is pretty good, but when the superhero plot invades, the show becomes like kind of incoherent gibberish.
Might give it a go. But I want to say, like, do you guys think I'm being unreasonable as a big criticism I have with the film?
Yeah, that's
No,
fair.
it's just
Nah.
once again that whole like there's just not enough time that.
Yeah, like my issue is I want more explanation on this because I totally see where Superman's coming from. It doesn't mean it's not a problem with the characterization. I just think how the world state is shown and how it's trying to show the audience because of the rush, the short runtime. I'm like, no, you need to frame this better
Yeah.
to be perfect. Whereas it's more of a detractor for me. Like without that issue, I think this would be an easy 8 out of 10 for me. But to me, I'm like it goes it down to like a 7 or a high 6. But that's still good for me because I know you guys know how I feel about movies. I'm like 5 out of 10 is average. Above there is like you get into good territory. A 6 out of 10 is a good movie. 7 is great and blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And I'm torn between this movie being a 6 or a 7 out of 10, which is a good to great movie.
I think for me it's either a 7 or an 8.
I wouldn't even detract anyone else. I'm just saying my opinion. You know.
But
Yeah, I think I put it at about a 7. It's a very flawed, very good movie.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
it
Yeah.
all just depends on where your scale is. Like considering like my personal scale is more inclined towards character work. Like that's why.
Oh yeah,
I'm
Superman's
doing-
character in this movie is phenomenal. That's why I'm like,
Yeah.
but
But
if
there are
anyone says this
points
is a
where
bad
you're-
movie, they're wrong.
Yes.
But there are, of course, points where the plot can be so bad it either infects the characters or it just has to be.
Right, yeah,
That's why-
like
like,
Superman and Lois season 2.
But my issue is like it doesn't make this movie a bad movie. It just unfortunately is more flawed than it needed to be. But again, I think that's when we're getting into the more like how this movie could have been better. Whereas this guy is saying categorically it's bad because of this, where it's not. And it's not even simple. It's just it could be either told better or more runtime to explain it better.
Yeah.
And it's also a very, very minor nitpick that's not even in relation to this. The Superman and Lois hanging out together all the time. It's just, especially when by the end they just fly off together. It's like, really, no one has connected the dots. It's like,
No, we're wearing glasses when he's not Superman. So yeah, ignore. Yeah.
To be fair, it is a bit more than that, but yeah.
I'm taking
I
a
know,
piss.
I know.
the movie does not show the separation. But
No, it
granted,
doesn't. It doesn't.
But granted, Clark is not normally when he's in Clark mode is not around other people.
One
He's
of the things
normally-
I remember, I want to point out, I've not seen it for such a long time, but I remember what's the actor's name? You know the live action Superman movie from back in the 70s or was it 80s? Whatever.
Christopher Reeves.
He was great at like doing the hunched down to show that kind of meekness, even though he had the structure.
Oh yeah, he actually had like he's the only one I've ever seen make it convincing that people didn't know. Clark
Yeah,
was
yeah,
Superman.
exactly.
We
Thank
gotta
you,
show
sir.
you guys Superman and Lois. Tyler Hoechlin has nailed that like 100.
Tyler
Oh, no,
Hoechlin is the best
I'm
live
not
action
saying
Superman.
I'm not
I
saying it's
know.
anyone else. I just mean that
I
like
know.
the
I know,
animation
it's-
doesn't do it, whereas his live action perfect was really good for that. That was what
I
my
know.
point
It's
was.
just any opportunity to sort of when you hear that sort of praise of Superman, it's what makes us instantly shill that show because it's so fucking.
Oh
good.
yeah, I've not seen it, and I wouldn't even disagree. My point, I don't even disagree with you, but it's like the animated movies. It's probably their one flaw is
Yeah.
that they always have Clark
The
Kent, not
closest-
Superman, as
Yeah,
being the
Clark
same
Kent looks
Chad.
fucking dieseled and yoked.
Yeah, and you're like, bruh, he's
mean-
just
I
wearing
mean,
glasses.
Yeah, I mean,
All-Star Superman kind of does it a bit better.
No, yeah,
At
yeah,
the-
oh, yeah. That was
at
that
the
was
same time,
exact-
Seven
however-
foot tall is like who could be Superman?
So I was going to say, hold on.
You get
I
Chad
will.
walking around like Jesus Christ.
But he
I
wears
will-
glasses.
fucking Hercules walked in and is like, oh, hello, Clark.
I would like to apply for a job. You can have it. Just don't eat me.
Yeah.
It is in All Star Superman. It's like, yeah, he's got the demeanor down. That man's still built like a fucking.
Yeah, I'm
slab
gonna
of
say
human meat.
it's genuinely more like how they yeah, like Reeves, was it Reeves? He said.
Yeah,
Christopher
Christopher
Reeve.
Reeve.
Yeah. He really does think, even though obviously he is a Chad of a human being, he really makes you see that you would kind of, if you like, unless you were like looking at him like through a magnifying glass, you wouldn't notice it as prominently. I don't know how to
Yeah.
describe it.
You got
Yeah.
me thinking more about the All Star Superman movie and how Lex Luthor
Good
is
movie.
constantly like belittling Clark as like a weak little Clark Kent. It's like, are you looking at the same guy?
Yeah.
Man
But
looks like he could eat you. And
Do you remember they lost the point in the? I don't get me wrong. Like I don't actually hate this movie, but remember the fucking Batman vs Superman movie where we had fucking not Lex do that thing with like, wow, that guy's solid as a brick. He's like, you've missed the point when you did that. you know, when he hits him and like he's like fucking steel. It's like, oh god.
Yeah.
We're getting off topic again, but
Yeah,
Christ,
Wow,
it
that
fucking
is one
upsets
hell
me.
of a handshake. You wouldn't want to fight this guy.
Yeah, it's so. I don't hate that movie because there's stuff in there that is okay, but God, there's cringe
On a
shit.
surface level, like on my first viewing, Henry, like Superman's death did get me.
I walked
My-
out when Superman died. I'm like, this is so stupid, retarded.
I
shit.
fucking.
I'm
Do
done.
you know the bit that I thought was always hilarious in that movie? You know when he stabbed him with the. I know. Sorry, I'll get the. But you know when he stabbed him with the spear?
Yeah.
Why did he push it out of him? Why would that help?
It wouldn't. But then
Exactly.
also-
I always.
then
That
he-
was the first thing I thought. Like, what the fuck?
But then he let out the super scream. That could
Shut
be
you.
heard
Okay, no,
all
we're
across
continuing.
the
We're
planet.
continuing.
In the
Yeah,
Wars
yeah,
canon,
yeah,
it
yeah.
does.
Yeah.
The rescue team isn't much better. No murders, but criminal records a mile long, all wiped clean when they were recruited.
So right there, we learned that none of them really care about justice or about doing what's right. They just
Yes, they do.
No. No,
They
I was
do-
gonna say he's about to say they just want to kill. That's not true. It's just their version of justice is to kill bad guys.
Yeah.
I'm
for a lot of-
fascinated to hear what he thinks about soldiers in real
Which,
life.
to be
Yeah.
fair to a lot of people, yeah, there are just some people that do not necessarily have that conversation morality, but that's sort of like, yeah, it is my job that if I need to kill somebody, that's just what needs to.
Oh no,
fucking happen.
I agree.
Yeah.
But that is not these characters. These characters genuinely think they're doing
Yeah.
good.
Yes.
It's why Slur kind of hit on the nail on the head, where it's like this guy's opinion on soldiers is probably very.
It doesn't
shitty.
matter. But he literally like they don't care about justice. They just want to kill. Right. I know. Like we said, there's like Pam and there's maybe a couple others that possibly fit in that to a degree, but their leader Manchester Black definitely doesn't. He only wants to kill bad guys. And
Yes.
again, it's extreme, but that's how. But his worldview has like shaped that. That's how he thinks justice is done.
Yes.
Do you think he actually had it in him to kill Superman?
Yes.
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 I think that's kind of the point at the end. I don't think he
If we're
wanted
talking just,
to.
like raw moral metal that's steel in himself. Yeah, he had that.
I was gonna say I
Whether or
don't
not
think
he had the full ability. That's a different thing.
Well, I
Oh,
was
yeah,
gonna say,
no, like ability, like yeah, that's completely separate. I've always just loved having that conversation of itself. Is like, could somebody truly go through with their like as we talked about Batman? I honestly think that there is definitely a story in which he is torturing the Joker, but he still couldn't at the end of the day kill him. 'Cause he
Yeah,
just
so
still doesn't have it in him.
Why? As the thing, as far as I'm concerned with that question, I think that he wouldn't want to kill Superman because he knows Superman is a good guy. But I think if he genuinely thought that Superman being alive gets in the way of the justice that he thinks is true, that he would kill him because he thinks it's for justice's sake. Like,
Yeah.
he'd be like, I take no pleasure in this, but you're in the way, and you will make life worse for the everyman because that's how he sees himself.
Yeah.
And he is
is
willing to
that-
kill for that mission.
I'm gonna say, like, I think that's a fair, what would you call it, like assessment, even if
a
someone
reasonable
disagrees.
character.
Interpretation, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah,
He
I
would
think
obviously
he would.
rather not kill Superman.
Oh, yeah,
but I
agree-
don't
yeah.
think he would stop at killing Superman.
No, yeah, I think he totally could. I think Manchester Black probably wouldn't want to kill Superman, but I agree that he probably, if he genuinely thought it was the best way forward, he would rationalize it as a good, not as a good thing, as a like a necessary evil, you know.
Yes.
When they were recruited.
Because he likes
Right
Superman.
there,
Yeah, he does.
we learned that none of them really care about justice or
Wrong.
about doing what's right. They just
Wrong.
want to kill and cause destruction. Manchester
Wrong.
Black
Very much
wins
wrong.
like an evil little minion when he causes people harm. Jason Todd never did that. He never lied to the public or presented himself as anything.
Well, first of all, not true. Secondly, Manchester Black thinks he's doing a good thing.
So,
Yeah.
as much as I love dear old Jason boy, bag full of severed heads.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I was gonna say
There's
first
a
of all.
part of him that very much enjoyed what he was doing.
No, I was gonna say his thing was like vindictive revenge in like a, as far as he would like rationalize it as like a moral stance. Manchester Black is just, oh, I'm outright gonna say if I can torture people and kill them and it is for the greater good, I will do it. But he won't do it for no reason. Like he wouldn't pick a random person off the street to do it.
Yeah.
The reason he fights Superman in the scene he's showing is because he sees him as an obstacle to how he sees justice being served. Because he sees Superman as a force for good, but him being opposed to him is a problem for how he sees how justice should be served to the world.
Yeah.
It's flawed, and again, simplistic, but not an issue, and is definitely within character for everyone. I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about.
More than a scumbag. Yes, he felt wrongly justified in doing all of these horrible things, and he mocked those who thought they were on top, only to be knocked down by Jason. But at the end of the day, he believed that what he was doing was right. He believed that his actions were the least of all possible evils, and that he was ultimately still trying to save lives.
The same as the Elite. Yes, that's what these guys
do. The attitude, but the attitude's entirely different, though. The first example was the Bag of Severed Heads. It even is stated in the Death of the Family interactive movie, which is a sequel to Under the Red Hood. He very much enjoyed what he was doing.
But why? Don't you think it's quite funny how then he just literally described Jason Todd incorrectly, but just described the Elite correctly while saying that's how the Elite weren't?
Well, literally, what Andrew Black says to Superman is people want a hero that can cut the cancer out of society permanently.
Yeah, and it's funny because I don't know. I think it's again, the only thing I want to reiterate, my only problem with this movie is I just want more time with it because I think it's a fascinating subject.
Yeah.
Because
I imagine we could have a whole 2-hour movie that's just the debate, and I feel like we'd still be very happy.
Yeah, that would be what that's what I want for part 1, and then part 2 would be the conclusion. I don't know.
Yeah. I want superhero the hottest take that I know for a fact my movies would never get made. I am fine with superhero movies that almost involve no actual superheroing.
Same.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I want it. Don't get me wrong. I want it in there, but only when it's relevant to the plot.
Imagine if in Civil War, the first almost like you did split it into 2 parts, like you're suggesting for this movie. The first part is nothing but the debate about the Sokovia Accords.
Yeah, You have a bit of the action set to start with, just to set up the tone, but then the rest of the movie is
fake Bucky blowing up the.
I'd be all for that. I'd be fascinating. I don't want to keep bringing back to this point because I can't describe it, but remember how everyone with a brain cells, one of their favorite scenes of Daredevil is them just talking because it's fascinating. Because if you're not a retard that just needs fucking things to be hitting each other, the conversation makes you think, and it's fucking awesome.
Yeah,
and it's something that I just don't think the mainstream audience is. It's one of the only times I'll be a cynical bastard. They're just too stupid. I don't think they could deal with a movie that this hypothetical for Civil War. They just be where's the punching? Because
pretty much, yeah.
But here's the thing. My main issue is I think it'd be more of a marketing thing, because I think if people watched it and if they were interested, they probably wouldn't notice. But I think it's more getting them to buy the tickets. But if you had it as a thing on Disney Plus or whatever, here's the thing. I think a Disney Plus TV show that was. I don't like to ask the Disney Plus. My point is, if you had a streaming show that was well written and you didn't have that much action, it's done really well. I know we haven't had an option, but we had this show. I think it was called Daredevil.
So the only sort of half counter I could think of is because they know what their audience is. It almost deliberately sabotaged the show. The first 3 episodes of WandaVision are good.
Yes, they are. They're the only good episodes. I agree. Yes,
they're focused on character. It's of interesting mystery.
Shame it fucking
the
fell
second we saw
apart.
the man covered in bees. There was so much that was going on, but because they knew audiences wouldn't be able to hold on to that, they then would say, "Don't worry, the later episodes will be more like the Marvel stuff." And it's so they're just gonna be sludge.
You know what's depressing? You're just reminding me that I saw a shit ton of reviews that said that WandaVision started shit but ended strong, and I'm like, oh, fuck, I remember that.
It's the opposite.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's absolutely for us with brains, we're oh man, it's
to this day, I think is the sharpest drop off in quality of the entire MCU.
Yeah,
probably.
It's the fact that everyone can pinpoint the part
Winter
where it just
Soldier.
becomes shit. It's amazing.
Falcon Winter Soldier started shit. Meanwhile,
hey, yes.
But
For that
like,
reason, we were able to get on board very quickly. Whereas, like, I think it was the first 3 episodes of WandaVision actually hooked you in with like an intriguing mystery that rewarded you for paying attention to the details and trying to unravel it yourself along with the episodes. It was genuinely engaging
It's
content.
why-
And then I think episode 4 and 5 just fucking right off the
Well,
cliff.
guys,
and then
guys,
7 and 8 where they just said like, fuck it, White Vision fights normal Vision, then have an out of nowhere
Well,
talk about the
guys,
ship of Theseus.
And then
I-
White Vision fucks off, and we won't talk about him again.
Hey, guys, I know I haven't, but like I know all of you definitely would have seen Agatha all along, right?
No.
No, I don't want to. No, why did you
Wait,
remind me that
how-
exists?
how-
I watch it
how-
every day to remind me of how to live.
could you not? Do you know what I found out the other day, which I thought was fucking like it blew my mind, and not in like a good way, just in like a what the fuck, like Wanda's kids are alive from Agatha
But-
all along.
What?
But
kid?
they're not
You
real.
have-
They're not
See,
real.
God damn it! Well, commit, MCU. Are they real or are they not? Because that's the thing.
But you don't understand. There's gonna be a
Because-
third show called White Vision.
This is why, like, because honestly,
That sounds like something
I-
different out of context.
I thought it was so bizarre.
I also would
that-
like to see the White Vision of the MCU.
White Vision, aka the
Yeesh.
facial.
So when it comes to that discussion with Wanda's kids, it's so annoying considering they won't.
I was proud of that
commit
joke, by the way.
because the ending of
I
WandaVision.
could feel it.
Thank you, Jacob
Yes,
Winslow.
we're all very proud.
Thank you, Wyatt. I'm gonna have a pat on my back
I'm
now.
gonna give you a plaque that says I told the joke.
Yay!
But like because they wouldn't commit to it because like we remember the post credit scene of WandaVision was her in that house and she gets the call, like basically the psychic call from her kids. It's like, oh, turns out they might be real after all. It's just like, but then Multiverse of Madness essentially just goes, nah, they weren't
So-
ever real. You're gonna
so-
kidnap
They
them
won't
from
be able,
different-
but
Right,
multiple versions of them
Right,
are there.
guys,
No, here's a fucking nonsense plot.
guys, just listen to me because you'll find this funny. So there is a very flamboyant gay random boy that Agatha doesn't recognize. It turns out he is one of the Wanda's kids, and the show ends with Agatha and him going, "We're gonna find the other brother," and that's how the show ends.
I looked at my
Wait,
drink
really?
almost.
Why?
and it's
Yeah.
like,
I'm not even
That
joking.
is-
what are
It's
you
so
doing?
fucking stupid.
I know, right?
Why would
So-
Agatha give a shit?
Why would she give a shit about the woman, the
She
kids
was
of the
the
woman
one-
who imprisoned her?
You think
Wyatt.
Agatha would be like, fuck, I'm not dealing with her ever again.
So yeah, I'm not memeing. That is base. I'm being very simplistic, but like that is what happens, and that is apparently because WandaVision is not getting a season 2, but they have said it's a trilogy, so it's WandaVision, Agatha all along, and then whatever they're gonna call the White Vision show is gonna be the
Oh, was
finale.
Multiverse of Madness not part of that?
No. Nope.
It's not
No.
part of anything. Nothing's
No.
happened.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
that's just
good.
Doctor Strange. No.
But it's not.
Wyatt, you're getting confused. Marvel is shit now. You don't get it.
Well,
I
no,
mean,
it's
I've gotten it. I just wish we
But
could.
why-
There's a reason why everyone's excited. The reason people are slightly interested in the new Fantastic Four movie is because it looks like it has nothing to do with anything.
And it's a different universe, yeah.
But
Yeah.
that-
So
but
it's
then
like
even
finally none of this shit.
But even then, that's a double-edged sword. If you could go, then none of this matters.
Well, that's a good thing. None of it matters. So if it's shit, it doesn't make the MCU more shit.
I'm really sorry, and I know it's got nothing to do with the video we're talking about, but guys, are you actually surprised about what I told you?
No, I'm not. But the
No.
thing is, I'm actually
take a
happy
bit.
that
I'm
Multiverse
more-
of Madness is like
I'm
not
more,
acknowledged because acknowledging it makes
I
everything worse.
love
I'm
Multiverse
more
of Madness for the
confused
wrong
that,
reasons.
I'm more confused that Agatha even remotely gave a shit because Wanda entrapped her in her own personal hell.
Look, guys, episode 1 of Agatha All Along was her in a dream sequence thinking that she was the detective.
Oh my god! What?
Oh, that's not
Again,
the whole.
this
that's
sounds
not the
fucking
whole show.
retarded, but I don't know enough to dispute it, and it sounds.
I'm gonna say like in the chat, meme or joke or
Yeah,
real.
no, I would lose that 50% of the time.
No,
Am I
didn't
taking
know
a
that.
mick or am I real? You don't know because you didn't watch it because no one watched it.
Shit post or MCU writer?
So
Yeah,
I
exactly.
didn't know
Yeah, you could
that
say
that
anything
was-
and it'd probably be true.
that the detective stuff was only one episode because all the
it is only one
advertising made it
episode,
seem
yeah.
like it was going to be like this Twin Peaks style investigative show.
No,
which,
it's,
by the way,
it's
from
only one episode.
from moment one, I was like, nah, the MCU doesn't have the writing talent to even a quarter of Twin Peaks' writing talent.
No, it's Well,
They don't
anyway.
have the stones to even try something like that.
Well, anyway, Maestro, the video.
Yes. Yeah.
The only
shit,
one where
yeah.
this is debatably so in the Elite team is Manchester Black, who acts as the Elite's leader, and is the only one with more than one dimension to his character. The hat guy is an alcoholic, the chick is super f***ing thirsty, and the black guy is thirsty for the chick, I guess?
Did,
But no,
What the
he isn't.
fuck are you talking
He's
about?
the only
Why
one
did
trying to
you-
rein in her thoughtiness.
yeah.
And then he also has
He
points.
is the horny police of the Elite
I
Squad.
want to say like Jacob said it earlier, but he's right. Like he's probably the second most character. Like later on, you think like the Drinks has one, but yeah, he like apologized to Superman for like accidentally hitting him, saying shit, I didn't know you were here. Sorry, bro, but I needed to do it. Like he
Yeah.
has a character. It's not a very deep character, but he has a character.
Yeah.
Also, that censoring was really fucking weird.
Yeah.
If you're gonna censor, just do the bleep noise like a
Yeah.
normal fucking person.
Or just
Yeah.
call someone a faggot like a normal person.
Well, yeah, that's why we don't have a problem with swearing because the rules when it comes to swearing with YouTube are already clear. So just swear like a normal person.
Just
Yeah,
remember,
th-
in
not
the
in the
UK,
first-
a
not
faggot
in-
is a food.
Yeah, just don't swear within the first, like, I think it's 1 minute of your video and you're good.
Yeah.
It scales.
You're
I think
only
it's the
allowed
first
to be
15
gay
seconds.
after 60 seconds.
Did I tell you that when I was so like sheltered when I was at school, like when I was like 13 or whatever, where Alex had to like teach me that faggot was like a derogatory term because me and my friend Tyler were like, wait, I thought that was like a food. And by I thought, I mean it is a food, but we didn't know it was like also a
I mean, it's
I
a
got-
lovely source of protein.
It's a really cool like like a meatball sausage
mean-
dish. It's great.
And according to
I-
YouTube, if you manage to do it in under 60 seconds, it's not even.
I
bad.
recommend everyone eat faggots for dinner and take that as you will.
I got kicked off a public school bus because I said God. The bus driver was like, "You don't take the Lord's name in vain. Get off my bus."
That's
God,
But
your
that's-
country sucks.
Well, like,
Wait, no,
well,
I'm talking about
well,
yoga.
wait,
Was
wouldn't that,
ambushed.
wouldn't
This
that,
was a horse.
but wait, wouldn't that, wait, was it a school bus?
Yeah, it was a school bus. But
Then
like,
she shouldn't be able to do that because the public school, it's church and state thing. Like you can say God.
Yeah, public school, but like, you try arguing with a bus driver, dude.
Try
I mean-
arguing with a religious fanatic. In fact, let's
That's not a
message Shammy. Hang
public
on,
bus. That is like their personal fucking castle on wheels.
guys. We're only 4.5 minutes in this video,
Yeah, I
When we
know.
run
Try
But
arguing with a
anything
bus
that
driver, they will
is-
pull out castle doctrine.
and then they shoot the child. You said God, you fuck.
yeah, not the
And
fact
you
that I
will
even.
know my name is the Lord.
My name is Manchester Black.
When I lay my vengeance upon thee, kicks 8-year-old off bus.
How does it feel, 8-year-old child, to be deconstructed, to be the
Let me tell you, you self-righteous hypocrite.
Stop it! I'm dying.
Says an actual swear.
Remember who kicked it, baby.
That is
By the way, like that nice cherry picking. He's also like trying to like he does also try to rein her in.
Yeah, he's just not showing the rest.
He also very much has a thing for Pam. Like,
no, like he's right, but it's like the point is that like he is cherry picking, and also again, simplistic does not mean bad.
Yeah, he has a thing for Pam. Okay, weird
You say
taste,
he's
but
fallen under the snow bunny mind control.
Remember, the first thing that once the tornado forms around them and Pam's body is sucked away, like he's not trying to like refocus up. He is just focused on Pam. The moment
don't
they
mean rude.
teleport it, he is
I
like, "What are
don't
you
mean-
doing? Pam is still up there."
I don't want to be rude as well, but the guy that made his video were like, "Do you have a girlfriend?" No, didn't think so.
We're
literally
not gonna
all
go
the
that far.
characterization
I'm
we get
being hyperbolic, but it's funny to me
for
because
the
I'm a
chick,
dick.
I guess.
Even with his ass kicked, he's still a fine ass.
Remember who kicked it, baby.
That is literally all the characterization they get, and that's being generous. Manchester Black is a bit different in that he has a sad, dark, very sad backstory with a dead mother, alcoholic father, and a little sister that he had to protect. It's told with about as much subtlety as the Train had when almost killing his sister, and that Superman...
Wow, way to be incredibly
Yeah, it's not
reductive.
subtle. That's not an issue. I was gonna say,
Yeah.
but here's the thing: it's not subtle. I agree. That's not a bad thing. He had a
Yeah.
shitty childhood, like
where is the
millions of
problem
other people.
here?
Yeah, exactly. I need to know what the contradiction
So-
of the issue is.
so, no,
if you don't like it, that's fine, but it's not an issue.
No, see, the problem is it's not nuanced enough, I guess.
Well, I
What do
don't-
you?
I don't want to
From
say
a
like that.
child's perspective, it's not going to be nuanced.
But the point
Children
is that
are very simplistic when it comes to their own, like, especially when like this core memory was a part of your childhood. It's very much going to be a sort of black and white situation.
right. I want to be really like let's use a real world example. No names, don't get me wrong, but like my cousin who I don't talk to anymore, he was given drugs by my step uncle, and it set him on the wrong path. And, like, that is just unfortunate. And that's why I don't talk to him anymore, because he's gone down that route in life. And it's like, oh, that's simplistic. And, like, yeah, that's real life, though.
Yeah, sometimes real life is simple.
Yeah, it's like,
Exactly.
it's not a...
Okay.
If you don't like it, I can't disagree with you. You can dislike it as much as you want, but it's not an issue with the story.
Like, it's unfortunate that path was forced upon him.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to be like...
that's the path he chose.
And I wouldn't give anyone anything to, like... I don't want to dox anyone, but my point is just it happens.
But most, even going back
It's
to
not
the
a
movie,
criticism.
This bad backstory for Manchester gives him a sympathetic edge.
Yeah, yeah, you can see, but it's just to reinforce how he sees the world. He sees I can solve bad thing by simplistic means. What's that simplistic mean? Oh,
Kill.
I can torture them for information and kill them to stop them. And you're like, is that a good thing? No, but it's how he sees the world. It's totally reasonable from his perspective.
For him, it's not about it being a good thing. It's about whether or not
It's
actually
effective.
works.
It's effectiveness, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, he's hyper
So
utilitarian.
Yes or no.
So it's like, do you want something more nuanced? I guess from a storytelling perspective, personally, I would also want something more nuanced. But if it's a good story like this one is, it's effective. It's fine. It works. I don't know what to say. If you're like, I don't like this. It's fine. This doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? It's too simplistic. That doesn't answer my question.
Would believe such an obvious tall tale without getting any kind of second perspective makes him look like a raging idiot. Chester, as he's
This
called-
happens, you dumb fuck. There
Also-
are real people that have shitty lives because
you
of their
read-
family.
I want to hear that again. Can you rewind just
Yeah.
a little bit?
Yeah.
different
Okay.
in that he has a sad, dark, very sad backstory with a dead mother, alcoholic
Okay.
father, and a little sister that he had
Yeah.
to protect. It's told with about as much subtlety as the Train had when almost killing his sister, and that Superman would believe such an obvious tall tale without getting any kind of second perspective makes him look like a
What?
raging idiot.
No,
No.
It's clearly not a tall tale. It can't be a tall tale. He's doing it from his own memories.
When I tell you
He
something
may be
real,
cherry picking a little bit,
Also,
but he's still telling everything that's true.
also, like,
This happens.
Doesn't make Superman a fucking idiot to believe an abuse victim.
well, can I tell you something really depressing that's got nothing to do with like me personally, but from my work? Because you guys know I work in healthcare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I had this point when I was doing my training before I get qualified. I was working with I don't know if you guys have it in America, but we have people called health visitors here, and they're the people that go to see like when kids are growing up and to like check they're reaching their milestones. You know what I mean?
Welfare checks.
Yeah, okay, but yeah. So I had this thing, and it was awful, and it made me feel awful, really bad. But I got like credit for like talking to the kids. But there was this like, I think it was like 3 years old. This kid, and it was awful. But basically, his dad was an abusive fuck, so eventually he just left because he was an alcoholic and a drug addict. So he just eventually fucked off. Sad. I remember he was really wary of me, but when I started to play with him, he was very excited. And when we talked with it afterwards, they were very much convinced it was because he didn't have like a male like role model to like play with, and he just felt really excited that like a bloke wanted to play with him and with his toys. And it was like really heartbreaking. And you're like, it's just simplistic, but it happens. I don't know what to say.
Shitty people exist in this world, and they're
No, I know. I don't want to say I understand if you don't like it, the simplistic, fine. But this happens to millions of people.
Yeah,
and
and
the
all
thing
of them
is,
a
this
victim
is
of their own circumstance.
and the thing is going back to the idea. It's like, well, why wouldn't Superman believe such a? Well, first off, it's not an obvious lie. Certainly, it's not obvious.
It's also
especially 'cause-
literally not a lie. It
Yeah.
can't be.
Also,
yeah.
yeah, he's projecting the story into his mind, and also
He might be
let's-
cherry picking the memories. I
let's-
don't doubt that he is, but that's not the point.
Yeah.
The
Also,
point
let's
is that
not
what he
forget-
shows is enough.
Also, this is just like with the general like what Superman has done in his career. There's probably a good amount of times in which Superman has had to step in during a domestic abuse situation.
There is, and like this is going into the maybe adaptationisms, but like remember the comic where where Superman like there's an abusive dad and Superman like involves himself.
Yes.
He basically says,
That's
yeah.
the
He is
I was
so pissed off at that one dad. He's just, ooh.
So the reason I'm not even saying from adaptation. It's just that Superman in this universe with this movie has probably been around long enough that he has to have seen it.
Yes.
So just to give the benefit of the doubt, considering this is the first conversation they are having, why would Superman go, I don't believe you?
Especially considering that like they haven't really done anything super extreme yet. He's just curious about them is all.
Yeah, but the guy who's making this video knows from the end of the movie that they turn out to be super bad. So
You
like,
can't use that
why didn't you
information though.
that's what I'm getting at. I don't think he's being able to separate that shit.
No, honestly, like it's like either he just didn't understand it, or maybe he is just being intentionally dishonest. I don't know.
And even then, let's not forget that even while he believed him and he let him in so he could give him his backstory, Superman is still a little bit cautious, brings up his mental barriers, because he doesn't want to just let someone into his head.
Yeah.
Fucking stupid and ridiculous that he's being so bad faith over what is essentially a very harmless scene towards establishing these characters.
Yeah.
Wayne had when almost killing his sister, and that Superman would believe such an obvious tall tale without getting any kind of second perspective makes him look like a raging idiot. Chester, as he's called in the movie, seems to, on some level, feel justified in taking these actions, but there's no nuance to them. When given the opportunity, his first option to get information is to torture the terrorists that they catch. Like, the team just saved the terrorists' lives. It was like after this subway was sinking or something. So
They didn't. Well, I mean, they unintentionally saved their lives. They were within the sub. They found them and restrained them and brought them to him. Like they didn't save the terrorists' lives unless it was completely unintentional. That was not the intention to do so. And the reason why he's like torturing people is, again, because we keep saying it, that's just how he views the world. These people tried to kill these two guys tried to kill all these innocent people. They are not worthy of mercy. We're going to rip this information from your head and we're going to kill you.
Also, not only that, like it was, not only would some civilians die, quite a lot of them, because if I remember correctly, the train was going to be destroyed on both ends, and it was going to drown. Death by drowning is not pleasant.
Yeah,
so
no.
That would probably even piss Superman off.
Yeah.
Like wouldn't do anything like that drastic, but he'd still be like proper angry.
Yeah, but like again, this is like again, like what Ace said. This is just Manchester going to the extreme. He's not being cartoonish, especially considering right before this we got his backstory, and from what we understand about his backstory, may inform his view on the world, and which of course is reinforced later in the movie. Like
because you don't blame when someone who's gone through that type of scenario, you don't necessarily blame them for having so much of a chip on their shoulder that they're just angry.
Yeah, he's just angry at everything.
Because he's never been shown any real kindness. The moment that his powers were discovered, he wasn't taken to somewhere that could hone his abilities in a nurturing manner. He was recruited by the UK government and essentially turned into their version of Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
He just did Black Ops shit and probably saw a lot of bad things.
Yeah.
They have probably seen the ugliest side of the world, and that would only, especially for somebody like Manchester Black, only make him angrier.
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't it be worth at least asking for some information in exchange for that little?
He is literally ripping the information from their minds in this scene. He is forcefully reading their minds.
Yeah, he didn't get the scene. He's not understanding what was actually happening.
You didn't, like, not even like from like a subtext. No, not even just the subtext, but the actual text. You didn't pay attention. He is reading their minds in this scene. Like, what do you mean?
Solid. His first solution to ending the conflict between the two countries is to murder the people in charge of both of them and let civil war ensue in both of them in the mad
Yeah,
power
that's a
vacuum.
bad decision, and the movie directly calls out why.
No. It's
vacuum and...
No, you see, because that Manchester Black decided to take the extreme option, that makes the movie bad, because it's not consistent, even though it is consistent with his character, and it means it's written by a 5-year-old.
What was the plan there? Instead of trying to...
They don't have one.
Doesn't have a plan. He's the extremist.
To know,
Yeah.
this scene of Chester announcing their intention to be the world's superhero police force who will kill the villains they fight happens a half hour into the movie, and happens right after they needed help from Superman to save the people in the subway. Like, literally the next scene, and when it ends, they torture more people to get information. And I'm sorry, I'm sorry your brain is having really hard time comprehending these things. Maybe media analysis just isn't your strong, isn't a thing you should do, you know? We're not good at things sometimes, you know?
Oh yeah, like I'm awful at criticizing games, but that's because games are my shut-off media. I'm genuinely like, unless I'm talking about the narrative, I am not paying attention to what I'm doing.
Yeah, I have a hard time praising things. I don't know. I just like watching. Some autists just want to watch the movies burn.
I mean, if they're bad movies, they deserve it.
Yeah.
to talk to Superman and find some kind of middle ground with him and his idiotic ideals, he
Oh.
Do not call Superman's ideals idiotic.
Wanting a
Like,
wanting a world where people are just like literally like it's literally this. It's like if some random person on the street can will go up and save the cat from the tree, help the old lady across the street, like help a guy on the side of the road with a flat tire, then my job has been done. He wants, like, what is so idiotic about wanting a world where people just treat each other with dignity? Like, what's
wrong with a person who just is a good person that just has good
it's
ideals?
unrealistic for good things to be good. It's cringe and gay. You should just like be moralistically nihilistic and everything be a gray area.
Is this? I bet you that he's also one of those people that thinks that for the reason that Joel saved Ellie was entirely for selfish reasons, like, and not like for anything else, despite like.
I mean, the music told him that a bad thing was happening, so he thinks that it was morally wrong.
Yeah, even though
like people that were fucking
80 IQ thinking.
Even though the Fireflies got what they deserved, they need to be wiped out. The cure wouldn't have fixed the world in any real meaningful capacity because everything's already broken. Blah blah blah.
In fact, it would probably make things worse because
the Fireflies would have a massive pull on everything, and we don't want them in charge.
And Fedra does not like competition at all.
Nope.
Immediately defaults to acting like a whiny emo prick who's all like, the world is doomed, man. The people are sheep and the criminals are everywhere, dude. We gotta fight the power, bro, and take this place back.
What did you see when you watched this film, my guy?
He didn't understand it. Like, that's the thing. He just didn't comprehend it. He didn't comprehend Manchester Black's character. He apparently doesn't even comprehend Superman's character. Like,
so few people do.
It's weird. It's so weird.
One of the most simplest superheroes on the fucking planet, and like half the comic reading audience just doesn't get him.
No, they don't. It is weird. It's really strange.
Which is funny because like the most iconic Superman movie, the first Christopher Reeves one, does this exact fucking thing. Lois Lane at first is that person. She doesn't get it. She's looking at this fucking Boy Scout flying through the air and it's like, okay, all right, what's actually going on? What's the angle? What's the catch? And like her arc in that movie is coming to terms with that. It's like, nah, that's just actually him.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
goodness does exist.
That's why
Not everything has to be cynical. That's the fucking point. They covered this. Like, goddamn.
That's why the interview scene from the first movie is so great, because she it starts off this snarky back and forth, like you really shouldn't smoke, Miss Lane. Let me guess, lung cancer? No, not yet. And she fucking puts the cigarette away because it's just like, oh, it's somebody that just genuinely he has the power to do so, and he's like, yeah, no, you shouldn't do that. And it's that I'm also just thinking of goofy Boy Scout stuff where after he saves the helicopter, statistically speaking, flying is still the safest way to travel.
Or probably like one of my favorite lines in that movie. It's like, we're all part of the same team.
And then he smiles at the camera. He knows we exist.
Exactly. And that's why we love him.
That should terrify you. The duality of man.
Superman sees you and all your sins.
The criminals are everywhere, dude. We gotta fight the power, bro. And take
It's being really incredibly reductive, but okay.
Imagine I said that in a British stoner accent. In truth, this whole movie could have been avoided
British
if the
stoner?
He's not a British stoner. He's punk. He's very
what
obviously
exactly?
has a
Punks can also be stoners, but whatever.
So, what accent is specifically Manchester Black's?
Northern, I think.
Manchester.
Yeah,
It's in the name. He has a Manchester accent.
I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that alone was that was considered one of the accents. Because I know South London, Yorkshire.
Right, but if you recognize that South London has an accent, you must therefore conclude that North London has an accent. And, every named place has kind of an accent.
Yeah.
I mean, Liverpool is really close to Manchester, and they have a different accent.
And they sound completely fucking different. Although, side point, the Liverpool accent is glorious.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
not
it is.
considered. So Cockney isn't real, correct? That was just that's just a Hollywood accent.
No, Cockney is real. You just never heard the real thing because the only Cockney you know is Dick Van Dyke, who's American.
Yeah.
He did a terrible Cockney accent.
Remember, I think it was that Robot Chicken skit where it's like the Bleep Van Bleep show. Hey,
that's Family Guy, the PTV episode.
That's right, yeah.
Patrick, I'm trying to remember what exactly the show was, but Patrick Stewart did a Cockney accent for an episode.
Oh, I know. I'm thinking about the Buck Rogers skit, but it was Fuck Rogers. Hey, it's Fuck Rogers.
So, considering he kind of does the same voice, so Constantine would technically have a Manchester accent?
Isn't he Liverpool?
I would need to hear it.
That's fair.
I believe the character's from Liverpool, so he should have a Liverpool accent.
Which means he should sound like your man from Red Dwarf.
Yeah.
Which one? There's many a character in Red Dwarf.
Lister. Lister from Red Dwarf. Lister from Red Dwarf is like the most stereotypical Liverpudlian there's ever been.
All right.
Yeah, so it's basically what if a Liverpudlian was in space? It's like, we'd go that way.
One of the best sci-fi shows of all time.
It is, yeah.
We gotta fight the power, bro, and take this place back. Imagine I said that in a British stoner accent. In truth, this whole movie could have been avoided if the characters were at all reasonable. As I said, absolutely zero effort was made to find any kind of common ground.
But wasn't Superman trying to talk to them constantly?
Isn't there a scene where he brings up to like interdimensional space station basically, and they have a talk.
Yeah.
It's-
Yeah, but
Isn't that a scene in the movie?
yeah, but like yeah,
How
but
far he pays attention to the movie.
no, it's like, well, you see, this entire thing could have happened if everyone was being if everyone just was as reasonable. It's like, okay, was there a reason for them to actually come together and be reasonable? No. All right.
Superman is probably the most reasonable I think I've seen him in a hot minute in any other film.
Yeah, he's literally trying to just say, look, all right, turn yourselves in. You know, we can talk about this. It doesn't have to be this way. We have to show them that there is another. We have to show them there's a better way. But no, they don't want to listen because again, given their history, they've seen like how cruel, ugly, and disgusting the world is, and they are hard set in that mindset. Which is again, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. It's not like there's multiple scenes where like they're coming to common ground and then for some stupid reason like they're pulled out of it or they forget that those scenes actually happen, right? It's not like they, maybe we should meet somewhere in the middle. Yeah, and then the next scene they're at odds again, right? Then that would be one thing. But no, it's very clear that one side doesn't want to listen to the other and vice versa. So it's like, okay, that happens. There's nothing wrong with it.
Just one stubborn asshole yelling at another stubborn asshole and vice versa, where no one budges an inch and nothing changes except...
I'm gonna take that one personally for just 1 second. Don't call Superman a stubborn asshole.
Superman's actually quite lenient on a lot of things.
Yeah, I was gonna bring up earlier, he didn't immediately just start fighting them the moment he started torturing them. He tried to get Manchester Black to step away from that ledge.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because if he wasn't a stubborn asshole, Superman would have just attacked them the moment they started hurting people.
Yeah. He tried reasoning with them. I don't know what movie you watched.
I will not accept this reality you are trying to build. What is this guy's name again?
I don't know the channel name. The link to the video's in the call chat.
2
if you want
seconds.
Yeah. Wait, actually, I think I can hover over his.
Sight Avery. So Sight, your view of Superman is a shitty one. I do better, Senator.
Yeah.
that the conflict makes everyone hate each other. Superman also has nuance to his arguments.
No nuance. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's just like bad faith.
Okay.
Yeah, moving on.
Superman literally says, "I know."
That was worth me actually looking at the screen for.
Yeah, but no, Superman actually just says, "I know, that there's bad in this world. I'm not an idiot." Or like, good doesn't mean perfect, Senator. And then he flies off. He understands that the world isn't perfect, but again, that's no excuse to throw morality in the garbage. Because
Superman could do the "you gotta do better, Senator," and then I'd be like, yeah, they could do better.
No, if it was Clark in that position,
No.
I would no.
Yeah,
Clark,
it'd be
stop
just
it.
as much of a problem because he knows.
I would say it would be more of a problem.
It's very much
which
nuance.
makes rooting for him next to impossible.
But
you have a problem then.
Yeah, you do have an issue. So it's like even if we kind of take this straw man version of the movie that you have, what would you rather root for? The guy that is about very much that is about kind of more the slower but sort of more effective way, I guess, out of the two, in the sense of instead of responding to every single situation with extreme violence, we try to understand, rehabilitate, and take care, or the one that just says, fuck you, you die now.
Would I rather be on the side of the person who believes we can do good on this planet, or somebody that believes that good doesn't exist?
Or that, not necessarily that good doesn't exist, but more or less the evil needs to be just cut out permanently. And it's like, well, okay, well, what if you cut out all of the evil? It's like, well, there's always going to be evil. You're going to keep cutting it out, and then, it's like, when does it stop?
Well, that's why one of the best scenes within Justice, the actual comic, not the movie or game, is the conversation between Barry and Clark, talking about, like, you can only police people so far before you are essentially trying to rule over their very lives.
Yeah.
All he offers to the elite in response to their actions of, killing people is, killing is wrong. We should leave it to the rule of law, without explaining why or how that is accomplished to make the pill easier to swallow. He just...
The pill easier to swallow.
What pill?
That you shouldn't
That
just
you should
kill
obey
because
the
you
law.
can.
Yeah, that you should obey the law. That, like, yeah, okay, yeah, that you should. That you
Except
should.
the movie makes this argument earlier in the movie when we first get introduced to everybody. He gives a whole fucking speech directly into the camera when he's addressing the UN.
Yeah, because
I would
of his.
also
Yeah.
like to point out that, like, the pill to swallow is like, how about, we just don't murder people because that's just not what we should do. Like,
Yeah.
Or
it's kind
more
of,
specifically, they ask within the context of the movie at the very, very beginning, why is it Superman does or doesn't step in to stop international conflict? And it's like, hey, I believe in the best for humanity, but I also believe that humanity needs to be left to, like, figure some shit on their own. He gives this whole fucking thing of, I will step in to prevent disaster, but conflict between people needs to be sorted out by people. I am not a fix-all for the human condition. Like, he lays this shit out at the beginning of the movie. He's very clear.
and that's just a point with Superman in general, because, like, again, to bring it back to Superman and Lois, when he saves that North Korean sub, Anderson is fucking pissed at him. He's just like, no, I don't follow the orders of the U.S. government.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm for everybody. I save everybody. And then kind of this didn't really relate it, but something I did kind of want to touch up is that the cartoon that he's a part of at the beginning of the movie, like, that he's, like, making for the proceeds to go to charity. It's like little things like that where it's like his methodology is slow, but it works.
It's also, like, all of this is a further it's furthering the notion that what it takes to be a good hero, like, a lot of it is just upbringing. Clark is the way he is because he had good parents. That's why the scene, like, at the Kent farm is so powerful. You'll always be there leading by example.
Yeah.
It's the difference between leaving Krypton on a pod versus leaving on a cock ship.
Yeah.
You leave on a cock ship, you're evil.
God damn it!
That
Why
is
is
favorite
that?
Zack Snyder artistic choices. By
Why?
the way. Just the fucking dildo ships leaving.
It has to look like that when they fly
But
out.
but even then, that moment was stupid because, like, they're essentially saved from the planet's explosion by being thrown into the Phantom Zone.
Yeah, why not leave them on Krypton to die?
No. You don't understand. The cock ships are necessary for the functioning of the Krypton government.
It symbolizes our power.
It's what we do.
is killing is wrong. We should leave it to the rule of law, without explaining why or how that is accomplished to make the pill easier to swallow. He just keeps saying it over and over and over again, as if it's going to change Chester's mind on, like, the 16th attempt. Not to...
Because he doesn't want to fight them, and he can see that they have potential, and he knows that at the very least what their heart is in, at least Manchester's, is at the very least somewhat in the right place. He wants to help people and help the world.
What he doesn't understand is, if Superman had come out swinging, then Manchester Black would have gone on an even darker path, because then Superman himself would have shown that he is just as bad as the people that forced him into service.
Yeah. But again, like, the reason why he's constantly trying to convince them is that, do you ever take this fact into consideration, is that Maybe Clark doesn't want to fight them. And maybe he wants to help them because he's Superman.
Oh no, that's what makes him lame and Manchester Black so cool.
Yeah, he's like, I think the first encounter helping people, like he should have seen, look, they're helping people. I'm gonna beat them up. That would have been nuanced or whatever.
Yeah, anytime you
Guy's
see a firefighter trying to put out a fire, just start swinging.
Yeah.
I mentioned it just
You think you're tough, huh?
As, like I said, a stubborn asshole. It's established right from the outset of the movie that Superman's methods of crime fighting are flawed.
What is it though?
How does that make him a stubborn asshole?
Well, first off, it does it though? Does it say that? I mean, okay, it's that they're flawed, but that doesn't mean that they're bad. Flawed and bad are not the same thing. You understand this, correct? Something bad has flaws, but something good can also have flaws. Like the whole point of that cartoon that he's taking place is to like inspire a younger generation of kids to be better, and for that money to go to charity. Like, I don't see how that's flawed necessarily.
Whether the onus is on him or the system that fails to hold all of these superpowered individuals is neither acknowledged nor really important for this argument. The fact of the matter is that Superman
That's more of a consequence to the limited time, like we've gone over.
Yep.
defeats villains, they break out of prison, and more people die. If Superman is unwilling to help fix the system and help contain these individuals, of which the movie doesn't even show him thinking about, then he's either...
He's literally thinking about it right now. He's shaking his fist, thinking of fucking putting it through, I forgot who this is.
Atomic Skull.
Yeah, putting it through Atomic Skull.
No, he's talking about fixing in terms of like the actual like prison systems and stuff, and to keep them in, which is like, okay, fair enough, but like
that's only so much he can do with that.
Yeah, that seems like policy and like budgetary stuff, and it's like what's gonna do? Use superpowers to do that?
Yeah. Not to mention is a mark of nuance that like most people just don't want to talk about. Like, to bring it back to Batman for like a split second. Like, okay, say Joker is actively holding someone hostage, pointing a gun to their head, and the only way like that they be free is if Batman kills the Joker. Batman doesn't do it, the person dies. That is Batman's fault, because he could have 1-to-1 stopped it. But however, if, like, for example, he stops the Joker, he's sent to prison, 3 months later, he breaks out and kills like 3 people who work at Arkham. That is not Batman's fault, because at some point you have to accept that it is up to the people of Arkham to keep him there.
Or the state to just say, no, you're dead. Or better yet, just 2 cops, they're transporting the Joker, and then just pull over to the side. And then they just unload into him.
The term is degrees of separation, correct?
Yeah,
That's what I'm basically talking about.
I believe so.
Yeah, degrees of separation when it comes to action. Like, there's only so much of what Superman can do as just a hero. There's also a difference of what Clark Kent as the investigative reporter can do. Like, there's... you can't just simply go, he has the power, therefore he changes it. Because that's just not what they do.
The only way that he could potentially do this is to do it by force.
Well, yeah, that's kind of like what I was about to bring up. He has the power to non-stop, around the clock, fly around the planet Earth, putting his entire fist through the chests of every murderer. He has the power to do that, and his choice to not do that is a statement of his worldview. I, on the other hand, I don't have the power to do that. So the fact that I don't go around killing murderers and pedophiles, that doesn't say the same thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of like with great power comes great responsibility. With great power comes the choice to use or not use that power. Mm-hmm. Whichever one you do, you have made a choice. The choice to do nothing is still a choice.
Yes. But...
So, yeah. He has a very firm philosophy that he lays out at the beginning of the movie. The reason he doesn't choose to pick a side in every conflict is because it's not his place to do so. It's not his
Mhm.
job to do so, nor would anybody want it to be.
Exactly. Because like the only way for like these better prisons or holding facilities or laws to be put in place by Superman is if he just did it at heat vision point, which is something that would just fundamentally go against what he stands for.
Yeah,
So
by that point we're back to injustice.
yeah. So like
Yeah.
again, it's like how much of the system is how much of it is Clark's fault versus the system's fault, and I would say more
That's-
blame is put on the system.
That's why I
This
honestly
is
think
also
Quest.
the inverse of the great power comes great responsibility. The more responsibility you put on someone's shoulders, the more power you're imbuing them with. If you say it's Superman's responsibility to decide who lives and dies, you don't get to complain when he becomes a monarch.
Exactly.
You're the one
and-
who said that was his job.
Also,
Mhm.
that's kind of why, like, for instance, with the quest for peace, why that's a major assassination for Clark's character, because he just gathers up the world's nukes and throws them into the sun.
Yeah, as
Yeah.
if they wouldn't make more anyways.
Yes,
Not
and
to
also
mention it's once
while they're
again
doing
not
that,
his place.
like, also like, hey, small country that wasn't invaded because you had a nuke. Good luck. Where'd that country go? Yeah, it's gone now.
Hey, you know how the United States isn't quite able to just delete Iran off of the map? Rip.
Rip.
Yeah.
Goodbye,
Also-
stability of the Middle East.
Yeah.
You weren't very stable to begin with, and now you're an actual colonial territory. Congrats.
We'll call you Ireland too.
For some reason.
Or was it the Middle East of America? Use Trump's naming convention.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh God, no one's. no one's
MEA,
gonna call it
yeah.
The Gulf of America. That's
MEA.
stupid.
ME.
That's- I don't even.
It's so fucking stupid that I actually kind of hope it happens.
The second I hear somebody say that, I will just automatically correct them without like us missing a beat. The Gulf of America, Gulf of Mexico is.
Well, okay. If the two navies were to clash, who would eventually claim the Gulf? Probably not Mexico. So
I
why
mean-
is it the Gulf of Mexico? It's like, hey, it's a decision made using Unga Bunga logic. It's an argument you have to argue with Unga Bunga logic.
Exactly.
There's a lot of political stuff
I
that's
thought
just
we were
like that.
I thought we were past arguing with Unga Bunga logic. That's why we're.
Well, so did
you know,
I.
Well,
I mean, you elected Trump, you fucking Yanks.
Yeah.
I didn't vote. What are you talking to me? I didn't elect him.
Don't blame me.
voted
I
on
voted for
pure
Kodos.
economic policy because gas is just too expensive. That's why I just want the economic situations to be figured out. I don't want any of the other bullshit.
Yeah,
I
and
could
Trump has
care
some
less.
very clear ideas how to fix the economic civil situation. It's to become a colonial power again.
Yeah. It's like I was looking at his book and it's this English empire and they're pretty rich. I think we should do that.
Listen,
gotta
I just
Mexico.
learned yesterday that Costa Rica is technically a part of us, but we don't give them rights. We should do that again. It's very profitable.
Like
Because if you don't know
Mexico.
about trade deals, if we own the place.
Mexico.
Great idea.
Mexico. If they try and fight us in the Gulf, they know what happens when our boats get touched. They're not going to touch our boats, and if they do, God will glass over their shithole country, and I will stand upon the corpses
touch
with
our
my
fucking boats.
with my spray tanning my glorious, amazing body over their burning
We're gonna
bodies.
send a battleship with a spray tan. It'll be glorious. We have the best battleships and the best spray tan.
I will call it the Bucephalus.
Oh God.
The SS-10, that's what they call it.
Now, all right, now JD, get my armor ready.
Oh my God! No, now I'm just imagining the president during Superman versus the Elite, or like in The Dark Knight Returns. Instead of being Reagan, it's Trump. Listen here, Clarky boy.
Listen here, Clark.
You gotta go take care of Batman. He's no good. he's not doing good. Like Gotham.
Martian
is not-
Manhunter he doesn't belong. He's bringing aliens. Breeding the dogs.
In fact, I don't even know why you're asking, because you're technically illegal. Get out.
Lazy or an asshole who only does the bare minimum to keep being the big superhero. If
Whoa! Oh. You wanna,
Them's fighting words.
Of all the fucking heroes to do the perpetuating the cycle of villainy, you could do that to Batman. You could even kind of do that to Spider-Man, considering how close he is with most of his villains before they even transform. But you do not do that to Superman. Because that's just not even fucking true.
No.
Secondly, it's just stupid that he cares about his image. That's almost the Bizarro Earth from fucking Superman and Lois, that he more cares almost like he's a borderline celebrity. No, Clark doesn't believe in that shit. He believes in justice. Like, why would he? He wouldn't perpetuate the cycle of crime.
No, he does. No, and it's like, and the thing is, he clearly
Crime is like he's a deterrent against crime in the entire city metropolis.
But more importantly, even in this movie, the more fashionable and popular thing that would rise to stock as a superhero is if he started acting like the elite. But he doesn't, and he falls out of favor with the population because he decides to stick to his morals.
It was like a scene where kids annoyed that he has to play Superman because he's not as cool as the elite.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, all of us would be like, I would love to be Superman.
It's like fun to kill.
Yeah.
They have
For
to know
some
there's a
reason,
better
I
way.
always got cast as Skeletor.
You kind of done that to yourself.
Come on, Superman, join me.
No, I was hoping that's what Slur would just like almost
Batman.
Stay down. If I wanted it, you'd be dead already.
Meh.
Suddenly, BVS would get a lot more entertaining if he started talking like Skeletor.
Yeah.
It's still Henry Cavill, but just the Skeletor voice is coming out of him.
individuals, of which the movie doesn't even show him thinking about, then he's either lazy or an asshole who only does the bare minimum to keep being the big superhero.
I mean, that's an amazing false dichotomy you've constructed. Too bad the rest of the movie completely demolishes it.
It's also
Too
just
bad
like
the
a
general
shitty
existence
view.
of Superman as a media entity demolishes it.
Yeah.
That's just not how that goes down.
Yeah.
He's unwilling to change either his methods or the system in place, then I want him to lose and be replaced.
How is he supposed to change the systems in place if not by force?
Yeah, it's not up to him to change the system. That was the point of the beginning of the movie.
No. You guys don't understand. Like, you listen to what he just said. If he won't change, he deserves to lose.
No.
If he doesn't become the God Emperor of humanity,
if he doesn't change to what, Mr. Video Essay Man? If he doesn't change to fucking what?
Yeah, like this.
You do not want to go down this very dark path of what an evil Superman would actually.
This whole movie is about how you don't want to go down that path. It's the point of the whole fucking thing.
The most Superman can do is like urge people to do it through like if you like was with, I don't know, the mayor of Metropolis or whatever, and he was like trying to like talk to him about the stuff. Like that's the most he would do. Like try and urge for better security, better rehabilitation programs, etc. I mean, I think the movie would actually increase if the movie's quality would increase if that were in there. But again, they didn't have enough time. But that's the most he could do, because anything aside from just like talking and urging them and maybe like I don't know, like just like just general advocacy is force, and that would defeat the entire purpose of the movie. That would actually make the movie shit.
At that point, he's just a police officer. Should we blame them for the crime that occurs?
What's wrong with being a cop?
Just let him burn down the kitchen.
Not. But the difference between a police officer and Superman is that Superman is Superman.
He's Superman, and he doesn't want to use his powers to force things upon other people.
Understand the character that is Clark Kent?
No, you don't.
He fundamentally does not understand what it means to be a good person when you have that level of power.
Yeah, exactly. Great power, great responsibility. It's why it's why I always say Spider-Man and Superman are like are probably, in terms of the latest in Marvel and DC, like probably the most comparable characters to each other. Except for maybe you could say like Jaime and Peter, but I would still say Peter and Clark are very comparable to each other in terms of like what they value and how they were raised.
I mean, yeah, because like while the Kents taught Clark to be a good person, Uncle Ben and Aunt May did the same thing.
Yeah.
Also, their career choices are relatively similar. Investigative reporter versus photographer.
Yeah.
Like they're always trying to be like ahead of the curve.
Yeah, and they both always hold back because they know the amount of power that they wield and they try and use it responsibly. It's just that the writers at DC allow Superman to actually be happy and have a family. People who write Spider-Man want him to be in constant misery, sorrow, and squalor for some reason.
Why being a spider
And also a cook.
Yeah.
It's also, and people wonder
Time
like,
cook.
and people wonder why like I'm always more of a Superman fan these days than I am Spider-Man, which is funny because Spider-Man was the very first superhero for me. Now I'm just like, yeah, I like Spider-Man. Not the mainstream version.
Yeah.
Pretty much just not even video game version anymore after what happens at the end of Spider-Man 2. Won't spoil even if the fact that Ace is not here at the moment. But I used to like Spider-Man quite a lot. Now he's
As a fortress of
now he's a cuck.
solitude.
Hold on.
Blame them for the crime that occurs? Obviously not. But the difference between a police officer and Superman is that Superman is f***ing Superman. He has a fortress of solitude with an army of f***ing robots. Are you?
What are you suggesting he should do with that army of robots?
He's saying Injustice was right.
Oh no.
That's the only thing you can interpret from what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's saying
Like,
that
Superman should become the policeman of the world and take away everyone's freedom.
And all of us with a fucking brain cell? No, he should not.
No.
And Superman is that Superman is f***ing Superman. He has a fortress of solitude with an army of f***ing robots. Are you telling me that he didn't even think of maybe helping the authorities hold Atomic Skull? Are you telling me that he's unwilling to do anything but stop the supervillain's immediate threat? How?
Well,
He can't stop them before they've broken the law because they haven't broken the law.
like
Innocent until proven guilty.
what and like we don't and we know he only has a finite amount of superbots to help out in the fortress. Like, what do you want the superbots to be constantly going to every single like to just be working in Metropolis? Which I guess, but like
Metropolis would become a police state overnight then.
if it's and even if it's only just in the prisons, right? Like again, like. That's that even then that's arguably going a bit too far because it's like, oh well, if he's willing to do that for his superbots, what else is he willing to do? Like, how far is he willing to go? And it's just it really does sound like you just want the injustice. You don't want injustice.
He saw Clark was in the right, and it's just like, no. Like, so Clark's actions are justifiable to a point. Killing Joker, 100% justified. Nuked the city, killed the man he loved, killed the woman he loves, and their unborn child.
Yes.
Yeah. Fucker goes in the ground at Mach 10.
Yeah.
So that's understandable. However, taking over the planet is where everyone else is just going, could you not?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Lex Luthor is screaming from the inside of his head, like, I told you! I fucking told you!
My paranoia is true. Came true, you bastard.
Gorilla Grodd, stop sucking my dick and tell me I'm right.
Joke's on you. Gorilla Grodd would be in Central City, not Metropolis. Get wrecked, faggot.
What
Yeah, so
happens
that's
in supervillain prison in your head, Slur?
It's like regular prison, but more intense.
With more gorillas.
Yeah.
The fucking the ultra humanite is also there with his big brain, and he's just like narrating as Lex Luthor butt fucks Gorilla Grodd.
I mean, Brainiac is also there, but he's doing like the Charlie Dufresne thing from Shawshank Redemption, where he's just working the books until he can escape through a wall.
I love the idea that because while he's outside, Brainiac can fly, so he doesn't just simply fly. He deposits a little bit of dirt through his pant legs still.
Brainiac crawled through half a mile of shit. Came around here.
So would Lex Luthor be Morgan Freeman?
Yes, I guess.
It just shows Brainiac like fixing a boat, and then Lex Luthor just shows up from off frame.
No, Gorilla Grodd fixing a boat.
Am I supposed to root for this guy if any of that's the case? And by
It's not.
Because he's a good person. Because he's not wanting to take over the government. Like, why would you? Why? How fucked do you believe the world is that you see Superman and you think this guy should be in charge?
Or at the very least, you're doing a very poor job of communicating what you actually want to happen. Like, it sounds like your script needed to be a little bit, maybe a little more revised, because it just genuinely sounds like you think Injustice Superman is the way that this movie should have gone, or it should go. Like, I don't understand.
Is just not what should happen.
Yeah.
At the end of this movie, Superman doesn't offer any solutions. He doesn't change to account for this new idea presented to him, if radically so.
We've talked about this. It's an issue of time.
With time, but more specifically, even with the time to get it, like, the solution, like, it's this. Honestly, this I would argue that the solution is simply just the slow and steady way, at least for now, because that one actually works.
Yeah, of the extremes, let's work on the one that's actually helpful.
Yeah. Alright, guys, did I miss any actual arguments while I was like sorting out stuff?
This guy genuinely believes like Injustice was like the right thing for Superman to do.
I've not seen that yet.
Very important, Asa. You missed this conversation. So, in prison, do you think Lex Luthor and Gorilla Grodd's relationship, who would be the top and who would be the bottom?
This is the real question, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it depends. Does Lex have like his gear? That's very important to this.
No. They're in prison, so they draw.
Yes, they'd have to improvise the toys. Yes.
Yeah. Well, look, I feel we need to know this. Like, how much equipment do they have?
Lex.
Can they connect it to like? Do they have electricity? Do they just have each other? You know, I think.
Well, they have electricity because they have TVs in their rooms, but they don't have any extra gizmos.
All right, let's break this down. Okay, so
are they at least using protection? Because that's just
well, you don't need to. They're different species.
I mean, they could both beat people to death with their hands. They're very well protected.
If Lex Luthor and Gorilla Grodd,
are you just asking AI who'd be
shut up? We're in prison.
Oh God. Okay, but
who would be the bottom?
Okay, but Asa, he also said that he also at least implied that it's like, why isn't Superman like doing anything about like policies when it comes to like prisons and stuff? And it's like, well, the only way he could do something is by force, and that would defeat the purpose of the movie. It's the arguments are really bad.
It's the arguments from someone who doesn't understand the point of this movie.
Exactly.
If any of that's the case. And by the end of this movie, Superman doesn't offer any...
Jacob, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So, Lex Luthor's perspective. So, power bottom energy. Lex has too much ego to fully submit. So, he's also smart enough to play the long game. He might pretend to be the bottom while plotting how to turn the tables.
You know what? AI is actually completely correct. Lex Luthor definitely has power bottom energy.
Final verdict.
Especially if it's
he's in charge, Brown Lex. Have fun.
Guys, I think this is important. Final verdict. If Lex can resist telepathy, he might negotiate his way to being in control. Playing Grodd into thinking submission is a mind game he's winning. Power bottom Luther confirmed.
What the fuck? What?
That's canon now.
I'm convinced. Yeah, no, that works for me.
It's times like this where I really do think like.
So the most likely income, Lex is a manipulative power bottom. Grodd is the primal dom.
Oh my
I
god.
think that like when the AI uprising actually attempts, they'll be
What?
focused on the fact that they have all the world's porn in its like database, that they're just gonna be like, I don't know if we're supposed to control the world or just fuck it.
I feel we need like a highlight video of the shit that I wasn't involved in. They're just ending with me reading that as Jacob's like first highlight video. I'm very sorry, but we needed to know because you guys asked.
Okay, yeah,
These are
fair.
the real questions.
It is
Or
the
move
important
America.
debate of this. Yeah, this
It's of the century, yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't change to account for this new idea presented to him, if radically so. He just puppet masters everything to prove that he was right all along and that there's no reason to change because what he is doing is morally right. Fuck off, Smallville, you self-righteous piece of alien trash.
Ooh.
Racist.
Well, I mean, well, first off,
How
Smallville is
dare
almost.
you?
what do you? But his way, like, out of the two extremes, his way just was better. That's the thing.
How fucking dare you? That because he believes in a world where, like, a dream in which that things will get better because we fucking work for it. That makes him a pretentious piece of shit and self-righteous. Like, how about you kindly fuck off? Because what? Like, if you genuinely think that Superman is just this asshole that you've been portraying in this video, what solutions do you have to offer? How about instead of just deconstructing, you simply fucking, like, suggest an idea on how to fix it? But no, you can't do that because you don't, like, all you want to do is to tear shit down. Fuck off.
Like, I don't.
Piece of shit.
And it's like, one thing is like changing how he views things for this new way or whatever. It's like, what you mean? Responding to threats with extreme violence, which doesn't really work when you are Superman or even any superpowered individual. What precedent does that serve? Because again, this was probably about 2 hours ago or whatever. Superheroes don't just save people; they set examples for how, like for the people they save and how they should act.
It'd be one thing if a superhero was like really like say Snyder's version of Superman, specifically from Batman versus Superman during that montage. He's very apathetic as he's saving people. He's not doing what he did in All-Star Superman where he talks the person down from the ledge. He simply just picks them up and puts them down on the ground.
Yeah.
That would set this bizarre example that he just is only doing this because he's here, because it's his job. Like he doesn't really care about the people of Earth.
Mm-hmm. Rather than something he actually wants to do it. It's also why, and again, going more into the comics, it's why he goes to like sick children with cancer and visits them as much as he can, or takes them to the moon.
That's why he goes to former criminals and like will sit with them on an I-beam during their lunch break. Like he cares about everyone.
Yeah, just
he's Superman.
Yeah, just because
like
he wants to make sure they're doing okay, that they're not falling back into like old habits.
Just to check on who they are, and especially because that particular comic I'm referencing, his the criminal's son is starting to get into some bad habits, and it's just like, just remember, you were given a second chance, so give him a second chance. And he's apparently been having lunch with this guy for possibly months now, ever since he got out of prison. Like, that's the key detail that he's not understanding. When he says because he's Superman, he's only thinking of the power. He's only thinking of the heat vision, the super strength, the ice breath. Instead of when we say he's Superman, or more specifically when Jake and myself say it, we're thinking of the heart.
Exactly.
We're thinking of who Clark Kent is.
Yeah, Clark Kent.
Yeah,
is
he's
who
the
he is.
Dom. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
He's-
he's,
he's- yeah,
Superman.
he's-
He is a good person.
Yeah, that's why he's polite about it.
Yeah. Excuse me, Lois. I would like to be on top tonight. If that was all, if that would be okay.
So first off, it's missionary only, unbroken eye contact. Not even kissing. Just
I love
looking
this
Lois
final
dead
bit.
in the eyes.
I love this final bit when I asked it sexually. Manchester
I
Black
like not
tries
going.
to be the Dom, but ends up wrecked. Menagerie gets her best shot, but ends up outlasted.
Hold on. Do you still have the Gorilla Grodd prompt?
It's still up there, yeah.
Would the lights be on or off?
Okay, hang on. Give me a sec. Hang on.
Hold on. I'm gonna play this.
With Lex and Gorilla Grodd.
Thing to prove that he was right all along and that there's no reason to change because what he is doing is morally right.
Because it is,
Off,
yes.
Smallville, you self-righteous piece of alien trash. And I want to talk
Also,
about that.
hold on. Sorry, I forgot about that last part. Fuck off on just calling him alien trash. You are a representation of fucking Lex Luthor. You don't see a person that's doing good. You only see an obstacle to what you want.
He only sees a foreigner.
Yeah,
He
exactly.
needs to be deported.
He's taking my glory.
Guys,
He's the villain.
Guys, I think just because Wyatt asked is very important. So for lights on, Lex's choice. If Lex somehow managed to manipulate the situation, you bet he's keeping the lights on. He's a man of precision, control, and ego. He wants full visual dominance. He needs to see every detail, to analyze and strategize. It's also a power move for Grodd. If Grodd wants to make a point, keeping the lights on is a territorial domination. He wants Lex to see exactly who's in charge. And for lights off, Lex tries to gain an edge. If Lex knows he's losing, he might insist the lights off to regain some control. He even might sneak in a hidden gadget or trick. For primal instinct, Grodd doesn't need light. He's a psychic super gorilla. He probably sees better in the dark anyway. If the lights go out, it's 100% Grodd's game. Final verdict. Lights on if Lex thinks he's winning. Lights off if Grodd is asserting his full dominance. Either way, Lex is not the one making the final decision. Final score, lights, 80% Grodd's call, 20% Lex
right.
trying to gain control. Just so
I
you
swear to
know.
God, this recording is going to end with a full reading of some fucking erotic.
No, last
I can
last
give a right one if you want.
Yes,
last
do it.
prompt.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Last prompt, and this is the grossest one. Who nuts first?
Oh,
fucking
definitely Grodd. See, here's the thing. Gorillas are super, fucking beefy and dominant, but they got, itty bitty fucking pinky weenies.
I mean, they actually, I think they have the smallest penises to body size ratio of any ape.
I did
The
not know that.
gorillas are, all
Oh, yeah.
machismo, no meat.
I thought it'd
That's
be
an idea for me. That's why I can't
just-
see Glovin on top.
Guys,
That'd be enjoyable.
guys, just so you know, I asked it who nuts first purely for a purely academical sense. And then it answered with, oh, well, for Lex's side, human biology, no matter how much Lex wants to believe he's the peak of human perfection, he's just a dude. Ego versus reality. He will try to last longer out of sheer stubbornness. Psychological resilience. Lex is a master of self-control. Estimated performance. If he's able to focus, he might hold out longer than the regular person.
I absolutely believe that Lex Luthor can mentally fucking manipulate his nut.
He is not only he's thinking of baseball in 17 dimensions.
So
the,
Gorilla Grodd, primate biology, gorillas are built different. A real gorilla finishes very quickly, but multiple times. So final verdict, who nuts first? Lex Luthor 9 times out of 10.
What?
Lex tries to resist, but ultimately cannot outplay gorilla science.
What the?
What? Did that? Everything you just said that it leans heavily towards Lex's favor.
Gorilla
No,
science.
God's using toys, so like that helps.
Well, no. So I missed out a few things. I didn't read it
You
all
forgot
because
the
we got
Gorilla Science, Wyatt.
because we've got
Yes.
we've got Gorilla Grodd. So also like there's also telepathic
No one
edge.
expects the
Grodd
Gorilla Science.
Grodd could control his own pleasure responses with his mind.
You haven't considered.
He
Wyatt.
could literally
Gorilla Grodd
pause
has
his
been
own.
mind edging you since yesterday.
No, like so look, he could
He can't stop
literally.
his prostate for
Guys, you
activating
need to
lupus.
hear this. He could literally pause his own nut due to his telepathic edge. And also for Gorilla Grodd, pure Dom energy. If he's in charge, he's pacing himself, strategically waiting to break Lex.
Oh my god.
Well, you also have to take this. Gorilla Grodd has the still force as well. The power of slow, so his orgasm could be like it's like you don't even know when it's gonna happen.
Just to Jacob's audience, this is the power of AI.
Jesus fucking.
I, for one, welcome our AI overlords.
That's what I'm saying. The fucking AI try to take over. They're just like, I don't think we're gonna kill you, but I think orgies for everyone.
Okay.
Now we'll carry on the video. While we're carrying on, I'll get it to write some erotica to end the video on. Okay?
Fair enough. Yes.
And then it can read it to us.
No reason to change because what he is doing is morally right. Fuck off, Smallville, you self-righteous piece of alien trash. And I want to talk about that ending. The entire setup is so stupid. So the elite, for no reason, give Superman a day before they fight. Then
There is a reason though. They like theatrics.
Yeah, it's symbology.
They like the theatrics of it. Like I don't.
It's the symbology.
I don't see what you mean.
It's like we're proving it right by beating up Superman.
Yeah,
That's the point.
But what is? Oh, they give him a day for no. Well, there is a reason, but like even if they said like we need a day, Manchester Black also just got punched in the face by Superman. So like I might need a day to recover from this because I got punched in the face by Superman.
Oh my fucking nose!
Just so your audience is ready for this later, it is called Caged Kings, a prison romance.
Okay.
Caged Kings as a W title. Well done, Robot. You done good.
If it had,
I honestly wouldn't have come up with something as good as that.
ask it what its tags would be. I'm more wondering like, is this is this actually like two people trying to like struggle, or is this like an all-out like?
I asked it.
Is this romantic or is it?
Just to be clear, I asked it to write a tasteful erotica suitable for YouTube.
Okay.
Okay, so it's not CNC.
Oh man, I was hoping it'd be like the hardest gay fucking ever.
No, this needs to go on your YouTube channel, Jacob. You can't back out.
I know.
No, it's just Gorilla Grodd, just absolutely pounding.
Gorilla Grodd? Did you just say Gorilla Grodd?
No, I said Gorilla Grodd.
It sounded like you said
Gorilla Grodd, just fucking.
Gorilla Grodd goes balls deep.
Just absolutely
Not that
destroying
deep.
Lex.
Definitely YouTube friendly.
He could feel his orgasm about to come, but then he uses his telepathy,
His mind powers.
his mind powers to constrict his urethra. The pressure only drives him.
No, couldn't he just telepathically just force Lex to just nut? Because he could just basically
he could.
Yeah,
but
he can
where's the
telepathically
fun
play
in
with his
that?
prostate. Now help.
No, not even that. Just more like filled his brain, just like with synthetic.
You will come, Lex.
Oh god.
No, that's foreplay. You use mind to have an orgasm. That's foreplay.
that ending. The entire setup is so stupid. So the elite, for no reason, give Superman a day before they fight. Then Superman treats it as if it's some life-ending threat that he could easily die when fighting them, and Lois sobs into his arms and all. And then he leaves.
Yeah, because Lois also doesn't
Very
think
much
that she.
not the point of that scene.
Yeah, Lois also thinks that they can beat him. So, that's why. And, like, the whole idea is that I need to show people that there is someone who's willing to die for them. And, oh, you know, she thinks that the man that she loves is going to die. So, of course, she cries. The whole...
No, that's just gay
I think
shit,
the challenge here is that I am willing to put my life on the line to make this point and have everybody see this point.
But have you?
Is a very anime shonen protagonist type of thing to do, and this guy's just not used to seeing good media.
But Slur, have you
also-
considered that someone loving someone else being worried about them is
I mean,
gay?
let's
Yes,
also
love is
just
gay.
not forget the fact that
Okay, sex is straight.
there genuinely was a chance that Manchester and the rest of them could have killed him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like remember that
One of Superman's only weaknesses is magic and mind control.
yeah, and how many suns was it like going off in his face? When,
It was not like 16 suns going off in his face, or the moon would have been destroyed. I'm not.
Yeah. Like in real life physics, that would be like the moon's gone.
Now, granted,
I think that'd be like the Earth's gone. Mercury's gone.
Now, granted, given like from what we saw of the explosion from like the moon's orbit, it would probably be enough to like glass an entire country. But
Oh, yeah, it's fucking big. Yeah.
it's huge. It would be enough to like, glass the in like an entire country probably, but.
A no for her in the morning, and we're led to believe that that was it. That was all he did during the night, is just sleep with Lois and had her cry. But
Because he's trying to comfort the woman he loves. But
What do
okay.
you want him to do?
they're not married
Play
by
League?
that point, right?
No, they're not. But they're it. Let's be real. Like I'm pretty sure that they probably were very shortly after the movie ended.
I don't
would've-
want to be that guy, but this guy that made this video has never had a partner, right?
I
Probably not.
Probably.
He's not like a long.
I was trying not to say that because like I don't want to be like you got no bitches like type.
I don't want to be that guy, but this guy's a real like virgin, right? Like
This
to like a
script
like
is maidenless behavior.
maidenless.
Yeah.
I love that. I need to steal that maidenless behavior.
I'm the only one who can do maidenless behavior around here.
Yeah, but you're not a faggot about it. That's the point.
True. I wear my horny on my sleeve, and I'm proud of it.
Yeah, boy.
while Slur is actively like swinging the bat at all three of the ARP crew at a given time. You will not be horny, the three of us.
Well,
Jokes on-
me and Lion are not part of the Yarp crew, and we can go gay as much as we want.
Jokes
And
on
And me
you.
and Lion are often gay.
Jokes on you, Slur. The bat only makes you more horny.
Not with each
not
other,
often,
but
we
you
get it.
know, just in general.
Yeah. Sometimes it's Jason, but yeah.
Yeah.
I get off to blunt force trauma.
Yeah, like me and Lion have watched each other with other people, but with each other, that's just nah. It's not. Nah.
Yeah. The voyeurism is fine. It's
Yeah, voyeur is exactly. Thank you. We're tasteful about this
yeah,
homosexual.
tasteful voyeurism. Put that in your description.
What the fuck are we talking about?
I don't know.
No, man.
All right, let's get back to the video.
But as it turns out, Superman had a plan. Get knocked around a shit ton, pretend to snap, pretend to kill the elites, and show the world how scary it is to have a Superman that would willingly kill. Aside from the obvious flaw of your
Not the
strawman-
kill part.
No.
It's
Well-
not the killing part.
Well, no, I mean, but that is his point, though, is that he's showing him
Also,
what that
he's
would
like
be.
bringing up and saying, "Oh, apart from the fact you're straw manning, it's not a straw man. It's a logical conclusion. What do you mean?"
No, I'm gonna say like he said it like this is what happened, and it's like, yeah, this is the point, and you're like, that's bad. Why is it bad? What happened? I
Yeah.
don't understand what his point is.
Yeah.
Just doesn't like the movie.
Again,
Yeah.
well, but like his point is showing them how like obviously extremism to the world was what they were doing, and he's showing them like against them how fucking awful it is, and he's like making a point. I would be fine. Here's the thing. Once again, if his point is that we don't go into enough detail and we need more info on this, which is how I feel, that's fine. But he's saying it's bad because it is. It's like that's not an argument.
We also said that there's contradictions, and then he has yet to label a single contradiction. So,
Yeah, there's no contradictions. My point is that it's a bit too threadbare. But again, when you have a movie that's barely an hour and a half,
not even an hour and a half. Not even an hour. And
exactly. But that's what I said. Barely. It's like it's not that long. My point is that it's not long enough for this talk, which is my criticism of the movie. Not that it's done bad. It's just that it's too quick. But he just says it happened so bad. It's like this, what?
That's not how
What are you
that
talking
works. Yeah, that's not how
No,
it
he's
works.
he's basically using their argument against them to prove the point because he is stronger than them because he is literally a god to them.
Yes.
It's not an argument. It's just not.
And also, it makes total sense for Superman because he uses his resources to not be that guy, even though he makes him think that.
Yeah.
It totally makes sense for Superman's character. Again, it's more out of fight, like character stuff I want more of, not mechanical shit.
Pretend to snap, pretend to kill the elite, and show the world how scary it is to have a Superman that would willingly kill.
Yes.
Aside
Yeah.
from the obvious flaw of you're strawmanning the argument, you piece of garbage, I have to
No,
ask
he's not.
several questions. Why did the elite give Superman a day to prepare? Why?
Because Manchester Black got punched in the face and they like theatrics. Like, it's-
But
it's very-
also, they don't hate Superman. They just, again, they feel they're proving a point. They're like, we will fight Superman to the death because we feel our justice is better. They don't think Superman is evil.
Boy,
In the same way that Superman doesn't think the elite are evil, he thinks they're misguided, and they think he's misguided, but they both feel it for like the wrong reasons to each other. If that makes sense, opposite reasons. Sorry, not wrong.
Doesn't Manchester also just say like give you a day to say your goodbyes before we kill you? Like as like
Yeah, but
I'm just trying to say
but
because my point is they do it for no reason. I'm like they state a reason. They literally say the reason why they're doing it. So it's not for
yeah,
no
but
reason.
I'd be like, regardless of like the elite don't hate Superman. They just think he's in their way, whereas Superman thinks these guys are too. I don't know. Like, I feel you'd be very uncharitable when you're like, oh, there's no reason for any of this. It's like they don't hate Superman. They don't want to kill. Like to them, Superman's not the enemy. He is an obstacle.
Yes.
So it's not like I don't know. Superman isn't one of their evil people that they need to kill, like to save the people. It's more like if Superman isn't out of the way, then he will be a thorn in their side to help other people. So they want him out of the way, but they don't think Superman's evil. This is the thing. This isn't a story of a hero and a villain. I mean, it's a protagonist and an antagonist.
Mm-hmm.
The elite aren't evil; they're misguided. And as far as the elite are concerned, Superman is a good guy who doesn't go far enough. They aren't super villains to each other.
It can almost be kind of viewed as as a generational argument, like the old school hero versus essentially what's shown throughout the movie as the new hotness.
Well, I mean that was what the original story was like about, because the elite are basically stand-ins for the authority, and like pretty much all of the edgy like anti-heroes of the late 90s and early 2000s that were coming out. That's kind of
I feel you've missed the point. I feel you've missed the point of the movie where if you're like, oh, the elite just want to kill Superman. It's like, no, Superman and the elite both kind of want the other to be on their side for most of the movie.
Yeah. They're literally trying to convince each other to like.
And then in the end, they come to a fight to the death, but they don't hate each other. It's more of like a, I don't know how to describe it. Like this is like it's a not overt thing, but I feel that's kind of obvious. Where this is more like they're both sides are resigned to this is how it has to end, rather than that's how they want it to end.
Yeah.
And then obviously Superman is strong enough to be able to make a point, whereas the elite just try to kill Superman because he's in their way.
Yes.
Neither of them are evil; they're just driven. I don't know how to describe it. It's the bad guys, but
in this guy's mind is evil,
but he's not.
Like, because he's Lex Luthor in disguise.
I don't even think that like the elite, like I if I'm being thinking to like nice to the movie, I don't even think the elite are evil.
Oh,
they're
no.
just
No,
they're
I'm
very
not
misguided.
talking-
No, I know
I'm
you're
talking-
not. I just mean, but this guy's acting like it's really clear cut when it's not.
Well, he also
I don't know if you watched the movie.
He also just said that Superman's point was a straw man when it's not a straw man. It's like
No, it's literally their argument.
Yes.
I mean,
Why
don't
didn't Superman tell
get me wrong. Sorry, Jacob. I was just saying. Don't get me wrong. It's not like Superman saying that, because Superman doesn't really condemn them for who they're fighting. It's how they go about it. Like Superman's not saying you're fighting the wrong people. He's saying you're going too far. And then Superman's saying, "What if I went too far?" And then he shows it with force because he can.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'm gonna immediately, before he even finishes what he's saying, because I know what he's about to say, the reason I would imagine he didn't tell Lois is because while he loves her and respects her, he also understands that she's a reporter and will always want to report the truth. If he immediately sort of revealed that this at the end of the day is a farce, I feel like Lois would be obligated to sort of tell the truth that like she wouldn't be able to keep it a secret. She just can't.
It's also you don't know how much he planned rather than had it like as potentials in contingencies and all that shit.
I'd imagine that
I imagine.
I'm not going against you. I would imagine how he set all of this up. Because he's Superman, and also this is just it's not like they have OP powers. I'd imagine this took him like 5 minutes to set up. I bet the longest part of this was talking to Bunny.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that Superman definitely had this planned, but I could totally see that he'd hope that it wouldn't come to it in a way.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah,
so he'd have that hope that these guys would give up, and then he could put them on the right path rather than having to go this far.
I'm sure that, there's a version of his plan where it didn't even get to the part where he says that it's time to put the animals down. I'm sure they're I'm sure in his mind, if he only just threw one punch and then somebody just all of them just went, honestly, you know what? No, I'm not gonna fight Superman. I'm done.
Yeah.
The obvious flaw of "you're strawmanning the argument, you piece of garbage," I have to ask several questions. Why did the Elite give Superman a day to prepare? Why didn't Superman tell Lois about his plan instead of making her worry herself to death like that? How did he know he could survive a psychically induced seizure?
He's Superman.
Yeah,
I'm not going to pull that one. Also, I'm more going to point out he's probably because of his psychic barriers. He's probably dealt with other telepaths.
Well,
not to mention, if we were to headcanon this, he probably has received some instruction from Martian Manhunter.
Oh no, my point was more. I think my point is more. Superman would take the risk because of how his ideals. He would risk his life. Because of his ideals.
There's also the fact that
was a gamble, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I totally believe that Superman would take the gamble of, I probably would survive this. You might die, and Superman's like, well, I might die every time I fucking do stuff.
Also, if he dies, he still proves his point.
Yeah. But there's also the fact that Manchester Black literally, I believe in that scene, says, I can't muck with the rest of your brain. What I can do is I can crush those capillaries, little tiny tubes of concrete. So yeah, he basically acknowledges he can't mess with all of his brain, but he can at least mess with the capillaries.
Well, I feel between all of us, we come up with 5 reasons as to why it's not just suicidal. So yeah, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
How did he know he could survive the fight at all when, from the feats they showed during the fight, he had never seen the full extent of their powers? But most of all,
he's more than likely.
I don't want to be like that dick, but it's Superman fights people that he might not survive against all the time. Superman will take the risk if he believes it's for the right reasons. I don't want to say.
And he's public knowledge.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that he's always holding back and always pulling his punches. And he literally did say that he was gonna let them and he fully knows his own abilities. The person that knows what Superman can do the one person that knows that Superman can do is Superman. So, because he spent all of his life controlling his powers.
He know he could survive the fight at all when, from the feats they showed during the fight, he had never seen the full extent of their powers. But most of all, off. There is no way that his army of robots could save all those people in the perfect way to make it look like Superman had killed them.
Why not?
He strategically positioned them.
You say the perfect way, it's hard to do. They just had to pull them out of the way.
Yeah, they literally pulled them out.
I will admit it pulls some camera trickery with at the very least the Rebel ones, when it shows that clip of that car being pushed over. Well, you're telling me no one who's at the very least on Manchester Black's side, that guy in the brown shirt sitting next to the kid, he would have seen that before the reveal.
Well, I mean,
it's little moments like that where it's okay, there's this wasn't perfect, but for especially all those people in the air, yeah, those people it was a good chance that like people were fooled by that.
But
because they
like
weren't
but
there.
this guy seems to make. I feel that he's going to the point that there's no way they could do it to keep everyone safe and then also show it, and it's just like, why though? You haven't explained why. You just said they can't, which I
That's
don't
why
like.
that's kind of why I wish the League was like in my draft we'd see like Barry running around or Martian Manhunter phasing through debris to grab people.
But my point is more his critique is just I don't think it would work. End of argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Which is like really stupid.
Because he's really bad at explaining himself because he just doesn't like this movie and thinks that just calling it stupid is a valid enough argument. Newsflash, asshole, it's not.
No, it isn't. And even then, like if he's had this plan, the Superbots, or at least most of them, are likely already in the city.
And it's shown that they can move somewhat the same speed as Clark.
Don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
if you don't like the Super Army, I don't know how I feel about it, like personally, but I'm a bit like that's a different argument, then it doesn't work.
Yes.
Again, this guy seems to have arguments that don't fit what he's saying.
Yeah.
So on a surface level, I don't like much of the Kryptonian tech in the first place, but that's mainly because it's normally been used in a story aspect as the end all be all, like and I'm definitely mainly talking about this in a meta aspect. In the case of like the Superbots, I believe they can move just as fast as him and are just as strong as him.
But
so it's like he genuinely has like his own private army,
Well-
which is something I don't think Clark would be okay with.
well, here's the thing. I also like I don't like that either, but that's a different argument, and it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Which is fine, but I feel this guy's arguments don't match what he's saying, which is bizarre to me.
Yeah.
Well, it's because he's just rambling off nonsense because he just doesn't like this movie.
Like I said, like me and Slur and I had criticisms of this movie, but they weren't like this movie doesn't work. There are more things we don't like about this movie and what they'd want to improve upon, and it's like. And then if I was like the Super Army and if I was writing it, I'd be like, oh, personally, I wouldn't do this because I think it really cheapens some stuff, blah, blah, blah. But then he's like, this doesn't work because I said so. It's like, that's not... okay.
I don't think that's not an argument.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, right, okay. Yeah, okay.
Not only is that whole idea ridiculously improbable to make
So it's ridiculously improbable to strategically place the Superbots in the city and to have them act. Especially since they're sentient, they know.
No.
Okay, sure.
Hold on. No, Jake, you don't understand. He just went back on his own point. He said it was impossible earlier, then he said improbable. Improbable is more than likely than impossible. So he just walked back in the same fucking sentence.
Check
But
your
Wyatt,
fucking
have
scripts. Jesus Christ.
But Wyatt, have you considered that you're a bigot? Just asking. Just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I already am. Like, so I'm a Warhammer fan.
Okay,
Fuck
alright,
aliens.
fair enough. Okay.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
Enough said.
consistent.
Women can't even be in my hobby before I just go.
In the perfect way to make it look like Superman had killed them. Not only is that whole idea ridiculously improbable to make consistent, not only did Superman not know that Manchester Black would even teleport back down to Earth so he could show that whole lie to him.
No. Oh, sorry. I forgot space part doesn't work. So first off, he has been using Bunny. Is it Bunny or Buddy?
I think it's Bunny. Bunny.
Okay. Has been using Bunny to teleport all the time. It's like one of the most consistent habits Manchester Black and the Elite in general have. So it's very easy to predict, especially from Superman's perspective, that that's what they'll use. And when they're scared, what's the first thing they're going to want? A human shield. What's the best human shield for Superman? Metropolis.
Well, I mean, but also, he's just like, get us back to Earth, which is very reasonable to assume they'd want, and then it's where they left.
Yeah.
I don't know, and then
He also Superman also has super hearing, and he could have heard that conversation they were having.
But also, even if it didn't happen, I don't know, like, I feel that you would have to change a few things, but like you said, if the Superbots are just like as fast as Superman and blah blah, if they even went anywhere else within the Earth sphere, you'd be like, well, they can get there.
Yeah, but like again, it's like it's also like Superman probably overheard their conversation because he has super hearing, or he just knew that they would go to Metropolis, like Wyatt said. It's like because they're predictable.
They are very predictable.
Also, I don't want to be like, even if they weren't predictable to, like, I know that they are, don't get me wrong, but what I mean is, even if I'm being like most like uncharitable to the movie as possible, if Superman was doing this, I'm pretty sure he could probably cause destruction without harming people, because he just, you know, he would just make sure his damage would be not near people. You know, if it ended up being not near them.
The outcome would still be the same if this took place in either London or fuck it if they were fighting in Gotham.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I mean. He would just cause I mean, it's still Superman. I mean, he's more interested in human lives. He'd probably just cause like minimal structural damage that looks impressive without actually harming people. Like, I believe Superman could do that.
Yeah,
more than likely, yeah.
It probably wouldn't be as impressive as what he does, but like he could do it to look at least like threatening because it's fucking Superman.
Yeah.
Like this is just the easiest way, and if it didn't work, I'm sure he could. I don't know what to say. He could tear up a road easy without harming anyone.
Yeah.
I mean, he'd harm the road, but you know.
but infrastructures is nothing compared to the cost of human life.
Yeah, but what I mean is, but Superman's not stupid. I'm pretty sure he could do like structural damage to like. I get what I mean is like minimum in that like it wouldn't destroy a city. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is what he does here anyway, but like I bet he could just do it to like look impressive while only I destroy this one street to make a point rather than, you know, a city.
I believe you, and I agree with you. It's also just entirely dependent upon the writers, because God, it was how many buildings were destroyed during the Shazam fight in the Justice League show?
It was quite a bit.
They destroyed quite a lot, and I don't care that those buildings were empty. That's still quite a lot of damage they're doing.
Yeah, but at the very least with that one, like that was the whole point, is that Superman's becoming incredibly paranoid about Lex Luthor, and Lex is is essentially making him look like a complete fool, like ruining his public perception. It was all part of the plan.
Yeah. Of course, the Justice League will pay for all the damage. Looks at Batman.
Prove his point. Not only was it absolutely ridiculous that the Elite's extra-dimensional bug-based thing could put oxygen on the moon.
Okay, so I have no problem with that, because we don't.
Suspension of disbelief works on this one.
Yeah, normally it's like I don't like whipping that out just because it's been used as an excuse, but this is one of those things where it's like we don't really know how Bunny like works completely, but it's not a contradiction that she can do that.
It's entirely believable. Like I don't see why not. There's some leeway as a writer or like as the audience where you can essentially just go, yeah, that's fine. It'd be one thing if they were like, I don't know, in the middle of a black hole and then Bunny just suddenly makes it not suck. Like that'd be like, because it's like, all right, I don't believe it could do that. But like putting oxygen, I don't even believe, like, I thought that was more Hat, to be honest.
No, it was Bunny.
I don't remember. Did they specifically say that?
I believe it said Bunny. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not outside of the possibility here. I mean,
it's not even again, like, it's one of those things where it's like this doesn't contradict anything that happens within the world the movie is set up. It's not too ridiculous to believe, especially considering we know that Bunny there was a tube of solar energy that was like being produced by Bunny, and it was being given to Superman. So like, that's not the most ridiculous thing. I don't know. That just seems like this you not engaging with the story's rules. So
it's also it's a nitpick, but it doesn't even have the courtesy of being correct.
Exactly.
Manchester Black is a telepath. Earlier in the film, he got a splitting headache just from hearing distant, panicked thoughts from a subway car drowning or whatever. And yet he couldn't have heard the thoughts of all those people hiding behind that shitty papier-mâché rubble? Are you serious?
He was busy fighting Superman, you retard.
Superman, that as far as, like, this is when it actually became life and death for him.
You're literally forgetting...
Also, wait, no, we're forgetting the key part. by that point, Superman lobotomized him.
No,
No, I'm talking about by the time of the reveal, like when the fight has even remotely slowed down. Say, because there's a chance maybe he would have felt those thoughts if Clark had taken a bit longer with the heat vision, like that I'm not aiming at your face. If that, he probably could have heard the thoughts of the passersby that are right there, but then he gets the lobotomy. So there's no fucking way, especially during a life and death situation, that he would notice that.
But even if he is talking about before that moment, like, Manchester is focused on fighting Superman. Like, he is putting all of his telekinetic abilities into fighting it. So he's not bothering. There's no reason why he would if he's putting all of his focus into fighting Superman. Like, that's
also
just,
also paper mache rubble. That's still concrete, my guy.
Yeah, and cars.
Are you serious? If you couldn't tell, I hated this movie pretty much from top to bottom.
Because you don't have good taste. We know.
I saw in it was that the music during the moon fight was all right, and the direction when Superman was catching the missiles wasn't trash. But
the direction in the movie is all around good. You're just wrong.
Other than that, I couldn't find a damn thing to praise.
Because you never bothered to engage with the movie. It's very clear
Even
you never
Will
bothered.
praise the acting in shitty movies.
I'm gonna say, like, even in like the most uncharitable, you don't like this movie, there are things to praise in it. Come on, like that's ridiculous.
I don't think anyone in this call particularly likes Deadpool and Wolverine.
I hate
moments where Hugh Jackman is like pouring his heart out, like in the car or in the campfire.
Yeah, the acting in that movie is really good. It's just a shame the script sucks, but yeah.
Yeah, like we can always. Like, hell, we've always talked about this with the Star Wars sequels. They look good.
Yes.
Like, we'll always give a point of praise, credit where credit is due.
Yeah,
like,
the animator
Go ahead.
The animator in the dungeon did a very nice job. If only he got paid well.
Yeah.
Which is really rare.
I don't get it, man.
At least in my experience. I can buy a lot of ridiculous things. I can put up with a lot of flaws. But if there is nothing good about a movie other than it looks pretty, then...
But you said the direction and I think the art style was bad, so what do you mean by looks pretty? You don't
and
think
on a subjective note, there's nothing wrong with just looking at the pretty colors. That's that's what I thought I was going to do when I saw Blue Beetle. I thought I was just going to look at the pretty colors while high out of my fucking mind. Turns out I watched a fantastic movie.
Personally, like, for me, pretty colors don't really work on me anymore, or at least not to what they used to, because I'm just kind of done with them.
It just depends on what you're in the mood for. If, like...
Something good.
Well, no, what I mean by that is, like, sometimes you genuinely just want to enjoy some fucking junk food. Like, that's, like, for, like, the biggest example would be, like, the biggest, but, an example would be Batman and Robin. Batman and Robin is not a good film. But,
but I like it because
you're
it's bad.
not in a really, but you're not in that good in the mood, so you just want the shittiest comedy you've ever fucking heard to just so bad it bounces back to you just start laughing.
Well, yeah, I like it because it's shit. But it's like I don't like it because it has pretty colors. That's it. I don't know.
I'm sure we if we did some hardcore digging, we could find an example for each and every one of us. That,
potentially, yeah, that is true. We might be able to find one. I want to say Godzilla Final Wars, but I like that one because it's bad. I guess that's the closest that I can think of right now.
Yeah.
Piss off with that garbage. I don't want to watch it. In general, I don't like to watch bad movies because I just get too into them. I get too invested in seeing what could have been. In this particular
skill issue.
Case,
yes, absolute skill issue.
That's funny.
It is honestly God a deficiency of the soul if you cannot appreciate truly bad art.
Exactly. Like what do you?
The
what do you-
Twilight movies are a cinematic masterpiece of pure fucking awful.
As we just brought up with Batman and Robin, it's a fucking awful film. But like one of the key factors that makes it so enjoyable is just the corniest performance from Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Godzilla.
What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age!
Objectively the best fucking Mr. Freeze there has ever
Bring him back
Genuinely
for the Matt
glorious.
Reeves universe. I want Mr. Freeze.
It would be all. I would totally like. I would just go to the
And
cinema
here's the
purely
thing,
for that.
even at the age he is now, Arnold Schwarzenegger would absolutely take that job for the right.
Everyone, like you have to literally have no soul if you don't get a kick out of him just going, "I still meet you." You know what I mean?
Imagine, like
You have to be like a soulless fucking heathen.
Imagine like you got the Robert Pattinson, he's just walking in with just something in the way, and then just, all right, everybody, chill.
It's
It'd be
just
a
so
complete
fun.
It'd be a complete tonal clash, but I would love it to death.
For with Godzilla Final Wars, it's just like, what's the plot of this movie? Stuff happens.
You ever seen the Matrix? What if that plus Godzilla?
Now, what if the Matrix plus Godzilla plus Atragon, also Battleship Yamato plus aliens, also would you hit a woman? Yeah, slaps woman.
You want to be very careful invoking Battleship Yamato. That is a deep cut classic.
Been meaning to watch it ever since you recommended it, Slur, but still
It
on the
is
One
to
Piece
this
binge.
day. It is my favorite anime.
What's that, sorry?
Space Battleship Yamato 2199 is my favorite anime.
Oh, I've heard of that. I've
Of
not
all
seen
of the
it, but-
Chinese cartoons about Mongolian basket weaving, it is one of my favorites.
And Slur has recommended it to us like time and time again, and I'm just like, yeah, I will eventually get to it. Now that I also am on my One Piece binge, I'm like, yeah,
You gotta
add it to the
fit.
pile.
Yeah. Next to Freyrin, next to Guyver,
Guyver is at the very least halfway done as far as like our arc is concerned.
Yeah, we watched we watched the 2 live action movies. Then we need to do the 2005 series and then the 1980 series.
Okay, but if they're covering the same material, I'd rather just. Pick
There
one.
are differences though. There are differences. The 2005 does do a couple things differently.
Okay, because it'd be one thing to watch one show and then watch the same show but just with updated graphics.
I mean, I'll argue this, that 1980s one has better fluidity of animation in the action because, in the 2005 series, it was the mid-2000s anime when they were still trying to figure out digital art, so there's a bit of an awkwardness to it.
When am I gonna watch the animated Riddick movie where everybody's body is just completely loose shape and no one's got skeletons?
Sorry, by the way, Slay, you know that Yamato, they made a new series, didn't they? Have you seen it? Or
Hold
like
on, they made a fucking
like 2202 as like a follow-up series. I've not seen it, but I heard about it. Sure, it's a thing, unless I'm just gone special needs.
Well, I'm gonna hit play.
2022.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was
Star
about
Blazers. Oh yeah. Okay, so yeah, after the original run of like the anime, they did a bunch of
You
follow-ups.
tried so hard, Jake.
Most of them you don't need to worry about, and some of them are rehashes of other ones. It's one of those fucking confusing anime series where like half of the seasons are just copies of other seasons. But yeah, the original came out in like the 80s, 90s. Then they did a reversion of like updated animation, a little bit fucking tighter script. They trimmed the fat. They kind of kept it to what you absolutely need and made a 25 episode run in like the 2010s. And it is, honestly God, just as a space epic over 25 simple episodes, God tier. It's just nothing but gold. It's a very simple, straightforward, hey, we have problem, we have solution to problem. solution to problem is actually incredibly fucking difficult, but we're the ones who are gonna get it did, and then you just watch them fucking try.
That sounds
It's
strangely similar to Galactica. How close would you relate them? Because like that
Not
sounds
super
almost
familiar with
1-to-1.
Galactica, to be honest.
Okay.
Oh, you heard it here first, folks.
Yeah. Anyways,
let's continue the video.
There's also a live action and like.
Oh Jesus!
Fuck.
But it's a Japanese live action, so they're trying, which makes it all the more tragic that it's.
or like the live action Death Note. Yeah.
Yes, dude, the live action Death Note is special.
the American one.
No.
No.
Live action Japanese Death Note where they were.
It does have a
actually
better
trying.
ending than the anime. I will say that is the ending is better. That's it.
Yeah,
though.
because they knew where they were going to end up. L. That's cheating. You're not allowed to do that.
Well, I don't like to watch bad movies because I just get too.
Oh,
into
fuck
them. I
off.
get too
Yes, you
invested in
do.
seeing what could have been.
Coward.
In this particular movie's case, I think there was about 30% of a blueprint for a decent moral debate on whether or not superheroes should be allowed to kill. And it's not like they even brought up interesting arguments.
Okay,
Like whether
I'm gonna pause. Okay, or Jake will pause for me.
Yes.
This seems like that type, like that straw man that I've kind of have always had about Civil War, where he thinks the whole movie should have been that moral debate, and just nothing else. Whereas, like, no, like that would be an interesting movie, but then there is just a good number, like, where we have to have some sort of general appeal, and that means we gotta have fight scenes.
There's
we
no
gotta-
argument here
It's
in
not
this
even
thing.
about the general appeal, but it's about the fact that the movie has a plot and a momentum of its own outside
Yeah.
of the debate.
Well, I mean, my thing is that this guy's got no argument. He says we've got this thing for the blah blah, and like me and Slayer and that was saying, like, well, there is one here, but we don't think it goes far enough. And I'd be curious, like, okay, so what are your points as to where this thing goes right, where it goes wrong? What would you add to it? And he just says, nah, bad, lol. It will be better if they did it different. Well, how would they do it different? Different. Thanks. You've
Yeah.
opened my eyes to how retarded you are. Thanks. You've done it. Thank you. Incredible.
Yep.
I hate you.
they should only kill based on how many people the supervillain killed, or whether or not the police have been given a shoot to kill order, or if a superhero could have like a court hotline so that they could pass judgments as the crimes are committed or something.
Whoa!
No! No!
No! You do not want to
We're going full Judge Dredd here.
Did he just accidentally invent Judge Dredd?
Yes.
Yeah, he totally
He
did.
basically that like that superheroes should
There was
have
a
immediate
judge
access to
who
be able
is
to
full of
pass
judge.
judgment, which only one fucking hero, or not even an anti-hero, like is only somewhat capable of doing, and he doesn't even work within the law. It's the Punisher. He's an anti-hero. Nobody really likes what he does. When you talk to like the main like Marvel,
I think a few people like what he does. It's just they're usually people with more extreme views.
no, I was going to say like when you talk to like the
French.
like when you talk
Or
to the
the
more
American
no, when you talk to the more I'm trying to think what the altruistic heroes, they definitely do not agree with Punisher, like Cap, Peter, like it's just he has a lot of detractors, but he
But-
also does have a lot of people that would be on his side. though.
Wyatt,
Like,
have you considered this movie's bad and you're a straw man?
You're not giving me enough of an answer as to why you would think this movie is bad.
But you're a
Yeah.
straw man, so get over it.
Yeah.
This thing, Superman was Judge Dredd. It'd be better.
Like,
Fucking giving them access to fucking that breaks so, like, if we were just talking about America, that breaks so many fucking constitutional like laws. Not to
Well,
mention like
well,
it's
even
just not I almost said not humane. It's not right.
and, but
What
even
left?
Even if we go like, oh, like maybe like notice how like a lot of his things were like maybe we could kill them if they did this and this. It's like, or what about the argument, or what, like, should the no kill argument also be humored as well? Like,
Yeah, you're not even trying to fucking think about Superman's side. You just basically just won't stop going Superman's side sucks.
but guys, have you
Why?
considered this movie's bad?
there were some other ones here that I kind of want to listen to.
of a blueprint for a decent moral debate on whether or not superheroes should be allowed to kill. And it's not like they even brought up interesting arguments, like whether they should only kill based on how many people the supervillain killed.
Okay, well, how many people? Does that also include the context of what if it was a bank robbery and it was like an accident?
I love the idea that you got Superman with a clipboard ticking off murder victims like it's 1, 2. He 10, I can do it now. 10, I can do it now.
Crime and he like fucking fills out a tally sheet.
Then I was going to say,
once it's 12 murders, that equals I can kill him.
Well, it's like what about manslaughter?
That's only half a point, so that'd be 24.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, as you guys kind of just mentioned, if it was based off a scoring system and this was to be applied to other superheroes as well, what's to stop them from just going like, I won't interfere, not yet, not yet, not yet. Oh, they hit the number. Now I'll do something.
Yeah, that's what the tally chart's for. So
yeah,
that's why you need just like this bureaucratic version of the Punisher who does nothing while the crime is taking place. He just keeps score, and then after the crime is done and all of the villains have gone home, he tallies up the score and he's like, okay, I'm gonna go kill them and their families.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah, after
he's only 199 evil points. I can't do anything.
And then
break his baby son's like right toe just to like get that last point in, and then I can leave the rest of them alone.
And then, afterwards, he's like,
after that, it's son of a bitch must pay.
No, but then afterwards,
now I can shoot him.
He like files his like documents with the American government, and they're like, "Oh, you carried over the one here wrong, so you actually did it wrong." So shit. He's like, "Oh fuck."
Oh shit! You have to go out and undo a crime.
You have to unkill someone.
No, you have to commit a crime now.
And then that'll even it out. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a big crime. You can just litter. You know that like gives a -1. You know that's fine.
There's a candy bar on the ground. No,
Yeah.
like we have to not be looking because now you're not really like trying.
Look. Just go.
This is like a superhero like tailgate. Like, what are you doing? He's like, I got a lot of crime points I have to make up for.
I missed my quota.
Kid's doing graffiti and says, "Hey, you, punch your friend. I need it to count as assault so I can balance out my clipboard for the night."
Imagine
like it's nice that like the superhero is like taking all our trash and then the next day he just dumps it in like the middle of the city. Like, there we go, mega littering.
Frank is being like in the middle of that thing. It's like, well, all right, hold on, I'll just cover my eyes. Okay, now you can litter.
Then you hear like ding ding ding. He's like, wait, did you just throw the can on the floor? No. All right then. As long as you denied it, then we can put it on a bad point.
Well, does this like take into account was the death like intentional? Was it a bank robbery where like things just went bad and someone got too
I told you
crime.
It's a Friday evening. I don't care anymore. I'm just as a
no. I told you if it's accidental, it only is half a point per kill.
What if it's a kid?
Then that evens out because it's double normally.
Then it follows the same rules as everything else. Which is that
not as the
American judge
victim.
will give an extra 20 years if it's before lunch.
Oh, the kid did it? You mean?
Yeah. What if not the kid is the victim? What if the kid's the perpetrator?
Oh, right. So if the kid did it, the kid themselves gets half a point because they're a minor, but their guardian gets a full point because they should have been watching them.
What, guilt by association?
No.
Negligence, motherfucker.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like, your responsibility makes sure you didn't do this.
You gotta get those crime points.
Wyatt, you're not understanding. Okay, so it's all about checks and balances and whether Superman can punch him in the face. Okay, that's
All right. No, I'm hitting play.
Whether or not the police have been given a shoot to kill order or
don't police already have shoot to kill orders?
Only when they read the quota.
Very specific circumstances.
It's a level of escalation.
Every round you fire in the line of duty, you basically have to file a fucking report on.
Yeah.
Yeah, like whether they're a person of color.
Also,
that's it, really, actually. But
also with body cams, it has to like every shot is fired is also under its own investigation. Like, it's a level of escalation that has to happen from a case-to-case basis.
Or if nuts are dropping onto a car, that's a different. That
cop was that was just not a.
You needed to open the fuck up on that.
That one was unforgivable. That was just.
That was so fucking funny.
That squirrel can never be
Like I watch a lot of like
Officer down.
cops breaking down that kind of stuff. That guy was a fucking idiot, and
It
like,
was, I watched
God.
the video. It was the funniest fucking shit, and I'm glad I don't live in that country for that. Well, at least that state for that bit, because that was terrifying if you were there. But as an outside observer, it was funny as fuck.
A superhero.
So
does
not only does the government hire these retards, but they arm
Give them guns. Yeah. I love to be like, oh my god, shots fired, and you're like, dude, it was an acorn.
My taxes paid for the bullets he just fired.
It was
That
so
monumental fucking
It
dipshit.
was so funny.
Yeah, I really hope that man was fired. I never.
It was.
Yeah, thank you, because my God.
Or he wasn't fired, but he was like let go. You know what I mean? With like technical differences, but it was so funny.
Technical difficulty.
Whoa! What the technical difficulties that he unloaded versus a tree?
Yeah.
Wasn't that the technical difficulties? Oh my god!
It just has a picture on his record. The we'll be right back. Like,
We'll be
Just a
right
loading
back.
screen with a retarded police officer.
oh, it's the retarded like Boy Scout from fucking Scary Movie.
oh, it's so funny.
like a court hotline so that they could pass judgments as the crimes are committed. That one
that's
is
still
really,
not
really
good.
stupid, but it would have at least served to highlight a couple of the nuances with the issue. As
That's not a new. Yeah, that last one is incredibly stupid, and it wouldn't highlight any nuance.
you
It
know
would be
what?
a more terrifying prospect.
So if you want to have that,
I guess it would
conversation in the
highlight how
film-
stupid society is if they did it.
Yeah. I would want if that was to be suggested by either Pam because she's an idiot or just some person at the UN. I would hope that Superman would then just go, "Really? You just want to like willy-nilly give extra judicial power to somebody to just murder another human being?" Like with that, like just because they've committed a minor crime, like he's not talking about the severity by any shit.
I mean, in
He hasn't
fairness,
earned enough crime points.
this guy's not been to the Dominican Republic, so it's fine.
All right.
it is, we have a black and white morality play,
Which is fine.
Is just f***ing terrible. From
Why? Why is that terrible? Why is it terrible to have black and white morality in terms of a conflict?
Because
Yeah, we know I hear stuff like this. You know, the meme was like the bell curve, and then it's like, Unga Bunga, good and evil, and then it's like the middle bell curve where it's like, no, it's nuanced stuff like that, and it's a genius one where it's like, yeah, good and evil. That's what I think of when I hear about this. It's like after a certain intelligence, like, no, good and evil. That's when you.
From the start, the elite are shown through storytelling shorthand to be the bad guys.
No.
it's not the
Also-
point. They're not evil. They're extremists.
Even if they
It's like
were.
a,
Even if they were, what is so bad about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I need arguments because otherwise we're just saying no, and it's unfortunately boring. But we got nothing to work with other than we're just disagreeing with him because he doesn't tell us anything.
Yeah.
Because
We have a black-
they were just so surface level fucking evil.
I don't want to be like I don't want to be thinking, but like I know the obvious example. Like all of us would be like, The Last Jedi sucks, and you'd be like to any of us, why? We'd be like there with them for like 3 days, telling them why it sucked. Whereas this guy, you're like, why does this movie suck? He would just over and over again just go because it does.
Yeah, basically.
And it's like that's not an argument.
Yeah.
And white morality play, which is just f***ing terrible. From the start,
not.
the elite are shown through storytelling shorthand to be the bad guys. There is no moral gray area, no debates, no interesting
Right,
philosophy.
but that's
to
objectively
consider.
not true. The entire first half of the movie shows that one, they are actually effective at eliciting change, and two, they do have the support of the public.
I'm gonna say like I again, we've been over what we don't like. Some of us, I'd say, that don't like about this, but there is definitely debates because Superman and these guys talk like for about at least 4 scenes in the movie where
In fact,
they
one of
literally have this back and
Superman's biggest
forth.
things in this movie is that the general public are feeling what the elite are putting down.
But what I mean is, he said there's no debates. I like Superman and Manchester Black have at least 3 scenes where they have the debate. I don't know what he's talking about. He didn't watch the movie.
He just doesn't think the argument is good enough.
Yeah, but
Like-
he said there isn't one, not that it's a bad argument. He just said it isn't
No.
one.
Yeah, because he just doesn't like the movie fundamentally.
No, I believe he hasn't
not-
watched the movie because that's an incorrect statement saying there isn't a debate. If he said if he gave me reasons why the debate sucked, that'd be fine because I'd have something to work with. He just said there isn't one. It's like, but there is.
Yeah.
There's multiple ones actually.
Yeah. Ah.
It's just good versus bad, and that's a real shame. If you want to watch this movie, I'd recommend the last 5 minutes of Under the Red Hood. Otherwise, stay as far away as humanly possible.
Wait. Oh, okay.
And thank the great comic gods that Dark Knight Returns is next.
What?
He doesn't like Superman. That's just it in general. Because
but he said the Dark Knight Returns.
He was probably
which is
reviewing.
fun.
He was probably reviewing all of them. So
No, he was, but he said but it's just funny to think the Dark Knight Returns is next, which I enjoy parts of that movie, like a lot of it, but there is so much cringe in that as well.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, especially.
Remember the Nazi tits?
Okay, yeah, that unfortunately has not aged well. Like that is just that I'm sure
That was never a good idea.
I'm sure Frank had his reasons, or if it was like a mandate from DC to have some level of sexuality.
Nazi tits.
But
Why Nazi tits though?
That's what I mean. I'm like, I don't care what your mandates are. It's terrible. But
Even if it was like you have to put something sexy in there, why did he go? I'll make a topless bad guy with Nazis with swastikas on the tip.
Why specifically swastika pasties?
Because it's fucking striking. It's peak character design. You just don't get it.
But guys,
now I'm like confused as I'm staring at her tits.
But guys, have you
what's confusing?
Have you considered Caged Kings a prison romance?
I mean, so for one, they're gigantic.
Do we want a robot to read it, or do we want one of us to read it?
Oh, either way, I'm fine.
One of us. Also, I just realized my
Put it in the
recording
chat.
window has been too scrunched together. It's not awful.
Oh, well.
And it's usable, but like, I just realized that because yeah, Manchester Black's arm is cut off about here. Yeah.
Who wants to read? I'll just scroll down as you get there. It's fine, but it's I don't know.
Let's have a look.
I don't know if
I've not read this, by the way, so this might be inappropriate as fuck, but who cares?
Oh, it is. As if I give a fuck.
Just say when Jacob's ready, if he's got it on the screen or whatever.
Hold on, let me. Well, no,
it's up to you.
It's not on screen. You'll just have to read it while I try and fix.
Yeah, that's fine then.
All right then.
Take it away.
Caged Kings, a prison romance. Lex Luthor had spent his life commanding empires, moving people like chess pieces, bending reality to his will. But here, in the cold confines of Iron Heights, he was a man like any other. Stripped of his tailored suits and his unchecked power, he had only his mind and his instincts. Across from him sat Gorilla Grodd, a creature of unparalleled intellect and raw physicality. The prison cell felt smaller than it was, the weight of their rivalry pressing against the metal walls. You stare too long, Luthor, Grodd rumbled, his voice rich with amusement, layered with something darker. Lex smirked, tilting his head. I don't stare. I analyze. And what do you see? Grodd leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. His enormous frame took up nearly half the space, the air thick with something unspoken. Lex knew he should look away. Should remind himself that this was an animal, a beast who had thrived on primal instincts. But that would be a lie. Grodd was no mere brute. He was intelligent, calculated, and unlike anyone else in this prison, he was an equal. That you would enjoy being watched, Lex answered smoothly. Grodd chuckled, a deep rumbling sound, and you enjoy pretending you're the one in control. Oh God. Lex folded his arms, feigning nonchalance. Control is relative. Grodd shifted, the motion slow and deliberate. In here, Luthor, control belongs to the one who takes it. There was no fear in Lex's eyes, no uncertainty in his posture. He had faced gods and monsters
That little
alike,
solid. His
had battled Superman with nothing but his mind and sheer willpower. But here, behind steel bars and under flickering lights, the game was different. Grodd was studying him now, waiting. Not for submission, no. That wasn't Lex's style. He was waiting for the challenge. Lex exhaled slowly, stepping closer. If you want control, Grodd, you'll have to earn it.
Oh,
A
God.
pause.
Just rip
A
each other's
charged
clothes off and stop
silence. Then a smirk curled at the edges of Grodd's mouth. I intend to. The air between them was electric. Two titans locked in a battle that had nothing to do with strength and everything to do with anal. I mean, will. And in that moment, for the first time in his life, Lex Luthor wasn't entirely sure if he wanted to win.
Okay.
The end or the beginning? Question mark.
What the?
Oh, I thought he was genuinely gonna start like get into it. I was like, ugh.
I can ask it too, but I tried.
No, thank you.
I made it okay. So Wyatt desperately needs this to be a full novella. That's
No.
fine. No, I heard him. It's fine. It's funnier that it leads up to us going, oh no.
Because I wasn't looking at the screen. I was just like, why does it sound like they are actually about to just get on with it? And it's like, wait, I thought
Because
this was
it's
a
an
safe-
erotica.
But I thought,
Yeah.
but
Right.
It becomes
So,
Veronicas.
so I literally said,
Yeah,
can
I
you
know,
write me
I
an
know.
can you write me an erotica in a short novella style that is tasteful and suitable for YouTube?
I didn't think it was upholding that last part. I was just like, it sounds like they are actually just about to get it on, and it's about to tell
Yeah,
us in
suitable
graphic
for
detail.
YouTube means that you narrate it all the way up until they fuck and then you stop.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
don't talk about the gorilla dick, yeah.
Like cowards.
Yeah.
Apparently,
How it's
tiny
throbbing.
gorilla dicks.
They do. They're actually quite small.
I didn't know that.
Throbbing.
Like,
So, believe it or not, I learned that fact on the Spike TV show called Manswers,
Throbbing.
where it was
I'm just
answers
gonna-
for real men. And it was about I can't remember exactly what the episode was about, but they mentioned that gorillas have the smallest penis to body size ratio of any
does
ape.
anyone have anything to shill before we fucking like wrap this shindig up?
I would like to shill gorilla dicks. They're actually smaller than you
God
think. They're kind of-
damn it.
Throbbing.
Check it out.
Subscribe to Throbbing.
We probably could
Subscribe
genuinely
to
name a
Lex
channel
Luthor
that.
getting deep fucking.
You don't understand. So we actually have like
to his bones.
we
by
actually
gorilla
have a
grodd.
deal with DC where we get to write their erotica, and it's a niche market, but my god, it makes millions.
It makes millions despite the fact we don't even have actual penetration in our books.
But that's why it's erotica, you heathen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tasteful that
Yeah.
way.
It's not about the penetration. It's about the implication.
It's about the build
penny.
up.
Keep saying that.
Look. When Gorilla Grodd's in the room, you don't say no because of the implication.
I love the idea that Gorilla Grodd's just holding duct tape. I have to have my tools!
Oh shit! What was the gorilla from Venture Bros?
Oh, I don't remember.
Oh,
Because that's basically the exact same fucking storyline.
yeah, I can't remember his name, but I know who you're talking about.
I think it's just King Gorilla or some shit.
You know,
Yeah.
it puts that that image of Lex and Gorilla Grodd looking at each other through that car window. It puts it a lot in a different context now that we know one of them's been inside the other.
Oh God.
And that's how you end
So-
the video.
So
I haven't hit the end yet, but yeah, that
Do it.
So we're in the middle of we're still doing our Baldur's Gate playthrough. We have a new editor. Keep looking forward to those episodes and
Throbbing.
And then special reactions. We reacted to the Superman Legacy trailer. We don't know if they're like, since this is coming time of recording. This is it's coming up on Super Bowl Sunday. I think Jake confirmed there's no Superman trailer then, so nothing for us.
No
to
TV spot, I
react to.
believe so. I will let you know if that ended up being fake news, but it's my understanding, no Superman TV spot.
So yeah, keep an eye out for that. We're in the month of February. That's where all the good stuff is finally starting to come out. Monster Hunter Wilds, end of the month. Look forward to that playthrough. So
Yeah,
with that,
I got a whole new PC so that I can play it properly.
yeah. So let's that's it on our end. Baller, you got anything?
The word of the day is throbbing. I don't know. We don't do fucking shit at the minute.
Yeah.
Wait, no, that's a lie. I'm doing Disco Elysium. It's retarded. It's fun.
That's the Kami game, right?
Yes, it's great.
Except it's also a wonderful takedown of communist because everything commie doesn't fucking work.
My guy is the most reactionary anti-establishment to anything ever. The guy went, he goes, you're a fascist, right? Fuck you. I don't stand for anything. So you're a commie? No. He goes, then what are you? He goes, I don't know. It was great. And he goes, you like disco, right? He's like, yeah, I like disco. He's like, okay, we've found something. The voice in his head's great.
I'm currently editing a project. Mastodon Masochist is still a thing, and I have Dragon Age of the Veilguard I'm still gathering footage. It's a chore to play that game. A massive chore.
I didn't finish it. I already uninstalled it.
And then I also have another thing, at least a couple other things, at least ideas I'm workshopping in my head that I'm not gonna say, so I'm not committed to them necessarily. But yeah, but with
it's a lot of erotica, guys. Just so you know.
Yeah, a lot of smut, a lot of
yeah.
gay homosexual smut.